Every night, when the lights go out and the world finally slows down, your mind does the opposite. The body lies still, but the thoughts wake up. Old conversations replay. Tomorrow's worries line up. Regrets knock softly again and again. And in the darkness, even small thoughts feel heavy. Not because you are broken, but because no one ever taught you how to let the mind rest. You learned how to work, how to survive, how to stay strong when life demanded it. But you were never shown how to be still without feeling unsafe. So when the noise fades, the mind fills the silence with questions, fears, and unfinished stories. You don't invite them, they simply arrive. The Stoics understood this quiet struggle. They knew that sleep is not disturbed by life itself, but by our resistance to it, by the need to control what cannot be controlled, by believing every thought deserves attention. They taught that peace begins the moment you stop arguing with your own mind. This is not about forcing calm, not about emptying your thoughts or chasing silence. It is about learning how to step back, to observe without gripping, to let thoughts pass like clouds instead of carrying them into the night. Tonight, this is your pause. A moment to lay down the armor you've been wearing all day. A chance to loosen the mental knots that keep you awake. A gentle return to inner order, where rest feels safe again. You don't need to solve your life tonight. You only need to stop fighting your thoughts. And when you do, sleep will come naturally. And as the mind begins to soften, something else quietly rises. Not noise, not panic, but a familiar tension. A sense that something is unfinished. A loose thread you didn't tie before lying down. The body is ready to rest, yet the mind refuses to let go. Not because it is cruel, but because it believes there is still a question that must be answered before sleep is allowed. This is where the struggle deepens. There is a special kind of pressure that only appears at night. During the day, unanswered questions stay in the background. They hide behind tasks, conversations, movement. But when the world grows still, those questions step forward. Not loudly, but persistently. They don't shout, they whisper, and whispers are harder to escape. The mind tells you that rest is dangerous when something is unresolved, that sleeping before clarity is careless, that peace must be earned by thinking just a little more. This is the tyranny of the unanswered question at night. The question is rarely clear. It doesn't show itself as a single thought. Instead, it feels like unease, a quiet demand, a pull toward the past or the future. It might sound like, what if I made the wrong choice? Or, what happens if this goes badly? Or, why did that happen the way it did? The mind presents these questions as if they are important, urgent, and meaningful. But what makes them powerful is not their truth. It is their timing. At night, the mind loses perspective. Fatigue strips away balance. The part of you that weighs evidence, that sees options, that understands limits, is tired. What remains is the part that seeks certainty. And certainty feels like safety, so the mind searches for answers, believing that if it can just resolve one more thing, rest will finally come. But the opposite happens. The search itself keeps you awake. The Stoics saw this pattern clearly. They understood that many questions have no answer in the moment. Some have no final answer at all, and yet the mind treats them as debts that must be paid before sleep. This is not wisdom. It is habit. A habit formed by the belief that thinking equals control. But here is the truth the Stoics lived by. Unanswered questions do not harm you. Resisting them does. The mind suffers not because it lacks answers, but because it refuses to accept their absence. When you lie in bed trying to resolve what cannot be resolved at that hour, you are placing a demand on yourself that no human can meet. You are asking a tired mind to do the work of a rested one. Night turns uncertainty into a threat. During the day, uncertainty feels manageable. At night, it feels personal, as if the future is waiting for your decision before it allows you to sleep. But the future does not negotiate at midnight. It does not improve because you stayed awake, and the past does not change because you revisited it in the dark. The Stoics practiced something radical for their time. They learned to delay judgment, not forever, but until the mind was capable. They understood that wisdom has a proper hour, and night is meant for restoration, not resolution. When a question appears at night, it is not asking for an answer. It is asking for acknowledgement, and acknowledgement does not require action. There is a quiet strength in saying, "This does not belong to this moment," not as avoidance, but as order. The mind, like the body, needs structure. Just as you would not run a marathon at midnight, you should not demand clarity when the mind is depleted. Rest is not avoidance, it is preparation. The more you chase answers at night, the more the mind learns that bedtime is a courtroom, a place where every doubt must be examined, every memory cross-questioned, every fear put on trial. And once the mind learns this, it brings more questions the next night. Not because they matter more, but because the mind has learned that night is when they receive attention. The Stoic response is simple, but not easy. When an unanswered question appears, you do not follow it. You do not fight it either. You recognize it as a signal, not a command. A signal that the mind is tired and seeking certainty when none is available. You let the question exist without granting it authority. This is not resignation. It is discernment. Knowing when thinking helps and when it harms. The Stoics believed peace comes from placing things in their proper category. Some things are within your control, some things are not, and some things are not meant for now. Night belongs to that last category. As you begin to allow questions to remain unanswered without panic, something shifts. The mind slowly learns that rest is safe even without closure, that nothing collapses if clarity waits until morning, that you can exist without solving. And in that permission, the grip loosens. Sleep does not arrive because the question disappeared. It arrives because you stopped treating the question as a threat. And once that happens, the mind begins to release its hold, preparing you for a deeper kind of calm that comes next. And once the mind learns that unanswered questions can be left alone, another habit begins to surface, a deeper one. Not the need for answers, but the need for emotional closure. A quiet belief that you must feel settled before you are allowed to rest. That peace must be complete, emotions resolved, the inner world cleaned up before sleep can begin. This belief keeps many people awake long after the questions have faded. There is a subtle discomfort that shows up when emotions remain unfinished. Not loud pain, but a dull pull in the chest. A sense that something inside is still open. Many people mistake this feeling for danger. They think, "I can't sleep like this," as if rest requires emotional perfection. This is where the Stoics were radically different from the modern mind. The Stoics did not wait for emotional resolution before sleeping. They did not demand closure, relief, or comfort from their inner world. They understood something that we often forget. Emotions are movements, not tasks. They rise, shift, and fall on their own schedule. Trying to complete them before sleep is like trying to finish the ocean before sunset. At night, emotions feel heavier because the mind is no longer distracted. Feelings that were manageable during the day now feel unfinished. Sadness wants explanation. Anger wants justice. Longing wants reassurance. The modern response is to analyze these emotions, to talk them through internally, hoping they will settle. But this often keeps them active. Attention feeds them. The more you try to resolve them, the more awake they become. Stoics practiced emotional allowance, not emotional repair. They believed that emotions did not need to be fixed in order to pass. What mattered was not how an emotion felt, but how much authority it was given. A feeling could exist without directing behavior. Discomfort could remain without becoming a problem. This distinction is what allowed them to sleep even when the inner world was unsettled. They understood that the mind has seasons, just like nature. Some days bring calm, others bring storms. Night was not the time to change the weather. It was the time to rest beneath it. By releasing the demand for emotional resolution, they removed the pressure that keeps the nervous system alert. One of the most powerful Stoic ideas is this: you do not need to agree with your emotions to let them exist. Many people lie awake because they are arguing with how they feel. They tell themselves they should be calmer, stronger, more accepting. This internal resistance creates tension. The Stoics did the opposite. They allowed emotions to be present without judgment, not indulging them, not suppressing them, simply letting them be. This approach calms the body. When the nervous system senses that there is no internal conflict, it begins to slow down. Sleep is not invited by comfort alone. It is invited by safety. And safety is felt when the mind stops trying to control its own inner movements. Stoics also understood that emotional resolution is not a nightly requirement. Life does not resolve itself every day, and neither do feelings. Expecting closure before rest is an unrealistic standard. It trains the mind to stay alert, always waiting for relief. The Stoic mind accepted emotional incompleteness as part of being human. They trusted that time, rest, and perspective would do the work that thinking could not. Instead of asking, "Do I feel okay enough to sleep?" they lived by a quieter question. "Is there anything required of me right now?" And most nights, the answer was no. Feelings were allowed to exist without demanding response. The body was allowed to rest even if the heart felt heavy. This is not emotional neglect. It is emotional maturity. Knowing that rest supports clarity and clarity supports healing. Many emotions soften on their own when the body sleeps. By staying awake to resolve them, we delay that natural process. The Stoics also practiced internal boundaries. They did not let nighttime become a space for emotional storytelling. They recognized that fatigue distorts perception. What feels unbearable at night often feels manageable in the morning. By postponing emotional interpretation, they protected their peace. Over time, this practice trains the mind. The body learns that sleep does not require emotional completion, that rest is allowed even in discomfort. And once this belief settles in, emotions lose their urgency at night. They no longer rush to be resolved. They wait. As this skill deepens, the mind becomes quieter. Not because emotions disappear, but because they no longer demand attention. And in that quiet, a deeper form of calm begins to form. One that does not depend on how you feel, but on how you relate to what you feel. From here, the the path opens toward an even subtler challenge that waits in the dark, the mind's illusion that thinking itself is control. And as emotions are finally allowed to remain unfinished, another pattern quietly steps in. A sense of urgency with no clear source. The feeling that something must be handled right now. The body is tired, the room is still, yet the mind sounds an internal alarm. Not because danger is present, but because the mind has learned to confuse wakefulness with responsibility. There is a strange shift that happens after midnight. Thoughts change tone. They stop being reflective and start sounding urgent. Concerns that felt manageable earlier suddenly demand immediate attention. The mind frames them as emergencies. Decisions feel overdue. Problems feel bigger. Consequences feel closer. And sleep begins to feel irresponsible, as if resting means neglecting something important. This is the false emergency. The Stoics understood that the mind, when tired, loses its sense of proportion. Fatigue shrinks perspective. It narrows vision. It makes everything feel closer, heavier, and more pressing than it truly is. After midnight, the rational part of the mind steps back, and the survival part steps forward. This part of the mind does not seek truth. It seeks certainty and safety, and it creates urgency as a way to feel in control. At night, the mind says, "This cannot wait." But most of the time, it absolutely can. The false emergency is convincing because it feels real in the body. The chest tightens. Breathing becomes shallow. Muscles subtly tense. These sensations are often mistaken for proof that something is wrong. But they are not signals of danger. They are signals of exhaustion. The nervous system, running low on energy, switches into a primitive alert mode. Everything feels louder because the system is overstimulated and under-rested. Stoics trained themselves to recognize this shift. They did not trust the mind equally at all hours. They knew that wisdom has conditions. Just as you would not make a major decision while sick or intoxicated, they believed you should not make judgments while depleted. Nighttime urgency was not treated as insight, but as distortion. The modern mind often does the opposite. It treats night thoughts as more honest, more serious, more revealing. If it keeps me awake, we think, it must matter. The Stoics would gently disagree. They believe that importance does not increase with fatigue. Clarity decreases. False emergencies thrive on the belief that thinking equals action. That if you stop thinking, something bad will happen. But thinking at night rarely leads to resolution. It leads to looping. The same thought is examined from every angle, yet nothing changes. The mind stays active, the body stays alert, and the problem remains untouched. Stoics practiced deliberate postponement. When urgency appeared at night, they asked a simple question: is this within my control right now? If the answer was no, thinking stopped. Not through force, but through permission. Permission to rest, permission to delay, permission to let tomorrow handle what tonight cannot. This practice calms the nervous system. When the body senses that no action is required, it begins to power down. Sleep arrives not because problems disappeared, but because the demand to respond disappeared. Another reason false emergencies feel so intense at night is isolation. During the day, problems are shared with the world. At night, they sit alone with you. Without outside reference, the mind becomes its own authority. It exaggerates, it dramatizes, it forgets scale. The Stoics countered this by remembering the bigger picture. life unfolding over years, not hours, one night never defining an outcome. They also understood that urgency is addictive. Each time you respond to a false emergency by staying awake and thinking, the mind learns that this behavior is necessary. The next night, it repeats the pattern. Over time, the bed becomes associated with alertness instead of rest. Breaking this cycle requires a new response, not new thoughts. That response is calm refusal, not pushing the thoughts away, not arguing with them, simply refusing to treat them as emergencies, allowing the alarm to ring without answering it. At first, this feels uncomfortable. The mind protests, it warns you, but slowly it learns that nothing collapses when you choose rest. The Stoics trusted the order of things. They believed that rest is part of responsibility, not an escape from it. That a rested mind serves life better than an exhausted one. By sleeping, you are not abandoning your duties. You are preparing for them. As this understanding settles in, the false emergency loses power. The mind stops racing against an invisible clock. Urgency fades into neutrality. Thoughts slow down because they are no longer being fed by fear. And in that slowing, another subtle illusion begins to reveal itself. The belief that thinking harder will always lead to control. A belief that feels logical until the quiet of night exposes its limits. And when urgency finally loosens its grip, the mind does not always become quiet. Instead, it changes tactics. The alarms fade, but a different voice steps forward, one that judges, one that reviews, one that replays moments you thought were over. The night grows still, and suddenly you are standing trial inside your own head. There is a reason the past shows up so clearly at night. During the day, the ego is busy performing. It manages roles, decisions, appearances. It stays occupied with movement. But when the body lies down and the world stops asking for anything, the ego finally has time to look backward. And when it does, it rarely does so with kindness. Nighttime becomes a courtroom. The ego takes the role of prosecutor, judge, and jury. It brings up old conversations, missed opportunities, words you wish you had chosen differently, moments where you feel you failed, embarrassed yourself, or fell short of who you believe you should be. These memories arrive with emotion attached. Shame tightens the chest. Regret presses on the stomach, and the ego presents it all as evidence. What makes this so painful is that the ego is not searching for truth. It is searching for validation of its fears. It wants confirmation that you are not enough, that you made mistakes that define you, that you must stay alert to avoid repeating them. At night, with no distractions, its voice sounds convincing. The Stoics understood this pattern well. They knew the ego thrives when attention turns inward without structure. They did not deny past mistakes, but they refused to relive them endlessly. For them, reflection had a purpose, and once that purpose was served, it ended. Night was not the time for self-judgment. It was the time for rest. The ego, however, does not respect timing. It treats memory as a warning system. It believes that replaying the past keeps you safe. But what it actually does is trap you. Each replay strengthens emotional charge. Each judgment deepens the sense of personal failure. The mind stays alert, scanning the past as if it were still happening. One reason these trials feel so real at night is that the ego confuses memory with identity. It does not say, "This happened." It says, "This is who you are." The Stoics rejected this completely. They believed a person is defined by present character, not past events. The past was information, not a sentence. They practiced separating action from self. A mistake was something done, not something you are. This distinction is subtle, but powerful. When the ego replays a memory, the Stoic response is not defense or denial. It is distance. Seeing the event as something external, something finished, something that does not require further punishment. Another reason the ego becomes active at night is exhaustion. When the mind is tired, compassion weakens. The ability to hold balanced views fades. The ego steps in with harsh conclusions because nuance requires energy, and energy is low. What feels like honesty is often just fatigue wearing a serious mask. The Stoics trusted the morning mind more than the midnight one. They knew that perspective returns with rest. That self-understanding improves when the body is restored. So they postponed judgment. They did not put themselves on trial when the court was clearly unfit to rule. They also understood that the ego seeks control through self-criticism. It believes that punishing you will make you better, that shame will prevent future mistakes. But this is false. Shame weakens clarity. It drains strength. It keeps the nervous system alert and defensive. Growth does not come from self-attack. It comes from awareness paired with calm. At night, the Stoic practice was simple. Do not reopen cases that are already closed. If a memory appears, it is acknowledged without argument. This has passed. No analysis, no verdict. Just recognition that the moment no longer exists. This does not mean avoiding responsibility. It means placing it in the right time. Learning belongs to daylight, when action is possible. Night belongs to restoration. Mixing the two only creates suffering. Over time, this practice changes the mind's habits. The ego learns that bedtime is not a courtroom, that memories do not receive attention simply because they appear, and when the ego stops receiving that attention, it quiets. The nights become less crowded. The inner voice softens. You begin to rest without needing to defend yourself against your own past. And in that quiet, another realization begins to surface, that the mind has been exhausting itself not only by judging, but by believing that thinking itself is the solution. A belief that seems harmless, until the night exposes how deeply it keeps you awake. And as the mind slowly loosens its grip, another pattern quietly takes its place, one that hides beneath effort, beneath thought, beneath the need to stay alert. The belief that silence is unsafe, that when the mind goes quiet, something bad might rise, that stillness leaves you exposed. This belief does not announce itself loudly. It sits deep in the nervous system, learned over years of reacting instead of resting. At night, silence feels unfamiliar. During the day, sound, movement, and interaction keep the mind anchored. There is structure, there are signals, but when everything stops, the mind is left alone with itself. For many people, this is when discomfort begins, not because something is wrong, but because the mind has learned to associate quiet with vulnerability. Thinking feels protective. Silence feels like letting your guard down. The Stoics understood that this fear of stillness is not rational. It is conditioned. The mind learns, often without realizing it, that alertness equals safety. Maybe from years of responsibility. Maybe from times when relaxing led to problems. Maybe from growing up in environments where being calm meant being unprepared. Whatever the source, the result is the same. When silence arrives, the nervous system reacts as if danger is near. This reaction is subtle, a tightening in the chest, a restlessness in the body, a sudden urge to think, remember, plan, or replay. The mind fills the quiet, not because it has something important to say, but because it fears what might happen if it says nothing at all. Stoics trained themselves to recognize this response. They saw that silence itself does nothing. It threatens nothing. It demands nothing. The discomfort that arises in quiet is not caused by stillness, but by resistance to it. When the mind stops moving, unresolved tension becomes noticeable, and the ego interprets that awareness as risk. The Stoic response was not to distract themselves, not to replace silence with more thought, but to stay present long enough for the nervous system to learn a new association. That quiet does not equal harm, that nothing attacks when the mind rests, that stillness is not a trap, but a return. They understood that the body must be retrained, not convinced. You cannot argue the nervous system into calm. It learns through experience. Each night you allow silence without reacting, you send a signal of safety. Each moment you resist the urge to fill the quiet, you weaken the old pattern. This is why early attempts at mental stillness feel uncomfortable. The mind has been conditioned to move. When it slows, it feels exposed. But exposure is not danger. It is simply unfamiliar. And unfamiliar things often feel threatening before they feel peaceful. The Stoics believed that true calm is not the absence of thought, but the absence of fear toward thought stopping. When you no longer panic at quiet, the mind no longer needs to keep talking. It rests naturally. This fear of silence is also tied to identity. Many people define themselves by their thinking. When thought pauses, they feel like they are disappearing. The ego whispers that without constant mental activity, you lose yourself. The Stoics rejected this idea. They believed the self is not the noise, but the awareness beneath it. Silence does not erase you. It reveals you. At night, when silence grows, the mind may try to distract you with memories, plans, or worries. These are not problems. They are shields, attempts to stay occupied. Seeing them as such removes their power. You no longer need to follow them. You can let them pass while remaining still. As this practice deepens, something shifts. Silence stops feeling empty. It begins to feel neutral, then steady, then supportive. The nervous system learns that rest is not abandonment, that nothing needs to be watched every second, that safety does not depend on effort. The Stoics trusted this process. They did not rush it. They allowed the body to relearn calm at its own pace. And in doing so, they discovered that the mind does not need to be controlled, distracted, or silenced. It only needs to be allowed to stop. And as silence becomes more familiar, another quiet discipline begins to matter, one that feels uncomfortable at first because it goes against how most minds were trained. The choice to stop seeking, to stop checking, to stop feeding the mind when the body is clearly asking for rest. This is where many people hesitate, because they confuse awareness with safety. There is a deep habit of believing that knowing more keeps life under control, that staying informed prevents mistakes, that turning attention away is careless. During the day, this belief often works. At night, it becomes a weight. The mind keeps reaching outward and inward, scanning for information, meaning, explanations, not because something is missing, but because it has learned to fear emptiness. The Stoics practiced voluntary ignorance with intention, not denial, not avoidance, but restraint. They understood that attention is energy, and energy must be protected, especially before sleep. Not every thought deserves investigation. Not every question deserves exploration, and not every piece of information improves your life simply by being known. At night, the mind is vulnerable. Fatigue lowers discernment. What you expose yourself to sinks deeper and lingers longer. A single message can replay for hours. A small detail can grow heavier than it deserves. The Stoics treated nighttime as a protected space. They did not allow the mind to consume whatever appeared simply because it could. Voluntary ignorance is the ability to say, "This does not serve me now," not because it is unimportant, but because timing matters. Wisdom is not constant engagement. It is knowing when engagement causes harm. The Stoics believed that peace requires selective attention. Without boundaries, the mind never rests. Modern habits often ignore this. Many people end their day with the most stimulating input they consume. News that creates fear, conversations that stir emotion, thoughts that invite reaction. The nervous system does not care whether the threat is real or imagined. It responds with alertness either way. Sleep becomes difficult not because the day was hard, but because the night was overloaded. The Stoics chose simplicity before rest. They limited what entered the mind. They allowed the nervous system to slow without interference. This was not ignorance born of fear. It was clarity born of self-respect. This practice also applied inward. The Stoics avoided excessive self-examination at night. They did not dig into feelings or search for meaning when the mind was tired. They accepted emotional presence without explanation. They understood that analysis at night often creates stories, not truth. Choosing not to know everything before sleep requires trust. Trust that understanding does not vanish when postponed. Trust that clarity improves with rest. Trust that life does not punish you for pausing inquiry. The Stoics trusted the natural rhythm of the mind. They knew that insight returns more easily when the system is restored. There is relief in this discipline. The pressure to solve fades. The need to check dissolves. The mind stops reaching, not because it is forced, but because it is no longer fed. Quiet becomes possible when curiosity rests. Voluntary ignorance breaks the cycle of mental consumption. The mind, like the body, can be overstimulated. Too much information creates tension. Too much awareness creates restlessness. By choosing less, you create space. And in that space, the nervous system finds balance. The Stoics believed the day should end lighter than it began, not with answers gathered, but with burdens set down. Many thoughts feel urgent only because they are recent. When left alone, they often lose their grip. Practicing voluntary ignorance does not require effort. It requires permission. Permission to not engage. Permission to not understand. Permission to let the mind remain unfinished. And in that permission, rest quietly becomes possible. And once the mind learns that it does not need to consume everything before rest, another question naturally appears. How did those who carried real responsibility learn to sleep anyway? Not ordinary stress, but the weight of empires, decisions that affected millions, consequences that could not be undone. Marcus Aurelius lived with this weight every day, yet he trained his mind to meet the night without fear. Marcus did not prepare for sleep by seeking comfort. He prepared by seeking order. Before darkness arrived, he brought the mind back to what mattered and released what did not. He understood that night magnifies whatever the mind carries into it, so he was careful about what he allowed to remain. One of his most important practices was mental separation. He reminded himself again and again of what belonged to him and what did not. His actions were his responsibility. Outcomes were not. Other people's behavior was not. The future was not. By the time night came, He had already placed each concern where it belonged. What was outside his control was not invited into bed with him. This was not denial. Marcus faced reality fully during the day. He dealt with conflict, betrayal, illness, war, but he refused to carry these things into the night. He believed that the mind needs a boundary between duty and rest. Without that boundary, even the strongest person becomes fragile. Marcus also practiced humility before sleep, not self-criticism, but perspective. He reminded himself that he was a small part of a much larger whole, that the world existed long before him and would continue after him. This thought was not depressing to him. It was calming. It reduced the weight of personal worry. When life feels larger than you, your problems stop feeling absolute. He wrote reminders to himself that even the most powerful roles are temporary, that praise fades, that criticism fades, that reputation is fragile and fleeting. At night, this freed him from replaying how he was seen. The ego had less ground to stand on when it remembered how brief everything is. Another way Marcus prepared his mind was through acceptance of imperfection. He did not expect the day to be clean or complete. He accepted that some things would remain unresolved. Some mistakes would not be corrected immediately. Some conversations would end awkwardly. This acceptance prevented the mind from reopening these moments at night. He had already made peace with incompleteness. Marcus also practiced mental rehearsal, but not in the way most people do. He did not replay fears. He reminded himself that whatever tomorrow brought, he had faced worse and survived. This was not anxiety. It was confidence grounded in experience. By acknowledging his resilience, he reduced the mind's need to stay alert. He spoke often about returning to the present moment. Before sleep, this meant releasing both the past and the future. The past no longer existed. The future was not yet real. Only the current moment was alive, and the current moment, lying in bed, required nothing from him. Marcus understood that rest is not earned by productivity. It is required by nature. He did not view sleep as weakness or escape. He saw it as alignment with how life works. Even the strongest body collapses without rest. Even the clearest mind dulls without pause. He also reminded himself that thoughts are not commands. A thought could appear without being followed. A memory could surface without being explored. He trained himself to observe the mind rather than obey it. This skill was essential at night, when thoughts become louder simply because everything else is quiet. Marcus often wrote about returning to simplicity: food, shelter, breath, awareness. Before sleep, he stripped life down to its basics. When the mind is full of abstractions, it struggles to rest. When it returns to simple facts, it settles. He did not seek emotional comfort before sleep. He did not require himself to feel good. He allowed himself to feel human, tired, heavy, neutral. He understood that peace is not a feeling, but a relationship with what is present. Most importantly, Marcus trusted the natural order. He believed that life unfolds according to causes far larger than personal worry. By trusting this order, he released the need to supervise reality at night. The world did not need his vigilance to continue turning. When Marcus lay down, he did not carry the empire with him. He carried discipline, perspective, and acceptance. These were lighter than fear, lighter than control, lighter than endless thought. This is how he met the dark, not by fighting it, not by filling it, but by arriving prepared with a mind already set down. And after learning how to meet the night with order instead of fear, another quiet skill reveals its importance: one that feels almost unnatural to the modern mind. The ability to stop mid-story, to leave things open, to accept that not everything needs an ending before rest is allowed. Most people struggle with unfinished problems more than difficult ones. A hard situation with a clear boundary is easier to live with than an open loop. The mind craves completion. It wants closure the way the body wants warmth. So when sleep approaches and something remains unresolved, the mind tightens. It whispers that rest is premature, that stopping now is careless, that unfinished means unsafe. The Stoics saw this craving for completion as a source of unnecessary suffering. They understood that life itself is unfinished by nature. Every day ends in the middle of something. Conversations pause. Efforts remain incomplete. Questions linger. Expecting resolution before sleep is not realistic. It is a demand that goes against how existence actually works. Leaving a problem unfinished does not mean abandoning it. It means placing it down with intention. The Stoics believed that wisdom includes knowing when to stop. Not everything benefits from continued effort, especially when the mind is tired. Continuing to push does not always move things forward. Often, it only creates friction. At night, the mind loses its ability to judge progress accurately. It mistakes repetition for productivity. You think you are working on the problem, but you are simply circling it. The Stoics recognized this and refused to confuse movement with progress. They trusted that clarity often comes after distance, not pressure. One reason unfinished problems feel so uncomfortable is because the ego attaches identity to outcomes. It believes that if something is not resolved, it reflects poorly on you. That leaving something open is a personal failure. The Stoics separated self-worth from completion. A problem could remain unfinished without diminishing the person facing it. They also understood that many problems solve themselves when left alone. Time changes context. Emotions soften. New information appears. By forcing resolution too early, you often lock yourself into limited thinking. The Stoics valued patience not as passivity, but as strategic restraint. There is also a nervous system element to this. Unfinished problems activate alertness. The body prepares for action. But at night, action is not possible. This mismatch creates tension. By consciously deciding to leave the problem for later, you signal to the body that vigilance is no longer required. The system begins to power down. Stoics practice this through clear internal language. Instead of thinking, "I still haven't solved this," they would think, "This does not belong to this moment." The problem was acknowledged, not dismissed. Recognition without engagement. This simple shift removed urgency without denial. They trusted the future version of themselves. A rested mind, a clearer perspective, more energy. They believed that wisdom increases with rest, that tomorrow's self is better equipped to handle what today's self cannot. This trust made it easier to stop. Modern minds often resist this because they equate stopping with loss of control. But the Stoics knew that control is not constant attention, it is correct timing. Just as you would not harvest fruit before it is ripe, you should not force solutions before conditions are right. Leaving problems unfinished also protects emotional health. Many people reopen emotional wounds at night, trying to resolve them. They replay conversations, reanalyze tone, reconstruct meaning. This rarely heals anything. The Stoics understood that emotional clarity does not come from repetition. It comes from distance and rest. They allowed emotions to remain open without judgment. Sadness did not need explanation. Anger did not need justification. Confusion did not need resolution. These states were temporary visitors, not tasks to be completed. Another reason the Stoics valued unfinishedness is because it humbled the ego. Accepting that not everything can be resolved right now weakens the illusion of total control. This humility was freeing. It allowed the mind to rest without feeling responsible for the entire shape of life. They also knew that life continues while you sleep. The body repairs, the mind reorganizes, memory integrates, insight forms quietly. By sleeping, you are not delaying progress, you are participating in it. Over time, practicing this art changes how the mind behaves at night. Problems lose their sharp edges. They no longer rush to be solved. They wait. The mind stops dragging them into bed. Sleep becomes a pause instead of a battleground. The Stoics did not seek tidy endings before darkness. They sought alignment. When effort no longer served clarity, they stopped. When thought became noise, they withdrew. Leaving problems unfinished was not failure to them. It was respect for the limits of the human mind. And in learning to stop without fear, they discovered that rest itself often completes what effort could not. And after learning how to leave problems where they belong, another reaction often rises from deeper inside the body. A quiet unease that has nothing to do with thoughts, problems, or memories. A feeling that appears the moment everything goes still, as if calm itself were suspicious, as if nothing happening were a warning. For many people, stillness does not feel peaceful at first. It feels exposed. The moment the body relaxes and the mind slows, tension creeps in. The heart may beat a little faster. The breath feels shallow. The urge to move, think, or distract becomes strong. Not because something is wrong, but because the nervous system has learned to associate stillness with danger. This confusion is not logical. It is learned. If you grew up in environments where calm moments were followed by conflict, where silence meant trouble, or where you had to stay alert to feel safe, your body adapted. It learned that being still meant being unprepared. Over time, this response becomes automatic. Even years later, when there is no threat, the body reacts the same way. At night, this pattern becomes obvious. The world quiets, the lights go out, the body relaxes, and suddenly the nervous system sounds an alarm. Not because danger is present, but because stillness is unfamiliar. The mind then rushes in to explain the discomfort. It creates thoughts, worries, memories, anything to justify the alertness the body is already feeling. The Stoics understood this deeply. They knew that fear does not always come from thoughts. Often, thoughts come from fear. When the body feels unsafe, the mind looks for reasons. This is why nighttime thinking feels so convincing. The feeling comes first. The story comes after. The Stoics did not argue with this reaction. They did not tell themselves to calm down. They recognized that the body must be shown safety, not told about it. Calm is learned through experience. Each time you allow stillness without reacting, the nervous system updates its expectations. They practiced staying with quiet discomfort instead of escaping it, not forcing themselves to endure it, but allowing it to exist without adding meaning. A tight chest did not mean danger. Restlessness did not mean urgency. These were signals of an old pattern, not current reality. Modern minds often misinterpret these signals. When stillness feels uncomfortable, people assume something must be wrong. They reach for stimulation. Phones, thoughts, planning, replaying, anything to bring movement back. This reinforces the belief that calm is unsafe. The cycle continues. The Stoics chose a different path. They allowed the body to feel uneasy without reacting. They trusted that the discomfort would rise and fall on its own. And it does. The nervous system cannot stay activated forever without fuel. When you stop feeding it with reaction, it slowly settles. They also reminded themselves that peace does not always feel good at first, especially for those who are used to constant motion. Calm can feel empty before it feels safe. Silence can feel loud before it feels gentle. This does not mean you are doing it wrong. It means your system is adjusting. Another reason stillness feels dangerous is because it removes distraction from inner sensations. You become aware of the body, the breath, the heartbeat. Small sensations that were ignored during the day now come forward. For some, this awareness feels overwhelming. The Stoics practiced gentle observation, not analyzing sensations, just noticing them as natural processes. They understood that the body is not an enemy. Sensations are not warnings, they are information. When you stop labeling them as threats, they lose intensity. The body relaxes when it is not being watched with suspicion. The Stoics also believed that safety comes from alignment, not vigilance. When your actions match reality, the nervous system relaxes. At night, there is nothing required of you. Recognizing this truth allows the body to stand down. You are not missing anything. You are not failing to respond. You are resting as nature intended. This confusion between stillness and danger also ties back to identity. Many people feel valuable only when active. Stillness feels like disappearance. The ego resists it. The Stoics separated being from doing. You do not stop existing when you stop moving. You simply return to yourself. Over time, staying with stillness retrains the system. The body learns that nothing bad follows calm. The mind learns that quiet does not need to be filled. The urge to escape fades. Rest becomes possible without effort. The Stoics did not rush this process. They allowed it to unfold naturally. Each night became practice. Each moment of quiet became proof that safety does not require constant alertness. And slowly, the mind stops mistaking rest for risk. And once stillness no longer feels like a threat, another presence becomes impossible to ignore. A voice that has been talking all day and shows no intention of stopping. It does not shout. It narrates. It comments. It explains. And when everything else grows quiet, it grows clearer. This is the inner narrator, the one that refuses to clock out. This voice is not hostile by nature. It believes it is helping. It tells stories about what happened, what might happen, what should have happened. It fills gaps with meaning. During the day, it works in the background, supporting action. At night, with nothing left to manage, it takes center stage. And suddenly, your mind feels like a radio that cannot be turned off. The inner narrator exists to make sense of life. It strings events together into stories so you can understand who you are and where you are going. This function is useful, but at night it often goes unchecked. With no external input, it starts narrating thoughts themselves, thinking about thinking, explaining feelings, commenting on silence. This is when rest slips away. The Stoics recognized this voice and refused to identify with it completely. They understood that the narrator is not the self. It is a tool, one that works best when used deliberately. When allowed to run freely at night, it creates noise without purpose. This narrator often uses the word you. You should have said that differently. You need to figure this out. You can't sleep until this makes sense. By speaking this way, it pulls you back into engagement. It keeps you involved, and involvement keeps the nervous system alert. The Stoics practiced stepping out of this narration, not silencing it, but refusing to participate. They understood that the mind does not need commentary to function. Awareness can exist without explanation. Sensations can be felt without being labeled. Silence does not need a voice to describe it. When the narrator is not fed attention, it naturally softens. One reason this voice stays active at night is habit. If you spend the day constantly narrating your experience, the mind does not know when to stop. The Stoics were intentional about creating mental pauses during the day, small moments where they observed without commentary. This trained the mind to recognize rest. The narrator also feeds on identity. It reinforces who you believe you are by repeating familiar stories. At night, when identity feels fragile, it speaks louder. It tries to stabilize you by reminding you of roles, mistakes, plans, and fears. The Stoics loosened their attachment to identity. They did not need to define themselves constantly. This reduced the narrator's urgency. Another reason the narrator refuses to stop is discomfort with presence. When the voice quiets, you are left with direct experience. Breath, sensation, stillness. For a mind used to abstraction, this feels unfamiliar. The narrator rushes in to translate the experience into language, but language is not required for rest. The Stoics practiced allowing experience without explanation. They trusted that awareness itself was enough. When a thought appeared, they did not ask what it meant. When a feeling arose, they did not analyze it. This removed the narrator's job. The inner narrator also believes that understanding equals resolution, that if it can just explain something fully, peace will follow. But explanation at night rarely resolves anything. It multiplies angles. Each explanation leads to another question. The Stoics knew when understanding was useful and when it was not. Night was not the time for meaning-making. They allowed the narrator to speak without responding. No agreement, no correction, no continuation. Just letting the words pass. Over time, the voice learned that night was not its stage. This does not require force. Forcing silence only gives the narrator something to argue with. The Stoic approach was neutral observation, hearing the voice without stepping into the story, like listening to a conversation in another room, present but not involved. As this practice deepens, the narrator begins to lose momentum. It still appears, but with less urgency. It stops demanding attention. The gaps between thoughts grow longer. The mind rests not because it is empty, but because it is no longer being driven. The Stoics understood that true rest is not the absence of thought, but the absence of identification with thought. When you stop believing that every sentence in your head is you, the pressure lifts. The inner narrator eventually learns that the day has ended. That commentary is no longer required. That existence does not need explanation in the dark. And in that quiet recognition, the mind finally allows itself to rest. And when the inner narrator finally loses some of its urgency, something else becomes clear. The mind did not suddenly become louder at night. It was always this active. The difference is that now you are alone with it. No roles to perform, no conversations to manage, no movement to hide behind. Just you and the space where everything you avoided during the day finally has room to speak. During daylight hours, attention is scattered outward. Tasks demand focus. People need responses. Noise fills the gaps. The mind stays busy, reacting, adjusting, producing. Thoughts are still there, but they are diluted. They pass quickly because something else always interrupts them. Being alone removes those interruptions. When you are finally alone, the mind is no longer occupied with the external world. It turns inward, not because it wants to torture you, but because it finally has the chance. Everything that was postponed during the day comes forward at once. Unfelt emotions, unspoken thoughts, subtle worries that never had space to fully form. This is why thoughts feel louder in solitude, not because they increase in number, but because there is nothing competing with them. The Stoics understood that solitude reveals, it does not create. They did not fear this. They expected it. They knew that what appears in quiet moments is usually what has been waiting all along. Nighttime simply removes the disguise. Many people mistake this surge of thought as a sign that something is wrong. They assume they should feel calm when alone. But calm is not automatic, especially if your days are spent avoiding stillness. The mind does not know how to settle immediately. It first releases what it has been holding. This release can feel overwhelming if you are not prepared for it. Thoughts stack on top of each other. Emotions mix together. The inner world feels crowded. The Stoics did not try to silence this immediately. They allowed the mind to empty itself naturally. They trusted that noise often comes before quiet. Another reason thoughts get louder when you are alone is that the ego loses its audience. During the day, identity is reinforced by interaction. You are seen, you are needed, you are responding. At night, those signals disappear. The ego compensates by talking more. It tries to maintain relevance by narrating, evaluating, and remembering. The Stoics loosened this need for external validation. They did not require constant confirmation of who they were. This reduced the ego's need to speak when alone. When identity is not fragile, solitude becomes less threatening. There is also a biological reason for this shift. When stimulation decreases, the brain becomes more sensitive. This is not a flaw. It is how awareness works. In quiet environments, subtle signals become noticeable. Thoughts that were once background noise now stand out. The Stoics saw this as neutral. Sensitivity is not danger. It is simply attention without distraction. Modern habits often train the mind to fear being alone. Constant input becomes normal. Silence becomes unfamiliar. When the input stops, the mind reacts with intensity. It floods consciousness with content to replace what is missing. This is not failure, it is conditioning. The Stoic response was patience. They allowed the mind to adjust. They did not rush to fill the space. They understood that after a period of noise, the mind naturally slows, but only if it is not constantly interrupted. Being alone also removes social regulation. During the day, your thoughts are shaped by context. You filter, you edit, you choose what to express. At night, there is no filter. The mind speaks freely. This can feel raw, but it is also honest. The Stoics valued this honesty as long as it was not mistaken for truth. Not every thought that appears in solitude is meaningful. Some are leftovers, some are habits, some are echoes of stress. The Stoics did not treat them all equally. They observed without attaching importance. This prevented amplification. One of the most important distinctions they made was between presence and isolation. Being alone does not mean being abandoned. But many people carry old associations where aloneness meant neglect or danger. At night, these associations resurface. The mind grows louder as a way to keep company with itself. The Stoics countered this by cultivating inner companionship. They learned to be with themselves without judgment, without pressure, without constant dialogue. When being alone no longer felt threatening, the mind no longer needed to fill the space. They also trusted that thoughts do not require immediate response. A thought appearing does not mean action is needed. Solitude gives thoughts room to appear, but it does not give them authority. This understanding changes the experience of being alone. Over time, solitude becomes softer. Thoughts still appear, but they no longer shout. They speak, and then they pass. The mind learns that being alone is not a problem to solve. It is a state to inhabit. And when solitude is no longer resisted, the mind finally begins to rest in the space it once tried so hard to escape. And when solitude stops feeling overwhelming, another quiet skill begins to take shape. Not adding more techniques, not chasing silence, but learning how to carry less into the night. This is where the Stoics practiced something simple, yet deeply powerful: mental minimalism. Mental minimalism is not about emptying the mind, it is about reducing what you carry. During the day, the mind collects everything: tasks, opinions, emotions, expectations, other people's moods, unfinished thoughts. By nightfall, the mind is overloaded, and an overloaded mind does not rest easily. The Stoics believed the mind should end the day lighter than it began, not sharper, not more informed, lighter. They understood that most mental weight is optional, not because it is false, but because it is unnecessary right now. At night, necessity changes. What was useful at noon becomes noise at midnight. Mental minimalism begins with subtraction. The Stoics asked themselves what truly needed attention in this moment. Not what felt urgent, not what was loud, but what actually required action. At night, the answer was almost always nothing. This realization alone removed pressure. They did not try to solve everything. They did not review every thought. They did not prepare for every outcome. They simplified. One breath, one body, one moment. When the mind is reduced to basics, the nervous system relaxes. Modern minds often do the opposite. They treat nighttime as a final chance to process the day. They replay events, analyze emotions, revisit conversations. The Stoics saw this as misplacement. Reflection had its time. Night was not it. Reflection without the ability to act becomes mental clutter. Mental minimalism also meant limiting internal dialogue, not arguing with thoughts, not correcting them, not improving them, letting them exist without expansion. When you stop adding commentary, thoughts shrink on their own. A thought without fuel cannot grow. The Stoics understood that the mind adds weight by interpretation. A single event becomes a story. A feeling becomes a problem. A thought becomes a warning. Mental minimalism removes these layers. It allows events to be just events, feelings to be just sensations, thoughts to be just movements of the mind. This practice requires restraint, not effort. Effort adds weight. Restraint removes it. The Stoics practiced restraint by choosing not to elaborate, not to explain, not to connect everything into meaning. At night, meaning-making is heavy. Simplicity is light. They also simplified their sense of self before sleep. During the day, identity is complex. Roles overlap. Expectations stack. At night, the Stoics reduced identity to something basic, a human being resting. No titles, no performance, no comparison. When identity simplifies, the ego relaxes. Mental minimalism also applied to emotions. The Stoics did not demand emotional clarity before sleep. They allowed mixed feelings, uncertainty, neutrality. They did not label emotions as good or bad. Labeling adds mental weight. Allowing reduces it. Another part of this practice was limiting memory engagement, not suppressing memories but refusing to wander through them. The Stoics knew memory becomes distorted at night. They treated it carefully. A memory could appear without being explored, seeing without entering. They also avoided future construction. Planning at night often creates anxiety because the mind cannot complete plans without action. The Stoics postponed planning until daylight, when energy and perspective returned. Night was not for building futures, it was for restoring capacity. Mental minimalism trains the mind to accept incompleteness. Not everything needs closure. Not everything needs understanding. The Stoics trusted that life unfolds whether the mind supervises it or not. By letting go of excess thought, they aligned with that unfolding. This practice changes how the mind behaves over time. When the mind learns that night is not a place for complexity, it stops bringing complexity there. Thoughts still arise, but fewer stay. The mind becomes selective. Calm becomes more accessible. Mental minimalism does not require discipline in the harsh sense. It requires honesty. Honest recognition that thinking more is not always thinking better. That carrying everything is not strength. That rest is not something to earn by mental effort. The Stoics believed peace comes from living in accordance with nature, and nature rests. It does not analyze itself endlessly. It moves, then pauses. The mind, when allowed to follow this rhythm, finds its balance again. Reducing mental load at night is not about becoming empty. It is about becoming spacious. When there is space, the mind does not need to push. The body does not need to stay alert. Sleep arrives not as a reward, but as a natural response to simplicity. And in learning to carry less, the mind finally remembers how to be still without effort. And when the mind finally becomes lighter, something important comes into focus. It was never stress itself that kept you awake. Stress has always been part of life. People slept through wars, uncertainty, hunger, responsibility. What steals sleep is not the presence of stress, but the way the mind fights it once the lights go out. Stress is a natural response. It prepares the body to act. It sharpens attention. It gives energy when something matters. During the day, this response often serves you. At night, the problem is not that stress exists. The problem is that the mind refuses to let it be there without interference. When you lie down, the body is ready to rest, but the mind notices tension and immediately tries to remove it. I shouldn't feel like this. I need to calm down. Why am I still stressed? These thoughts feel reasonable. They sound like self-care, but they create a second layer of tension on top of the first. The Stoics understood this clearly. They knew that stress, when allowed, often settles on its own. But when resisted, it tightens. Resistance tells the nervous system that something is wrong, that the current state is unacceptable. The body responds by staying alert. Sleep moves further away. At night, stress becomes frightening because there is no outlet. You cannot act, you cannot solve, you cannot fix. The mind, uncomfortable with this helplessness, starts pushing against the feeling. It tries to force relaxation, but relaxation cannot be forced. It arrives when the system feels safe, not when it feels corrected. The Stoics practiced allowing stress to exist without commentary. They did not ask why it was there. They did not try to calm it down. They treated it like weather passing through the body, a sensation, not a threat. This attitude removed the struggle. Modern minds often believe that calm is a requirement for sleep. The Stoics believed the opposite. Sleep does not require calm. It requires non-resistance. You can fall asleep while feeling tense, sad, uncertain, or heavy if you stop arguing with those states. Resistance shows up in subtle ways: tightening the jaw, controlling the breath, repeating instructions to relax, mentally checking whether sleep is coming. Each of these actions tells the body that something needs fixing. The nervous system stays engaged because it senses effort. The Stoics trusted the body's intelligence. They believed the body knows how to return to balance when it is not interrupted. Stress is not permanent. It rises and falls naturally. The problem is that resistance freezes it in place. Another reason resistance steals sleep is because it turns discomfort into danger. When you resist stress, you label it as bad. Once labeled bad, the mind treats it as something to escape. Escape requires vigilance. Vigilance prevents rest. The Stoics removed this label. Stress was neither good nor bad. It was simply a response. By removing judgment, they removed urgency. The body relaxed, not because stress disappeared, but because the fight against it ended. Nighttime magnifies resistance because fatigue lowers tolerance. During the day, you can distract yourself from discomfort. At night, distraction fades. The mind becomes more aware of sensations. If you are used to pushing discomfort away, this awareness feels overwhelming. The Stoics expected this. They did not panic when tension became noticeable. They saw it as the body speaking. They also understood that stress often needs permission to leave. When you stop trying to control it, it completes its cycle. Muscles release, breathing deepens, heart rate slows. Not because you ordered it to, but because it was no longer blocked. The modern approach often adds techniques to fight stress. More breathing methods, more strategies, more effort. The Stoic approach removed effort. They chose surrender over control, not giving up, but standing down. This surrender was not dramatic. It was quiet, a simple inner posture of, "This can be here." When the mind stopped resisting, the body stopped signaling danger. Sleep arrived naturally, sometimes unexpectedly. The Stoics also knew that resisting stress often comes from fear of tomorrow. Worry that unresolved tension means future failure. But stress at night does not predict outcomes. It predicts fatigue. A rested mind handles stress better than an exhausted one. By allowing stress to exist without resistance, the Stoics conserved energy. They understood that sleep itself is the greatest stress regulator. Fighting stress at night delays the very thing that resolves it. Over time, practicing non-resistance changes the relationship with stress. It stops being an enemy. It becomes a temporary state. The mind no longer reacts to it with urgency. The body no longer stays on guard. Sleep returns not when life becomes calm, but when the mind stops demanding that it must be. And in that shift, from fighting stress to allowing it, the night finally becomes a place of rest instead of struggle. And when resistance softens, the mind reaches for one last thing to hold on to: the future. Not clearly, not calmly, but as a fog of possibilities that refuses to stay quiet. Tomorrow stands just out of reach, and the mind feels responsible for preparing for it. This is where uncertainty enters the room and quietly takes over the night. Uncertainty is not new. It has always been there. What changes at night is how the mind relates to it. During the day, uncertainty feels manageable because action is possible. You can plan, adjust, respond. At night, action disappears. The mind is left alone with what it cannot control, and this feels threatening. The mind reacts by trying to rehearse tomorrow. It runs scenarios. It predicts outcomes. It prepares conversations. It imagines mistakes. This rehearsal feels productive, but it rarely brings peace. It keeps the nervous system alert, as if the future will arrive faster if you stay awake. The Stoics understood that the future does not improve through mental tension. They accepted uncertainty as a permanent condition of life, not something to solve, but something to live with. For them, peace came not from predicting outcomes, but from preparing the mind to respond well to whatever arrives. Training the mind to accept tomorrow's uncertainty does not mean becoming careless. It means recognizing the limits of foresight. The Stoics believed that worrying about what you cannot control wastes the energy needed to handle what you can. At night, this energy should be restored, not spent. Uncertainty feels uncomfortable because the mind wants guarantees. It wants reassurance that everything will be fine, but guarantees are rare, and demanding them keeps the mind awake. The Stoics stopped asking the future to promise safety. They focused instead on strengthening their character. If the mind is steady, uncertainty loses its power. At night, uncertainty often disguises itself as responsibility. Thoughts say, "If I don't think about this now, I'll be unprepared." But preparation has a limit. Beyond that limit, thinking becomes fear dressed as duty. The Stoics learned to recognize this boundary. They practiced trusting the morning mind. They knew that clarity improves with rest, that decisions made while tired are rarely wise. By allowing uncertainty to remain unresolved at night, they protected their ability to meet it effectively the next day. Another reason tomorrow feels so heavy at night is because the mind compresses time. It pulls the future into the present. It treats what has not happened as if it already has. The Stoics countered this by returning attention to what is real now. The bed, the breath, the moment. Tomorrow was acknowledged, not invited in. They also practiced acceptance without resignation. Accepting uncertainty did not mean expecting failure. It meant recognizing that outcomes are not entirely up to you. This recognition reduced pressure. When you stop demanding certainty, the body relaxes. The Stoics reminded themselves that life has always been uncertain, and yet it has continued. People have always stepped into unknown days. They have faced them with incomplete information and imperfect plans. And still, life unfolded. Remembering this reduced the mind's urgency to predict. Training the mind in this way is gentle. It does not involve forcing yourself to stop worrying. It involves changing your relationship with worry. When thoughts about tomorrow appear, they are seen as signals of uncertainty, not instructions to engage. You do not need to push them away. You simply do not follow them. Over time, the mind learns that uncertainty does not require vigilance, that nothing collapses if tomorrow remains unknown for a few more hours, that rest is not irresponsibility, it is preparation. The Stoics believed that the best way to meet tomorrow is with a rested mind and a steady character, not with a night spent rehearsing fear. By allowing uncertainty to exist without resistance, they freed the night from the future's grip. And as the future loosens its hold, the mind becomes present again. Not because tomorrow is solved, but because it no longer needs to be carried through the dark. And as the future slowly releases its grip, another belief quietly waits to be questioned. A belief many people hold without realizing it. The idea that thoughts at night are somehow more real, more truthful, more honest than the ones you have during the day. There is a common myth that when everything is quiet, the mind finally tells the truth. That nighttime thinking strips away distractions and reveals what you are really feeling. This belief gives night thoughts authority. It makes them feel important. It convinces you that if a thought appears in the dark, it must mean something. The Stoics did not trust this assumption. They understood that honesty does not increase when the mind is tired. What increases is sensitivity. Fatigue lowers the mind's ability to balance emotion with reason. It removes context. It exaggerates tone. What feels like truth is often distortion shaped by exhaustion. At night, the mind loses its filters. During the day, thoughts are shaped by action, feedback, and perspective. You move, you interact, you see things change. At night, the mind operates in isolation, without correction, without contrast. Thoughts echo in a closed space, growing louder simply because nothing interrupts them. This makes them feel serious. But seriousness is not the same as truth. The Stoics believed that truth requires clarity, not quiet. And clarity requires energy. A tired mind does not see the full picture. It sees fragments and fills the gaps with fear or assumption. Nighttime thinking often removes nuance. Everything becomes absolute. A mistake feels final. A worry feels inevitable. A doubt feels like a verdict. This is not honesty. It is imbalance. Another reason nighttime thoughts feel more honest is emotional intensity. Emotions feel stronger when the body is tired. When you feel something strongly, the mind assumes it must be true. But emotions are signals, not conclusions. The Stoics never equated emotional intensity with accuracy. They knew that sadness at night does not mean life is sad. Anxiety at night does not mean danger is near. Regret at night does not mean you failed. These feelings reflect the state of the nervous system, not the reality of your situation. The mind also becomes more self-focused at night. Without external engagement, attention turns inward. Self-reflection increases. This can be useful, but it also amplifies self-criticism. The mind scans for flaws, mistakes, and weaknesses. It does this not because it is being honest, but because it is searching for certainty in the absence of stimulation. The Stoics did not give this scanning behavior credibility. They understood that self-evaluation at night is often harsh and incomplete. It lacks compassion. It lacks context. It lacks the ability to act on insight. Reflection without action becomes rumination. Another reason this myth persists is cultural. Many people are told to listen to their thoughts at night, to journal, to analyze, to work through feelings before sleep. The Stoics would caution against this, not because reflection is bad, but because timing matters. Reflection without energy distorts truth. They believed that the morning mind is more honest than the midnight one. Rest restores proportion. It softens emotional extremes. It reintroduces patience. A thought that felt undeniable at night often feels manageable by daylight. Not because it was suppressed, but because the mind is functioning properly again. Nighttime thinking also lacks feedback. During the day, your thoughts are tested by reality. At night, they circulate unchecked. They feel complete because nothing challenges them. This gives them false authority. The Stoics trained themselves to suspend judgment at night. When a thought appeared, they did not label it as true or false. They treated it as temporary mental activity, something to be observed, not believed. This removed its power. They also understood that truth does not demand urgency. If a thought were truly important, it would still matter in the morning. Truth does not expire overnight. This understanding allowed them to rest without fear of missing something essential. Believing that nighttime thoughts are more honest keeps the mind awake because it demands engagement. You feel responsible to listen, to analyze, to respond. Once this belief is questioned, the pressure lifts. A thought can appear without being treated as a message. The Stoics believed wisdom includes knowing when the mind is not a reliable guide. Night is one of those times, not because the mind is broken, but because it is tired. Trusting a tired guide leads you in circles. They allowed night thoughts to exist without giving them meaning. They did not fight them. They did not follow them. They simply let them pass, knowing that clarity returns with rest. When this myth loses its grip, the night becomes quieter. Not because thoughts stop appearing, but because they stop being treated as confessions or revelations. They become what they are, passing activity in a resting mind. And in that understanding, the mind is finally free to let go. And once nighttime thoughts are no longer mistaken for truth, another habit quietly becomes possible. Allowing the mind to move without moving with it, letting thoughts drift across awareness without turning each one into a path you must walk. The mind is not designed to stay still. When the body rests, the mind wanders. It jumps from memory to image, from idea to feeling, from nothing in particular to something oddly specific. This wandering is natural. The problem begins when every movement of the mind is treated as an invitation. Most people do not just notice their thoughts, they enter them. A single thought appears, and suddenly they are inside a story. One thought becomes 10. 10 become a conversation. The body remains in bed, but the mind is traveling. Sleep disappears because attention keeps boarding every train that passes. The Stoics did not try to stop the mind from wandering. They understood that stopping thought is not the goal. They focused instead on not following. A thought could arise without being pursued. An image could appear without being expanded. The difference is subtle, but it changes everything. Following a thought gives it momentum. It turns a brief mental event into a process. Letting a thought pass leaves it incomplete, and incomplete thoughts often dissolve on their own. At night, the mind wanders because it is decompressing. It is releasing fragments collected during the day. This is not a problem to solve. It is a process to allow. The Stoics trusted this process, but they did not interfere with it by engaging. Engagement looks harmless at first. Just one more thought. Let me see where this goes. But each time you follow a thought, you signal interest. The mind responds by offering more. Attention feeds activity. Withdrawal starves it. The Stoics trained their attention gently, not by force, but by choice. When a thought appeared, they noticed it as an event, not a direction. This created space between awareness and content. In that space, freedom exists. This practice is often misunderstood. Letting the mind wander does not mean zoning out. It means staying present without grabbing. Awareness remains steady while thoughts move freely, like watching leaves float down a stream without stepping into the water. Many people fear that if they do not follow their thoughts, they are ignoring something important. The Stoics knew that importance is proven by persistence. A thought that truly matters will return in daylight when it can be addressed. A thought that disappears when ignored was not essential. Another reason people follow thoughts at night is boredom. Stillness feels empty, and the mind fills the gap. But boredom is simply unused attention. When you stop chasing stimulation, boredom passes. What remains is quiet awareness, which feels unfamiliar at first but becomes calming. The Stoics practiced returning to simple anchors, not to control the mind, but to stay grounded. The feeling of the body resting, the rhythm of breathing, the weight of stillness. These anchors were not used to push thoughts away, but to give attention somewhere neutral. When attention rests on something simple, thoughts lose urgency. They continue to appear, but they no longer dominate. The mind learns that it does not need to be followed to exist. Another challenge is emotional wandering. Thoughts often carry feeling. When a thought is emotionally charged, it pulls attention more strongly. The Stoics noticed this pull without resisting it. They allowed the sensation without adding story, feeling without explanation, sensation without meaning. This is difficult at first because the mind wants to connect emotion to narrative, but emotions do not require stories to pass. When left alone, they shift naturally. The Stoics trusted this movement. Letting the mind wander without following it also reduces self-identification. When you stop stepping into every thought, you realize that thoughts are not you. They are events happening within awareness. This realization brings relief. You no longer feel responsible for every mental movement. The Stoics believed freedom begins when you stop being pulled by every impulse. Not just physical impulses, but mental ones. At night, this freedom shows itself as rest. This practice does not make the mind empty. It makes it spacious. Thoughts move through space instead of filling it. Silence grows not by force, but by lack of interference. Over time, the mind learns a new pattern. Thoughts still appear, but fewer turn into journeys. The nervous system relaxes because it is no longer being activated by constant engagement. Letting the mind wander without following it is a form of trust. Trust that awareness does not need to control content. Trust that rest happens naturally when attention stops chasing. And as attention learns to stay while thoughts move on, the night becomes quieter. Not because the mind is still, but because you are no longer being carried by it. And as you stop chasing every thought, something unexpected begins to reveal itself. Not fear, not anxiety, but a quiet sense of importance attached to thinking itself. A belief that staying mentally active means being responsible, intelligent, prepared. This is where overthinking hides its deeper motive. Overthinking often feels like concern, like care, like diligence, but beneath it there is frequently pride, not the loud kind, the subtle kind, the belief that you must be the one to figure everything out, that your mind must stay engaged or things will fall apart, that letting go would mean failing your role. This pride is rarely conscious. It forms slowly, through years of being praised for thinking ahead, for anticipating problems, for being the one who worries so others don't have to. Over time, thinking becomes identity. Rest feels undeserved. Letting go feels like weakness. The Stoics recognized this pattern and challenged it directly. They believed that overthinking is often a refusal to accept human limits, a quiet insistence that the mind should be capable of controlling outcomes beyond its reach. This insistence does not come from humility. It comes from the ego's need to matter. At night, this pride becomes visible. When there is nothing left to do, the mind keeps working anyway. It tells itself it is being careful, but carefulness without action is illusion. It creates fatigue, not safety. The Stoics believed that true strength lies in knowing when effort is no longer useful. Continuing to think when thinking produces no clarity is not discipline. It is attachment. Attachment to the idea that your mental effort is essential at all times. There is also a hidden fear beneath this pride. Fear of insignificance. Fear that if you stop thinking, you stop contributing. The Stoics separated worth from effort. A person does not become less valuable when they rest. Value does not come from constant vigilance. Overthinking at night often carries the tone of responsibility. I should be thinking about this. I can't let this go. These thoughts feel moral, but morality is not measured by mental exhaustion. The Stoics believe that exhausting the mind helps no one. A rested mind serves better than a strained one. Pride also shows up as mistrust. Mistrust of others, mistrust of time, mistrust of life itself. Overthinking assumes that without your constant attention, things will go wrong. The Stoics viewed this as a misunderstanding of how life works. The world is not held together by your thoughts. They practiced humility by recognizing how small their control truly was. This was not depressing, it was relieving. When you accept that not everything depends on you, the mind softens. The need to monitor fades. Another layer of pride in overthinking is the belief that suffering equals depth, that thinking deeply at night makes you more aware, more insightful. The Stoics rejected this romantic view. They believed wisdom is calm, not tortured. Clarity does not require pain. Nighttime overthinking also feeds the ego by creating a sense of importance. You feel busy, engaged, needed. Letting go threatens this sense of self. But the Stoics did not need to feel important to feel at peace. They found dignity in alignment, not in effort. They reminded themselves that even the greatest minds rest. Nature rests. Seasons pause. The body sleeps. Refusing to rest is not noble. It is out of rhythm. Letting go of overthinking requires humility. The humility to accept that you do not need to supervise existence, that life does not require your constant analysis to continue unfolding. That wisdom includes silence. This humility does not weaken you. It grounds you. It allows the mind to release its grip without guilt. Overthinking loses its moral disguise. It is seen clearly for what it is, unnecessary effort driven by ego. When this realization settles in, the mind relaxes, not because problems disappeared, but because the need to prove mental worth faded. Rest becomes allowed, and in that permission, thinking finally quiets, not because it was forced, but because it no longer needed to perform. And when the mind no longer needs to prove its worth through constant thinking, another habit slowly loosens its grip. The urge to be ready for everything, to anticipate every turn, to mentally rehearse all possible outcomes before allowing rest. This habit feels responsible, even wise. But at night, it becomes a heavy burden. Many people believe preparedness equals safety. If you can imagine every possible outcome, you won't be surprised, you won't be hurt, you won't fail. This belief often develops from experience. Times when being unprepared led to pain. So the mind learns to stay ahead, to scan the horizon endlessly. What begins as protection turns into exhaustion. At night, this habit becomes relentless. The mind runs scenarios without pause. If this happens, then I'll do that. If that goes wrong, I'll say this. Each imagined outcome creates another branch, another path to follow. The mind never reaches the end because there is no end. Possibility is infinite. The Stoics understood that life cannot be fully rehearsed. They accepted uncertainty not as a flaw, but as a condition of being alive. Trying to prepare for every outcome was, to them, a misunderstanding of control. You can prepare your character. You cannot prepare every circumstance. This distinction changes everything. The Stoics focused on internal readiness rather than external prediction. Instead of asking, "What will happen?" they asked, "How will I respond?" This shift removed the need to simulate the future endlessly. When you trust your ability to respond with reason and integrity, you no longer need to mentally live every future in advance. At night, the mind tries to prepare because it fears helplessness. With no action available, thinking becomes a substitute. But preparation without action is incomplete. It creates the illusion of readiness without the substance. The Stoics recognized this and chose rest over rehearsal. Another reason this habit persists is fear of regret. The mind believes that if it does not prepare, it will later blame itself. "I should have seen this coming." This fear keeps the mind awake, scanning for blind spots. But the Stoics knew that regret comes not from lack of prediction, but from acting against one's values. Preparation of character mattered more than prediction of events. They accepted that surprises are inevitable. Even the most careful plans fail. Even the most prepared people are caught off guard. This was not pessimism, it was realism. Accepting this reality reduced the pressure to control the future mentally. At night, imagining outcomes also feeds emotional responses. Fear reacts to imagined loss. Anger reacts to imagined conflict. Sadness reacts to imagined disappointment. The body responds as if these events are real. Sleep becomes impossible because the nervous system is responding to a future that does not yet exist. The Stoics saw this as unnecessary suffering. Why live events twice, once in fear, once in reality, when living them once is already enough? By releasing the need to prepare for every outcome, they reduce the emotional toll of anticipation. This release does not mean carelessness. It means trusting life to unfold moment by moment. It means trusting yourself to meet reality when it arrives, not before. The Stoics believed that a rested mind is far more capable than a rehearsed one. They also understood that preparedness has diminishing returns. Beyond a certain point, thinking no longer improves outcomes. It only increases anxiety. Recognizing this limit is wisdom. Stopping before that point is discipline. Letting go of this habit requires trust. Trust in your resilience. Trust in your ability to adapt. Trust that you have handled uncertainty before and will do so again. The Stoics built this trust by reflecting on past challenges, not to relive them, but to remember their own strength. At night, they reminded themselves that tomorrow would bring new information, new context, new energy. Preparing now with incomplete information was not preparation, it was guesswork. Releasing the need to be prepared for every outcome frees the mind from endless loops. The future no longer needs to be carried into bed. Possibility is allowed to remain open without being explored. When this habit loosens, the body relaxes. The nervous system senses that vigilance is no longer required. Sleep becomes possible not because the future is safe, but because it no longer needs supervision. And in that quiet trust, the mind finally steps back from the edge of tomorrow and returns to the only place where rest has ever been possible. And as the future is no longer dragged into the night, something closer comes into view. Not tomorrow, not events, but the self. the idea you hold of who you are. At night, thoughts often stop circling problems and begin circling identity. This is when sleep becomes most fragile. Night thoughts feed on identity threats. During the day, identity is reinforced constantly. You act, you speak, you receive reactions. Roles are clear: parent, worker, partner, friend. These roles anchor the sense of self. But at night, those anchors loosen. There is no feedback, no confirmation, no performance. The mind is left alone with the question it rarely asks out loud: am I okay as I am? When identity feels uncertain, the mind reacts. It searches for proof. Proof that you are competent, that you are good enough, that you are not failing. Night thoughts often circle mistakes, comparisons, and imagined judgments because they threaten identity. They are not random. They aim directly at the places where self-image feels fragile. A thought like, "Why did I say that?" is not about the sentence. It is about the fear of being seen as foolish. A thought like, "What if I can't handle this?" is not about the task. It is about the fear of being weak. A thought like, "I should be further along," is not about time. It is about worth. The Stoics understood that identity-based thinking is the most exhausting kind, because you cannot solve it with answers. Identity is not a problem to fix. It is a story to loosen. At night, identity threats feel stronger because there is no counterbalance. During the day, action reassures the ego. At night, action is gone. The ego becomes insecure. It starts defending itself through thought. It reviews the past to justify itself. It imagines the future to protect itself. Sleep disappears because the ego feels under threat. The Stoics did not strengthen identity to solve this. They softened it. They believed that peace comes not from a strong identity, but from a flexible one. The more tightly you define who you must be, the more easily that image is threatened. At night, even small doubts feel dangerous because they shake the image you depend on. Stoics reduced identity to character, not image. Character meant how you choose to act when action is possible, not how you appear, not how you are judged, not how you are remembered. This shift removed much of the ego's fear. They also separated events from self. A mistake did not mean "I am flawed." It meant something happened. A failure did not mean "I am failing." It meant this did not work. By removing "I am" from thoughts, they removed much of the emotional charge. Night thoughts often become painful because they merge behavior with being. The mind says, "This happened, therefore this is who I am." The Stoics refused this leap. They believed identity is not defined by moments, but by intention and effort over time. Another reason night thoughts feed on identity is comparison. At night, the mind imagines others judging you, succeeding more, living better, being more confident. These comparisons attack identity directly. The Stoics avoided comparison because they saw it as meaningless. You are not competing in the same race. You do not share the same path. They measured life internally, not socially. Did I act with reason today? Did I try to live according to my values? If yes, the day was enough. If no, tomorrow was another chance. This simplicity protected the mind from endless evaluation. Identity threats also come from roles. Many people tie their worth to what they provide. At night, when providing stops, worth feels uncertain. The Stoics detached worth from productivity. A human being does not stop having value when they stop doing. This idea is difficult for modern minds because identity is often built on output. Night removes output. The ego panics. Thoughts rush in to rebuild a sense of self. The Stoic answer was rest. Rest as recognition that being alive is enough. They also practiced reminding themselves of impermanence. Not as fear, but as perspective. Roles change, titles fade, opinions shift. When identity is seen as temporary, it loses its grip. The mind stops defending it so aggressively. Night thoughts feed on identity threats because identity feels unprotected in the dark. The Stoics protected it not by armor, but by lightness, by not demanding that the self be perfect, complete, or certain. When identity is allowed to be unfinished, thoughts lose their sharpest weapon. The mind no longer needs to prove, justify, or defend who you are. Thoughts still appear, but they no longer feel personal. And when thoughts stop attacking identity, the body finally relaxes. Because it is not danger that keeps you awake. It is the fear of not being enough. When that fear softens, the night becomes quieter without effort. And once identity no longer needs defending, something subtle but freeing becomes possible. The realization that not every thought is important, that some thoughts are not messages, warnings, or reflections of truth. They are simply noise. Mental static produced by a tired brain doing what brains do when stimulation drops. Most people treat every thought as meaningful by default. If it appears, it must matter. If it repeats, it must be urgent. This assumption gives thoughts power they were never meant to have. At night, when the mind is less filtered, this power multiplies. Random fragments rise to the surface and demand attention. The Stoics did not treat the mind as a sacred messenger. They treated it as a tool. And like any tool, it sometimes malfunctioned. It produced excess. It produced repetition. It produced nonsense. Accepting this was not dismissive. It was realistic. Some thoughts are just leftovers, bits of conversation, images from the day, half-formed ideas with no direction. When the mind is tired, it strings these fragments together without logic. The result feels unsettling because the brain seeks coherence. But coherence is not always available, especially at night. The Stoics understood that meaning is something you assign, not something every thought carries. A thought can exist without carrying insight. It can pass through awareness without needing interpretation. This understanding removes the pressure to engage. Night thoughts often feel loud because the mind is no longer busy. In silence, even meaningless noise sounds significant, like hearing a ticking clock in an empty room. The sound was always there. Only now is it noticeable. Modern minds often react by trying to make sense of the noise. They ask, "Why am I thinking this?" Or, "What does this mean?" This questioning adds fuel. The Stoics did the opposite. They allowed noise to remain noise. No explanation, no concern. They knew that tired minds produce strange output. Just as muscles twitch when fatigued, the mind releases random content when depleted. This is not a sign of truth. It is a sign of exhaustion. Treating these thoughts seriously is like treating a hiccup as a message. Another reason meaningless thoughts feel important is emotional residue. A thought may carry a feeling without context, anxiety without a clear cause, sadness without a story. The mind rushes to attach meaning to justify the sensation, but sensations do not always come with explanations. The Stoics allowed feelings to exist without labeling them. Accepting noise requires humility, the humility to admit that the mind is not always profound, that awareness does not equal wisdom, that not every mental event deserves respect. This humility is freeing. It removes the burden of constant interpretation. The Stoics practiced selective listening. They did not silence the mind. They simply chose what to take seriously. Thoughts aligned with reason and values mattered. Thoughts born from fatigue did not. This discrimination protected their peace. Nighttime noise often repeats because it is ignored improperly. Fighting it gives it energy. Analyzing it gives it purpose. Accepting it as meaningless allows it to fade. The mind does not cling to what is not fed. There is also relief in realizing that some thoughts are not about you. They do not reflect your desires, your fears, or your character. They are mental weather, passing conditions. When you stop personalizing them, their emotional charge weakens. The Stoics believed awareness should be calm, not crowded. By allowing noise without engagement, they kept awareness spacious. Thoughts floated through without sticking. Sleep followed naturally, not because the mind was empty, but because it was no longer busy assigning meaning where none was needed. This practice does not make you careless, it makes you discerning. You stop treating every mental movement as a signal. You stop exhausting yourself trying to decode static. And in that simplicity, the night becomes lighter. The mind rests not because thoughts disappear, but because they are finally allowed to be what many of them always were, just noise. And once noise no longer needs interpretation, a deeper clarity quietly appears. The realization that noticing a thought is not the same as entering it. That awareness and engagement are two very different things, even though they often feel inseparable. Most people believe that being aware of a thought means they are already involved in it. The moment a thought appears, attention locks onto it. It is examined, judged, expanded, or resisted. Awareness turns into participation without consent. At night, this habit becomes exhausting because the mind has fewer distractions to interrupt the process. The Stoics made a clear distinction. Awareness is passive. Engagement is active. Awareness is simply noticing that something exists. Engagement is choosing to interact with it. Confusing the two keeps the mind busy long after the body is ready to rest. A thought can appear in awareness the same way a sound appears in a quiet room. You hear it, but you do not have to respond to it. The problem is not the thought itself. The problem is the reflex to do something with it. This reflex is learned. Over years, the mind is trained to react immediately to mental content. At night, this reflex becomes obvious. A thought arises, and before you realize it, you are thinking about the thought. Awareness collapses into engagement. The mind starts building meaning, stories, consequences. Sleep disappears not because of the thought, but because of the engagement that follows. The Stoics trained themselves to remain in awareness without stepping into action. They observed thoughts as events, not instructions. This did not require effort. It required restraint. The restraint to let awareness stay wide while content moved through it. This practice feels unnatural at first because engagement feels productive. Awareness feels idle. But the Stoics understood that awareness without engagement is not laziness. It is mastery. It allows the mind to remain open without being pulled in every direction. Another reason awareness and engagement are confused is emotion. When a thought carries feeling, engagement feels automatic. The Stoics noticed this link and separated the two. A feeling could be present without analysis. A sensation could exist without a story. Awareness held the experience. Engagement was optional. This separation is especially important at night, when emotions are more intense and perspective is limited. Engaging emotionally charged thoughts at night often leads to distortion. The Stoics avoided this by staying in observation mode until the mind was rested enough to respond wisely. They also understood that engagement drains energy. Awareness does not. Watching a thought pass uses little energy. Following it consumes much more. At night, when energy is low, conserving mental resources is essential. Awareness conserves. Engagement spends. Many people fear that if they do not engage with a thought, they are ignoring something important. The Stoics trusted persistence. Important matters return. Trivial ones fade. Engagement is not required to keep what matters alive. This practice also reduces identification. When you stay in awareness, thoughts stop feeling personal. They become experiences rather than definitions. This creates space. Space reduces urgency. Urgency keeps the mind awake. The Stoics believed that peace comes from knowing where you stand. Awareness is where you stand. Engagement is where you move. At night, standing is enough. Movement can wait. As this distinction becomes clearer, the mind stops collapsing into every thought. Awareness remains steady. Thoughts appear and disappear without dragging attention along. And in that steady awareness, rest becomes possible, not because the mind is silent, but because it is no longer constantly engaging with itself. And as awareness becomes steadier without pulling you into action, something deeper begins to take shape. A quiet respect for rest itself, not as comfort, not as escape, but as something meaningful, something deliberate, something that says more about character than effort ever could. The Stoics did not treat sleep as a luxury. They treated it as a responsibility. To them, sleep was not the opposite of discipline. It was a form of it. They believed that how you rest reflects how you live. A mind that refuses to sleep is often a mind that refuses limits. And refusing limits to the Stoics was not strength. It was imbalance. They lived in demanding conditions: war, illness, political pressure, uncertainty. These were not calm lives, yet they understood that neglecting sleep weakened judgment, patience, and virtue. A tired mind reacts instead of choosing. It becomes impulsive, defensive, unfair. From their perspective, staying awake unnecessarily was not noble. It was careless. Stoics believed moral action requires clarity, and clarity requires rest. This is why they respected sleep as part of ethical living, not because sleep feels good, but because it preserves the ability to act well. A person who is exhausted is more likely to act out of anger, fear, or habit. A rested person can pause, can choose, can respond instead of react. They did not romanticize sacrifice that destroyed balance. They questioned it. Sacrificing sleep to prove dedication was, to them, a misunderstanding of virtue. Virtue was not about endurance at any cost. It was about harmony between mind, body, and action. Stoics also understood that sleep teaches humility. When you sleep, you admit that you are not self-sufficient, that you cannot operate continuously, that nature has a rhythm you must obey. Resisting sleep was seen as resisting reality itself. Marcus Aurelius wrote about returning to rest the way a body returns to its proper place, not as collapse, but as alignment. Sleep was how the mind returned to order. They also believed that neglecting sleep was a form of injustice toward oneself. The Stoics valued justice not only outwardly, but inwardly. Treating your own mind harshly was no different than treating others harshly. Rest was an act of fairness. At night, when thoughts pushed for more effort, more thinking, more control, the Stoic response was not indulgence. It was restraint. Restraint from unnecessary activity. Restraint from overuse of the mind. This restraint was moral because it protected the capacity to live rightly. They also respected sleep because it reminded them of impermanence. Every day ends. Every effort stops. You are required to let go. This letting go trained detachment. It softened the grip of ego. When you lie down to sleep, all roles dissolve. Emperor and servant sleep the same way. This truth mattered deeply to the Stoics. Sleep stripped away illusion. You cannot perform while asleep. You cannot impress. You cannot control outcomes. You simply exist. Accepting this nightly was a practice in humility and perspective. The Stoics also believed that proper rest prevented cruelty. Fatigue narrows empathy. It makes people sharp, impatient, dismissive. By respecting sleep, they preserved kindness. They preserved reason. They preserved the ability to treat others fairly. They did not force themselves to sleep. They prepared for it by removing obstacles, mental clutter, emotional resistance, false urgency. They believed sleep follows naturally when the mind is not abused. Respecting sleep meant respecting boundaries, knowing when thought had reached its limit, knowing when effort turned into excess, knowing when the right action was to stop. In this sense, sleep was not passive. It was chosen. Chosen over rumination, chosen over ego, chosen over fear disguised as responsibility. They did not see sleep as time lost. They saw it as time invested. An investment in clarity, in patience, in wisdom, in the ability to meet the next day without being distorted by exhaustion. A Stoic did not go to sleep feeling defeated. They went to sleep knowing they had acted according to nature. And nature rests. To respect sleep was to respect life's rhythm. To ignore it was to fight a system larger than oneself. The Stoics did not fight what could not be won. They rested not because everything was resolved, but because rest itself was part of living well. And when sleep is no longer treated as optional, another habit quietly reveals itself. One that feels productive, even intelligent, but drains the mind more than almost anything else. The endless rehearsal of conversations that exist only in your head. These conversations feel real. They come with tone, emotion, pauses, reactions. You argue your point perfectly. You defend yourself. You explain what you meant. You anticipate what they might say next. And none of it ever happens. At night, these imagined conversations become especially vivid. The mind has no tasks to anchor it, so it turns inward. It searches for unfinished social moments. Words you didn't say, boundaries you didn't set, things you wish someone understood. The mind tells you this rehearsal is preparation, that you're getting ready, that next time you'll be ready. The Stoics saw this clearly for what it was: wasted energy. Rehearsing conversations at night feels useful because it gives the illusion of control. You feel active. You feel involved. You feel like you are correcting the past or protecting the future. But the reality is simpler. You are keeping your nervous system alert for an event that is not happening. Most of these conversations never occur, and if they do, they never follow the script. People don't say what you predicted. You don't respond the way you practiced. Real life does not cooperate with imagined dialogue. The Stoics understood that rehearsing social moments rarely improves real ones. At night, the mind replays conversations because social identity feels vulnerable. Words are tied to how we are seen. When a conversation feels unresolved, the ego wants repair. It wants validation. It wants to be understood. Without feedback, the mind creates its own audience. The Stoics did not deny the pain of misunderstood moments, but they refused to relive them endlessly. They knew that replaying conversations strengthens emotional attachment. Each rehearsal deepens the feeling. Anger grows sharper, shame grows heavier, anxiety grows louder. They practiced letting conversations end where they ended. This does not mean suppressing feelings. It means recognizing that the mind is not a courtroom for imagined dialogue. You cannot resolve social tension alone in the dark. Resolution requires reality, not repetition. Another reason these rehearsals persist is fear. Fear of future confrontation, fear of being caught off guard. The mind believes that practicing will prevent discomfort, but the Stoics trusted their character more than their scripts. They believed that a calm, principled mind responds better than a rehearsed one. They focused on how they wanted to be, not what they wanted to say. When character is steady, words follow naturally. You don't need to memorize lines to act with honesty. At night, rehearsing conversations also keeps the ego active. It maintains a sense of importance. You are still involved, still relevant, still defending your position. Letting go feels like losing. The Stoics saw this as attachment to image. They were willing to let imagined victories go. They reminded themselves that silence does not equal defeat. Not responding mentally is not submission. It is choice. You are allowed to stop participating in arguments that exist only in thought. There is also a physical cost to these rehearsals. The body responds as if the conversation is real. Heart rate increases, muscles tense, breathing changes. Sleep becomes impossible because the body believes interaction is happening. The Stoics recognized this mismatch and removed the stimulus. They practiced ending the loop by returning attention to what was actually present. The room, the bed, the body resting, reality, not dialogue. This grounded the nervous system. Another key insight they held was this: if a conversation truly matters, it deserves your full presence when it happens, not a tired, anxious rehearsal. By saving energy for real interaction, they honored both themselves and others. They also accepted that some conversations never get closure. Some misunderstandings remain. Some explanations are never given. This is part of life. Demanding perfect communication is another form of control. The Stoics released this demand. Rehearsing conversations often comes from the desire to be seen correctly. The Stoics shifted this desire inward. They cared more about seeing themselves clearly than being seen correctly by everyone else. This reduced the need to defend, explain, or rehearse. When you stop replaying conversations, a surprising calm follows. The mind has fewer hooks to catch on. Social tension loses its grip. The night becomes quieter because there are fewer imaginary interactions demanding attention. The Stoics understood that words belong to daylight, to presence, to real faces and real moments. Night belongs to rest. By refusing to argue with people who are not there, they protected their peace. And in doing so, they made space for something far more valuable than the perfect reply. They made space for sleep. And when imaginary conversations finally lose their grip, another layer of the mind becomes easier to notice. Not words this time, but pictures, faces, scenes, moments that appear without warning, mental images that feel vivid, emotional, and oddly convincing. They arrive quietly and pull attention just as strongly as thoughts, sometimes even more. Mental images are powerful because they bypass logic. A picture can trigger emotion faster than a sentence. A memory flashes, and the body reacts before the mind can question it. At night, when the senses are quiet, these images feel sharper. A single scene can stir regret, fear, longing, or anger in seconds. Most people assume these images mean something, that they are messages from the subconscious, that they need interpretation. This belief gives them weight. The Stoics did not share this belief. They understood that the mind produces images the way it produces thoughts, constantly and without intention. Images are not commands, they are not truths, they are not warnings, they are impressions. The Stoics trained indifference toward these impressions, not coldness, not suppression. Indifference in the sense of not assigning importance. An image could appear without being followed, analyzed, or emotionally fueled. At night, this practice is essential because images tend to exaggerate. A past moment feels more intense than it was. A feared outcome feels closer than it is. The mind fills in details that never existed. Fatigue weakens discernment, and the image feels real simply because it is clear. The Stoics taught that clarity does not equal accuracy. An image can be sharp and still meaningless. It can be emotionally charged and still irrelevant. Training indifference means learning to see the image as an event in the mind, not as a reflection of reality. This takes practice because images trigger automatic responses. The body tightens. The breath changes. Attention locks on. The Stoics did not fight this reaction. They let the body respond while refusing to add mental fuel. No story, no explanation, no continuation. They believed that images gain power only when they are entertained. When attention stays neutral, images fade naturally. Just like dreams dissolve when you wake, mental images dissolve when not fed. Another reason images feel so compelling at night is that they often relate to identity. You see yourself failing, being rejected, being misunderstood. These images threaten self-image, which makes them harder to ignore. The Stoics softened identity to weaken this effect. When the self is not rigid, images lose their target. They also recognize that images often recycle old emotional energy. The mind replays what once mattered because it left an imprint. This does not mean it still matters. It means the nervous system remembers. Indifference allows memory to pass without reopening emotion. Training this indifference does not mean forcing yourself to look away. It means staying present without involvement. You notice the image the same way you notice a shadow on the wall. It is there, but it does not require action. The Stoics practiced grounding attention in what was physically present: the weight of the body, the feel of breath, the contact with the bed. These sensations anchor awareness in reality. Images exist in the mind, not in the room. This distinction matters. Reality calms the nervous system. Imagination excites it. They also understood that images are often incomplete. The mind fills in gaps with fear or desire. Indifference stops this filling-in process. When you do not complete the image with thought, it collapses. Another important aspect of this practice is patience. Images may return again and again. This does not mean you are failing. It means the mind is unwinding. Each time you respond with neutrality, the habit weakens. The Stoics did not aim to eliminate mental imagery. They aimed to change their relationship to it. Images were allowed to exist without power, without authority, without urgency. This practice also builds trust in awareness. You learn that you can see disturbing images without being harmed by them. That awareness is stable, even when content is unstable. This confidence reduces fear, which reduces the frequency of intrusive imagery. At night, when the mind is prone to exaggeration, this skill is especially valuable. You stop mistaking imagination for reality. You stop reacting to scenes that exist only in thought. The body relaxes because it is no longer responding to internal movies. The Stoics believed that peace does not come from controlling the mind's output. It comes from controlling the response. Indifference is not apathy. It is clarity. By training indifference toward mental images, the night becomes less dramatic. Fewer scenes demand attention. Fewer emotions are triggered. The mind grows quieter, not by force, but by lack of interest. Images still appear, but they pass through awareness like reflections on water. Seen, unfollowed, gone. And in that quiet neutrality, rest finds its way in without resistance. And when images lose their ability to pull you in, another force often takes their place. Memory, not gentle remembering, but sharp recall. Moments from the past arriving with precision and emotion, as if they were happening now. At night, memory does not behave like a record. It behaves like a weapon. Memory turns hostile when the mind is tired. During the day, memories are balanced by context. You remember, but you also move forward. At night, movement stops. Memory gains the entire stage, and without balance, it changes character. It selects selectively. It exaggerates. It aims where it hurts most. At night, memory rarely brings neutral moments. It brings embarrassment, regret, missed chances, words said wrong, words not said at all. The mind does not replay victories when it is exhausted. It replays threats to identity, moments where you felt small, wrong, or exposed. The Stoics understood that memory is not a truth machine. It is a storyteller influenced by emotion and fatigue. They knew that the past does not return accurately at night. It returns distorted, sharpened by insecurity, and stripped of compassion. When memory becomes a weapon, it does so by collapsing time. The body reacts as if the past is present. Shame tightens muscles. Anger heats the chest. Sadness weighs the limbs. Sleep disappears because the nervous system believes something is happening now. But nothing is happening now. The Stoics trained themselves to see memory as an impression, not a summons. A memory could appear without being obeyed, without being re-entered, without being judged again. They understood that revisiting the past at night does not correct it. It only deepens the wound. One reason memory feels so dangerous at night is because the mind uses it to define the self. It says, "This happened, therefore this is who you are." The Stoics rejected this equation. They believed a person is not defined by isolated moments, especially moments recalled without context. They separated event from essence. A mistake was something that occurred, not something that continued to exist. At night, the mind forgets this distinction. The Stoics remembered it deliberately. Memory also becomes a weapon when it is used for punishment. The mind believes that replaying past errors is a form of responsibility, that if you suffer enough, you are being accountable. The Stoics did not believe in this kind of self-punishment. They believed learning requires clarity, not cruelty. They practiced learning during the day when action was possible. At night, they refused to reopen lessons. not because they denied mistakes, but because they respected timing. Reflection without the ability to act is not wisdom. It is torment. Another reason memory sharpens at night is because the ego is unguarded. During the day, self-image is reinforced by roles and interaction. At night, those supports disappear. Memory rushes in to test identity, to question worth, to reopen old verdicts. The Stoics protected themselves by loosening identity. They did not cling to an image of perfection. When you stop needing to be flawless, memory loses leverage. A past mistake no longer threatens who you are. They also understood that memory is incomplete. It edits out details that would soften its impact: tone, context, other people's limitations, your own exhaustion at the time. Nighttime memory is unfair by nature. The Stoics refused to accept unfair testimony. They treated memory the same way they treated intrusive thoughts, as content, not command. A memory could be acknowledged without being explored. This occurred. Full stop. No added meaning, no added judgment. This neutrality disarms memory. A weapon without reaction loses force. The Stoics also practiced forgiveness toward themselves, not emotional forgiveness, but rational forgiveness, recognizing that humans act with limited knowledge, under pressure, with incomplete control. This understanding weakened memory's ability to accuse. At night, memory often feels urgent because the mind believes it is uncovering something important, but most of the time, it is simply repeating what it already knows. Nothing new is learned. Nothing changes. Only sleep is lost. The Stoics trusted that memory serves best when the mind is rested, when compassion is available, when perspective is wide. Night offers none of these, so they postponed engagement. They also understood that the past cannot defend itself. It cannot explain. It cannot respond. Interrogating it at night is one-sided. The Stoics refuse to hold trials without witnesses or balance. As this practice deepens, memory softens. It still appears, but it no longer cuts. It becomes information instead of accusation, history instead of threat. The mind learns that the past does not need to be relived to be respected. It has already happened. It does not require nightly review. And when memory stops being used as a weapon, the night grows quieter, not because the past disappears, but because it no longer attacks in the dark. And when memory no longer turns against you, something unexpected begins to appear. Not effort, not control, but a softness in the mind. A quiet shift where struggle fades, not because problems are gone, but because the fight with them ends. Mental resistance is subtle. It does not always feel like tension. Often, it feels like trying to improve the moment, trying to calm down, trying to fix how you feel, trying to make the night go right. This effort sounds reasonable, but it keeps the mind active. Resistance tells the nervous system that something is wrong with what is happening now. The Stoics understood that peace does not come from correcting experience. It comes from accepting it. Acceptance, in the Stoic sense, was not approval. It was recognition. Recognizing that what is happening is already happening, that fighting it only adds friction. When the mind stops pushing against reality, resistance dissolves, and when resistance dissolves, the body relaxes. At night, resistance often appears as impatience. Why am I still awake? I should be sleeping by now. This feeling needs to go. These thoughts feel harmless, but they signal dissatisfaction. The nervous system responds by staying alert. Sleep does not arrive when it is being demanded. The Stoics practiced allowing the night to be exactly as it was. Awake meant awake. Tired meant tired. Restless meant restless. No added commentary, no pressure to change the state. This quiet allowance removed the struggle layered on top of the experience. They understood that the body knows how to sleep. It has done so your entire life. What interferes is not the body, but the mind's resistance to its own state. When you stop insisting on sleep, the conditions for sleep return. Quiet acceptance also applies to thoughts. The Stoics did not try to stop thoughts. They allowed them to exist without reacting. Resistance gives thoughts importance. Acceptance starves them of urgency. A thought that is not fought often fades on its own. This approach feels counterintuitive because many people believe acceptance means giving up. But the Stoics saw acceptance as alignment with reality. You stop wasting energy arguing with what already exists. That energy returns to the body as calm. Another reason acceptance works is because it signals safety. When you accept your state, the nervous system stops scanning for threats. There is no problem to solve, no emergency to manage. The body shifts out of alert mode naturally. The Stoics also accepted emotional discomfort. They did not require themselves to feel calm, happy, or resolved before rest. Emotions were allowed to be present without being interpreted. This removed the emotional resistance that keeps the mind engaged. Acceptance also meant accepting limits, limits of control, limits of understanding, limits of timing. The Stoics knew that some things cannot be resolved at night. Accepting this reduced frustration. Frustration is resistance in emotional form. They practiced acceptance through simple reminders. This is how things are right now. Nothing needs to change in this moment. These were not affirmations. They were acknowledgements. And acknowledgements calm the mind because they end the argument. Quiet acceptance is powerful because it does not try to produce peace. It creates the conditions where peace can arise. When resistance stops, there is space. In that space, the body does what it knows how to do. Many people resist acceptance because they fear being stuck. But acceptance does not freeze life. It allows movement to happen naturally. Sleep is movement from wakefulness to rest. It cannot be forced, but it happens when not blocked. The Stoics trusted this process. They did not rush it. They allowed the night to unfold without interference. When the mind stopped demanding change, change arrived on its own. This acceptance also builds confidence. You learn that you can tolerate discomfort without reacting, that nothing bad happens when you stop trying to control your inner state. This trust reduces future resistance. Over time, the mind learns a new response to difficulty. Instead of tightening, it opens. Instead of pushing, it allows. The night becomes less of a challenge and more of a transition. Quiet acceptance does not silence the mind instantly. It quiets the struggle. And when the struggle ends, the mind no longer needs to stay awake defending itself. Rest follows not because everything is perfect, but because nothing is being resisted anymore. And when resistance finally fades, the mind begins to see differently. Not clearly at first, but honestly. You start to notice that what felt overwhelming at night rarely looks the same in the morning. The problem did not change. Your mind did. Nighttime thinking distorts proportion. During the day, your mind has reference points, conversations, movement, feedback, time passing. These things keep thoughts in scale. At night, those anchors disappear. A single thought can fill the entire mental space. Without contrast, small concerns grow large. Large concerns feel absolute. The Stoics understood that proportion depends on perspective, and perspective weakens when the mind is tired. Fatigue narrows awareness. It compresses the world. What is actually one part of life feels like all of life. A single mistake becomes a defining failure. A temporary problem feels permanent. At night, the mind loses its ability to zoom out. This distortion is not intentional. It is biological. When energy drops, the brain shifts toward threat-focused thinking. It prioritizes what feels unresolved or uncertain. This was useful for survival, but it is unhelpful for sleep. The Stoics recognized this shift and refused to trust night judgments. They knew that a tired mind exaggerates importance. It assigns weight unevenly. It treats minor issues as urgent and urgent issues as catastrophic. This is why nighttime decisions often feel extreme, why everything sounds final. The Stoics trained themselves to delay evaluation. When a thought appeared at night, they did not ask, "Is this true?" They asked, "Is this the right time to judge?" Most of the time, the answer was no. They understood that proportion returns with rest. Morning restores context. What felt unbearable often becomes manageable, not because it disappeared, but because the mind regained balance. Another reason proportion is distorted at night is isolation. Without other people or activities to dilute attention, the mind fixates. Fixation magnifies. The Stoics avoided this by remembering the broader flow of life. One night is not a verdict. One thought is not a sentence. They also reminded themselves that emotions feel larger when the body is tired. Emotional intensity does not equal significance. A feeling that swells at night often shrinks by day. The Stoics separated intensity from importance. At night, the mind also collapses timelines. It treats the present discomfort as if it will last forever. This creates despair. The Stoics countered this by remembering impermanence. Everything passes, especially mental states, especially night ones. They did not argue with the content of thoughts. They questioned the conditions under which those thoughts appeared. Fatigue was a factor. Silence was a factor. Stillness was a factor. Understanding this reduced belief in the thought's authority. Nighttime thinking also distorts proportion by removing action. When you cannot act, problems feel larger because there is no outlet. The Stoics accepted that action was not possible at night and stopped expecting solutions. This acceptance reduced the sense of helplessness. They trusted that problems belong to daylight. When action is possible, when perspective is wider, night belongs to rest, not resolution. Mixing the two creates distortion. Another subtle distortion is moral exaggeration. At night, the mind judges harshly. It frames issues as moral failures rather than human experiences. The Stoics rejected this. They believed judgment without context is unjust, and night removes context. They also recognized that repetition creates false importance. A thought repeated many times feels significant. But repetition at night often comes from mental looping, not from relevance. The Stoics saw repetition as a sign of fatigue, not truth. As this understanding deepens, the mind stops reacting as strongly to night thoughts. You begin to see them as magnified reflections, not accurate measurements. This alone reduces their emotional impact. The Stoics did not demand that night thoughts disappear. They simply refused to treat them as final. They trusted the restored mind more than the exhausted one. When proportion returns, fear loses its grip. Problems return to their actual size. Thoughts soften. The night becomes less dramatic, and in that calmer view, the mind finally releases its need to hold everything at once, allowing rest to take over without struggle. And once you begin to see how night distorts proportion, another quiet shift becomes possible. A turning away from the exhausted voice that speaks in the dark, and a gradual trust in the version of you that wakes up, the one who sees more clearly, the one who breathes deeper, the one who understands without urgency. The morning mind is different, not because life has changed overnight, but because the system has been restored. At night, the mind is operating on low resources. Energy is depleted, perspective is narrow, emotion runs ahead of reason. The Stoics understood that wisdom depends on condition. A mind without rest is not a reliable guide, no matter how convincing it sounds. They trusted the morning mind because it is balanced. Sleep restores the nervous system. It resets emotional intensity. It widens attention. What felt overwhelming often feels workable. What felt permanent often feels temporary. This is not denial. It is proportion returning. The Stoics believed that clarity is not something you force. It is something that arrives when the mind is ready. Nighttime thinking often tries to reach clarity without the tools required to find it. Morning brings those tools back. Many people resist trusting the morning mind because they fear losing insight. They believe that if they do not hold on to a thought at night, it will disappear. The Stoics rejected this fear. They believed that what truly matters returns. Insight does not depend on exhaustion to survive. A thought that vanishes after sleep was not insight. It was tension. The Stoics practiced postponement with confidence. When a thought appeared at night, they did not label it as important or unimportant. They labeled it as premature. This simple shift removed pressure. The thought could wait without being dismissed. Trusting the morning mind also means accepting delay. Delay feels uncomfortable to minds trained to respond immediately. But the Stoics understood that delay often improves response. Acting too soon leads to regret. Acting after rest leads to steadiness. They also recognized that the morning mind is more compassionate. At night, the mind is harsh. It judges. It criticizes. It exaggerates flaws. Morning brings softness. You are less likely to attack yourself, less likely to assume the worst. This compassion matters when evaluating problems. Another reason the morning mind is more trustworthy is context. In daylight, you see life moving, people waking, the world continuing. This alone reduces the sense of isolation that feeds night anxiety. Problems feel less personal when they are part of a living world. The Stoics trusted daylight not because it erased difficulty, but because it restored connection. Connection brings realism. Realism brings calm. Trusting the morning mind also weakens the belief that everything must be decided now. This belief keeps the nervous system alert. When you trust that tomorrow brings clarity, the body relaxes. Sleep becomes possible because urgency dissolves. The Stoics did not see this trust as avoidance. They saw it as intelligence. You would not ask tired muscles to lift heavy weight. You would not ask tired eyes to read fine print. Asking a tired mind to solve life is the same mistake. They also practiced reminding themselves of past mornings. How often worries faded. How often clarity returned. This memory built confidence. Night lost credibility. The mind learned from experience that panic at night rarely matched reality by day. Another benefit of trusting the morning mind is emotional regulation. Emotions processed after rest are less reactive. You feel them without being overwhelmed. The Stoics valued emotional balance over emotional intensity. Balance allowed choice. At night, the mind confuses urgency with importance. Morning untangles them. This untangling is not something you can do manually. It happens naturally through sleep. The Stoics believed that surrendering the night to rest was an act of wisdom. It showed respect for the mind's limits. It showed patience. It showed trust in life's rhythm. This trust also reduced fear of missing something. Nothing essential is lost by sleeping. If something truly requires action, it will still exist in the morning. Life does not demand solutions from exhausted minds. Over time, trusting the morning mind changes nighttime behavior. Thoughts still appear, but they no longer demand attention. The mind learns that it does not need to hold on to everything. There is a future self that can handle it better. This creates relief. You stop clinging, you stop rehearsing, you stop fighting. Sleep becomes a pause, not a risk. The Stoics rested not because they had answers, but because they trusted that answers come to minds that are cared for. And when you begin to trust that clarity returns with rest, the night no longer feels like a deadline. It becomes what it was always meant to be. A passage, a letting go, a preparation for seeing things as they truly are. And as trust shifts toward the morning mind, another quiet pattern becomes easier to see. Emotions do not always arrive fresh. Often they arrive as echoes. Leftover feelings from earlier moments, still vibrating in the system long after the event has passed. At night, these echoes grow louder, not because they are current, but because nothing else is competing with them. Emotional echoes are not new emotions. They are residues, a trace of frustration from the day, a hint of sadness from a conversation, a lingering tension that was never fully noticed. During the day, movement and distraction keep these echoes low. At night, they surface. The Stoics understood that emotions do not end when situations end. The body carries them forward. Muscles remember. The nervous system remembers. This does not mean the emotion still needs action. It means it has not yet settled. The problem begins when the mind treats these echoes as messages. When a feeling appears at night, the mind assumes it must explain it. Why do I still feel this? What does this mean? These questions turn echoes into problems. The Stoics refused this reflex. They practiced detachment not from emotion itself, but from interpretation. An emotional echo could exist without being decoded. A feeling could pass through awareness without being given a story. This detachment was gentle. It did not suppress emotion. It simply did not engage it. Detachment for the Stoics did not mean coldness. It meant space. Space between sensation and judgment. Space between feeling and identity. When that space exists, emotions lose their grip. At night, emotional echoes feel stronger because the body is tired. Fatigue lowers emotional tolerance. A small feeling can feel heavy. The Stoics understood that intensity does not equal importance. A feeling that feels large at night often shrinks by morning. They allowed emotions to be present without acting on them, without labeling them as good or bad, without trying to resolve them immediately. This allowed the nervous system to complete its natural cycle. Emotions that are not interfered with often soften on their own. Another reason emotional echoes disturb sleep is because the mind treats them as unfinished business. It believes that feeling something means something must be done. The Stoics rejected this belief. Feeling does not always require response. Sometimes it requires rest. They also recognized that emotional echoes are often disconnected from current reality. The feeling belongs to an earlier moment, but the mind drags it into the present. Detachment restores timing. You acknowledge the feeling without pretending it belongs to now. This practice protects identity. When emotions echo at night, they often attach to the self. I am anxious. I am sad. The Stoics softened this language. A feeling was something happening, not something defining. This separation reduced suffering. They also avoided replaying the events tied to the emotion. Replaying strengthens the echo. It refreshes the emotional charge. The Stoics allowed memory and feeling to decouple. A feeling could exist without revisiting the scene that created it. Detachment also involved trusting the body. The Stoics believed the body knows how to release emotion when given safety. Safety comes from non-resistance. When you stop interrogating a feeling, the body stops holding it tightly. At night, this trust is crucial. Trying to process emotions when the mind is tired often deepens them. The Stoics left processing for daylight. Night was for allowing. They practiced simple acknowledgement. This is here. No explanation, no demand. This acknowledgement often brings relief because it ends the struggle. Emotional echoes also lose power when the mind is not afraid of them. Fear amplifies emotion. Detachment removes fear. You learn that a feeling can be present without harming you. This knowledge calms the nervous system. Over time, emotional echoes become softer. They still appear, but they no longer demand attention. They pass through like distant sounds rather than alarms. The Stoics did not aim to eliminate emotion. They aimed to live without being dragged by it. At night, this freedom shows itself as rest. When emotional echoes are met with detachment, the mind stops trying to resolve the past in the dark. It stops confusing feeling with obligation. The night becomes a place where emotions are allowed to fade naturally. And in that quiet allowance, the mind settles, not because emotions vanished, but because they were no longer being held. And as emotional echoes lose their pull, another misunderstanding often becomes visible. The effort to clear the mind, the belief that peace comes only when thoughts stop completely. This effort feels logical. If thoughts keep you awake, then removing them should bring sleep. But this effort is one of the fastest ways to stay awake. Trying to clear the mind turns rest into a task. The moment you decide the mind must be empty, you create a standard. The mind then begins checking itself against that standard. Am I calm yet? Why is this thought still here? Each check is another thought. Each attempt to remove thinking adds more of it. The Stoics understood this paradox. They knew the mind cannot be commanded into silence. Silence appears when interference stops, not when force begins. Trying to clear the mind is still engagement. It is thinking about not thinking. At night, this effort creates tension. The body senses effort and stays alert. Clearing the mind becomes another form of resistance. Resistance tells the nervous system that something is wrong. Sleep retreats. The Stoics never aimed for mental emptiness. They aimed for non-interference. Thoughts were allowed to exist without being managed. The difference is subtle but decisive. One approach fights the mind, the other steps aside. Trying to clear the mind also reinforces fear of thought. You begin to treat thoughts as enemies, intruders that must be removed. This creates vigilance. The mind starts scanning for thoughts to eliminate, and what you scan for, you find. The Stoics treated thoughts neutrally. A thought was not a problem. The reaction to it was. When you stop reacting, thoughts lose their charge. They do not need to be cleared because they do not stay. Another reason clearing the mind backfires is expectation. You expect a certain feeling. Calm, lightness, silence. When that feeling does not appear immediately, frustration follows. Frustration tightens the body. Tightness prevents rest. The Stoics avoided expectations around inner states. They did not require calm to sleep. They did not require emptiness to rest. They allowed whatever state was present to be present. This acceptance removed pressure. The effort to clear the mind often comes from control, the desire to master the inner world. The Stoics saw this as misplaced effort. You cannot control the mind directly. You can control how much attention you give it. They focused on attention, not content. Attention could rest without controlling what appeared. When attention rests, thoughts lose momentum naturally, no force required. Another issue with trying to clear the mind is that it turns awareness inward aggressively. You monitor every mental movement. This self-monitoring keeps the mind active. The Stoics practiced relaxed awareness, not watching the mind closely, but allowing it to be in the background. Trying to clear the mind also ignores how the mind works under fatigue. A tired mind produces random content. Expecting it to go quiet is unrealistic. The Stoics adjusted expectations to conditions. At night, the mind wanders. That is normal. Fighting normal functions creates suffering. They trusted the mind's natural rhythm. Activity gives way to rest when not interrupted, like muddy water that clears when left alone. Stirring it delays clarity. Another hidden problem is self-blame. When you try to clear the mind and fail, you assume you are doing it wrong. This adds another layer of tension. The Stoics avoided self-judgment. There was nothing to succeed or fail at. Rest was not an achievement. They also understood that peace is not an experience you manufacture. It is the absence of struggle. When you stop trying to produce a certain state, the body relaxes. Sleep follows as a byproduct, not a goal. Clearing the mind also separates you from experience. You are constantly trying to be somewhere else mentally. The Stoics returned to what was already happening. The body lying down, the breath moving, the night unfolding. Presence, not emptiness, was the anchor. When you stop trying to clear the mind, thoughts lose their opponent. Without resistance, they slow. Without monitoring, they drift. The nervous system senses no demand and powers down. The Stoics rested not by emptying the mind, but by allowing it to be unimportant. Thoughts could come and go without consequence. Silence arrived when it wanted to, not when it was chased. Letting go of the effort to clear the mind removes the final obstacle. The mind stops working against itself. The body stops waiting for permission. And rest appears, not because the mind was cleared, but because it was finally left alone. And once the urge to clear the mind is dropped, another habit quietly comes into view. The need to review the day, to mentally replay what happened, what went wrong, what could have gone better. Many people end their day this way without realizing it, as if the mind must file a report before it is allowed to rest. This mental debriefing feels responsible. It feels reflective. But at night, it often does more harm than good. During the day, reflection can be useful because action is still possible. You can adjust. You can apologize. You can change course. At night, reflection turns inward with nowhere to go. The mind replays events without the ability to respond. What begins as review becomes rumination. The Stoics were careful about timing. They believed reflection had a place, but not every place. Night was not for evaluation, it was for release. Mental debriefing at night often sounds like this. Why did I react that way? I should have handled that better. Tomorrow I need to fix this. These thoughts appear reasonable, but they carry judgment. Judgment activates the ego. The ego activates defense. Defense keeps the nervous system alert. The Stoics understood that judgment without the ability to act is a burden. It creates tension without resolution. That tension carries into the body and prevents rest. They chose to end the day without interrogation. This does not mean they ignored their actions. It means they trusted the structure of time. Learning belongs to moments when learning can be applied. Night offers no application, only repetition. Another reason mental debriefing keeps people awake is because memory becomes selective. At night, the mind highlights mistakes and downplays neutral or positive moments. The day becomes distorted. One awkward moment overshadows hours of effort. The Stoics did not trust this imbalance. They knew that a tired mind does not evaluate fairly. Mental debriefing also feeds identity concerns. When you replay the day, you are often checking whether you lived up to an image, whether you were good enough, whether you were seen correctly. This keeps the ego engaged. The Stoics loosened identity at night to allow rest. They believed a day does not need to be judged before it ends. Life continues regardless of your assessment. Letting the day be unfinished is not negligence. It is alignment with reality. Another subtle problem with nightly debriefing is that it trains the mind to associate bedtime with evaluation. Over time, lying down becomes a trigger for analysis. The bed turns into a place of judgment rather than rest. The Stoics avoided creating this association. They practiced mental closure without analysis. Instead of reviewing details, they acknowledged the day as complete. Not perfect, not resolved. Complete in the sense that it had ended. This acknowledgement was simple. The day has passed. What remains belongs to tomorrow. Ending the day this way reduces cognitive load. The mind no longer needs to hold every interaction. It no longer needs to replay conversations. It no longer needs to assign meaning to everything that occurred. The Stoics also recognized that constant self-review creates self-centeredness, not in a selfish sense, but in a narrow sense. Attention becomes trapped in personal narrative. Rest requires expansion, not contraction. Letting go of the story allows awareness to widen. They trusted that insight emerges naturally when the mind is rested. Many realizations come after sleep, not before it. By skipping the nightly debrief, they made space for clarity rather than forcing it. Ending the day without mental review also protects emotional balance. Replaying events refreshes emotional charge. A small frustration becomes fresh again. A slight embarrassment becomes sharp. The Stoics refused to reawaken emotions that had already served their purpose. They allowed emotions to settle on their own. This practice requires permission. Permission to leave things unsorted. Permission to not understand everything. Permission to let the day remain messy. The Stoics believed peace comes not from order imposed, but from order accepted. When you stop mentally debriefing, the mind initially protests. It feels unfinished. But this discomfort fades. The mind learns that nothing bad happens when the day is not reviewed. The world does not collapse. Sleep arrives. Over time, the habit weakens. Bedtime becomes lighter. Thoughts slow earlier. The mind does not need to empty itself because it was not overloaded with review. The Stoics ended the day the way they believed life should be lived, with effort when effort was needed, with release when effort no longer served. They did not carry the day into the night. They let it go. And in letting it go, they gave the mind exactly what it needed to rest. And when the habit of replaying the day begins to loosen, another discipline quietly asks for attention. One that feels difficult not because it is complex, but because it challenges a deep reflex. The reflex to go backward, to revisit what has already happened once the world goes quiet. Night has a strange way of pulling the past forward. During the day, the past stays in place. It feels distant, finished, behind you. At night, it loses its distance. Moments resurface with sharp detail. Old scenes replay as if they are unfinished. The mind drifts backward, not because it needs to, but because nothing is pulling it forward. The Stoics noticed this tendency and treated it with care. They believed the past has a proper place, and night is not it. Revisiting the past at night feels tempting because it promises clarity. The mind tells you that if you look again, you might finally understand, finally forgive, finally fix. But the Stoics knew that understanding requires balance, and balance is not available when the mind is tired. At night, memory becomes distorted. It removes context. It exaggerates tone. It isolates moments from the larger flow of life. A single mistake grows larger than the days of effort around it. The Stoics refused to engage with memory under these conditions. They understood that memory is not passive recall. It is reconstruction. And at night, reconstruction is unreliable. The discipline was simple but firm. The past does not get attention after dark. This does not mean suppressing memories. Suppression creates pressure. The Stoics did not push memories away. They simply did not walk back into them. A memory could appear, be acknowledged, and be left alone. Recognition without return. Returning to the past at night often feels like responsibility, as if reviewing mistakes proves growth. But the Stoics believed growth comes from applying insight, not reliving error. Insight belongs to moments when action is possible. Night offers no action. They also saw how revisiting the past feeds emotional suffering. Each return refreshes the emotional charge. Shame sharpens. Regret deepens. Anger reignites. The body responds as if the event is happening again. Sleep disappears because the nervous system believes it is under threat. The Stoics asked a practical question. What is gained by revisiting this now? If nothing can be changed, learned, or acted upon in this moment, then revisiting is not wisdom. It is self-harm disguised as reflection. Another reason the past becomes attractive at night is because identity feels fragile. The mind looks backward to define itself. It searches for evidence of worth or failure. The Stoics loosened this grip by separating who they were from what had happened. The past did not define character. Present intention did. They believed that a person is not the sum of remembered moments. A person is the pattern of choices over time. Nighttime memory focuses on fragments. The Stoics refused to let fragments speak for the whole. They also recognized that the past cannot defend itself. It cannot explain circumstances. It cannot show growth. Judging it at night is unfair. The Stoics valued justice, even toward themselves, and justice requires context. This discipline also protected the future. When you revisit the past at night, you carry its weight into tomorrow. You wake up already burdened. By refusing to revisit, the Stoics allowed each day to begin lighter. Not revisiting the past does not mean denying it. It means trusting timing. The past can be reflected on when the mind is strong enough to do so without distortion. Daylight offers that strength. The Stoics practiced placing the past in its proper container. This has happened. That was enough. No added meaning, no replay, no self-attack. The past was acknowledged, not inhabited. This practice required patience because memories often return repeatedly. The Stoics did not interpret this as failure. They saw it as habit unwinding. Each time they responded with non-engagement, the habit weakened. They also understood that the mind revisits the past when it lacks direction. At night, direction is absent. The Stoics filled that gap not with thought, but with rest. Rest gave the mind somewhere to settle without needing content. Another subtle reason the past resurfaces at night is longing. Longing for how things were, for who you were, for what felt simpler. The Stoics allowed this feeling without feeding it. Longing does not require travel. It can exist without revisiting. They believed that peace comes from living in the present moment without dragging time backward. Night is the most present moment there is. Nothing to do, nothing to change, only being. By practicing this discipline, the mind slowly learns that night is not a place for memory work. It stops bringing the past forward so aggressively. Memories still exist, but they wait. The Stoics did not need to close every chapter before sleep. They trusted that life continues without nightly review of what has already been written. They allowed the past to remain where it belonged, behind them, finished for now, and in doing so, they gave the mind permission to stay here, where rest is possible. And when the past is finally allowed to stay where it belongs, another fear often surfaces beneath everything else. Quieter than memory, deeper than worry. A fear that does not always have words. The awareness that nothing is permanent, that life ends, that control has limits. At night, when distractions fall away, this awareness can feel heavy. Mortality, anxiety often hides during the day. Activity covers it, noise softens it. But at night, when the world grows still, the mind sometimes touches the truth it avoids in daylight. That time is passing, that nothing is guaranteed, that life is fragile. This realization can trigger unease, even panic, without a clear reason. The Stoics did not run from this awareness. They faced it calmly. They believed that fear of death is not what disturbs the mind. Resistance to death is. When the mind treats mortality as an enemy, anxiety grows. When mortality is accepted as a natural condition, fear loosens its grip. At night, the mind often reacts to mortality with restlessness. Thoughts speed up. The body stays alert. The nervous system behaves as if danger is near. But death is not arriving in that moment. What is arriving is awareness. And awareness itself is not harmful. The Stoics understood that mortality does not make life meaningless. It makes it precious. Finite things do not need panic. They need presence. When you accept that life is limited, the urge to control everything weakens. You stop demanding certainty from a world that cannot provide it. This acceptance has a calming effect on the nervous system. When the mind stops fighting the idea of impermanence, it no longer needs to stay vigilant. Vigilance comes from fear of loss. Acceptance dissolves that fear. Many people fear that thinking about mortality will make anxiety worse. The Stoics found the opposite. Avoidance keeps fear alive. Acceptance neutralizes it. When you stop treating death as taboo, it loses its power to shock you at night. They reminded themselves that death is not a mistake. It is not a failure of life. It is part of life's design. Everything that begins also ends. Fighting this truth creates tension. Accepting it creates peace. At night, mortality anxiety often appears indirectly, through thoughts like, "What if something happens?" or "I can't stop thinking," or a vague sense of dread with no clear cause. The Stoics traced these feelings back to the fear of impermanence, and instead of distracting themselves, they grounded themselves in acceptance. They practiced remembering that this moment is alive, breathing, present, safe. Mortality exists, but not now. Right now, life is happening. Awareness returns to the body. The mind stops projecting into the unknown. Acceptance of mortality also reduces attachment. When you accept that nothing lasts forever, you cling less tightly to outcomes, roles, and identities. This reduces night anxiety because much of nighttime worry comes from fear of losing what you depend on. The Stoics believed that clinging creates suffering, letting go creates calm. Mortality reminds you to loosen your grip. They also understood that death is not something you experience in advance. You only ever experience being alive. Worrying about death at night is worrying about something that is not happening. This realization brings the mind back to reality. Accepting mortality also shifts values. Small worries lose importance. Social judgment loses power. Many nighttime anxieties shrink when seen against the backdrop of impermanence. What felt urgent feels less absolute. This does not create indifference. It creates clarity. The Stoics did not dwell on death obsessively. They acknowledged it briefly and honestly. This acknowledgement removed the fear that comes from suppression. The mind relaxes when it is not guarding against forbidden thoughts. Another calming effect of accepting mortality is humility. You stop expecting life to be predictable. You stop blaming yourself for uncertainty. You accept that not everything can be secured. This reduces pressure to control. At night, control feels especially tempting. The darkness makes the mind search for guarantees. Mortality acceptance removes the need for guarantees. You stop demanding that life promise safety before you rest. The Stoics also believed that remembering death improves sleep because it clarifies priorities. Rest becomes important. Life is short. Wasting nights in anxiety feels unnecessary when you see time clearly. They did not fear sleep as loss of consciousness. They trusted it as part of the natural cycle. Sleep becomes a rehearsal of letting go, not a threat. Each night, you practice surrender in a safe way. Accepting mortality does not make the night darker. It makes it honest. And honesty, when met without resistance, brings calm. When the mind no longer fights the fact that life ends, it stops fighting the night. Anxiety loses its deepest fuel. The body relaxes because there is nothing to defend against. Mortality becomes background truth, not nighttime terror. And in that acceptance, the mind finds the quiet it was searching for all along. And once mortality is no longer treated as a threat, another belief quietly loses its authority. The idea that thoughts appearing at night are warnings, signals, messages meant to protect you from what lies ahead. This belief feels instinctive. If a thought keeps returning, the mind assumes it must be important. At night, importance easily turns into danger. Many people believe the mind switches into a special alert mode after dark. That nighttime thoughts are the subconscious trying to warn them. Don't forget this. Something is wrong. Pay attention. These thoughts feel urgent because the body is already tired. Fatigue lowers skepticism. Everything sounds serious when energy is low. The Stoics did not trust this assumption. They understood that the mind does not become wiser at night. It becomes louder. The nervous system, deprived of stimulation and rest, looks for threats by default. This is not intuition. It is survival circuitry operating without context. Nighttime thoughts often feel like warnings because they carry anxiety. Anxiety feels protective. It says, stay alert. But alertness does not mean accuracy. A smoke alarm goes off loudly, but it does not mean there is always a fire. The Stoics believed that true warnings come with clarity, not agitation. A genuine insight does not rush. It does not panic. It does not demand immediate attention at an hour when action is impossible. Anything that feels frantic at night was treated with caution. They asked a simple question. If this thought were truly important, why does it arrive when I am least capable of responding wisely? This question alone weakened the illusion. Another reason night thoughts feel like warnings is repetition. The same thought appears again and again. The mind assumes repetition equals urgency, but repetition at night often comes from lack of distraction, not importance. The thought echoes because nothing interrupts it. The Stoics knew that repetition is not proof. It is often a sign of fatigue. The mind loops when it is tired. It lacks the energy to move forward, so it circles. Nighttime thoughts also feel threatening because the body reacts to them. Heart rate increases, muscles tense, the body prepares for danger. The mind then uses this physical reaction as evidence. See, this must matter. But the body reacts to imagined threats the same way it reacts to real ones. The Stoics understood this mismatch. They refused to let bodily sensation define truth. Another illusion is that ignoring a warning is irresponsible. Many people feel guilty for not engaging with night thoughts. They believe that rest is negligence. The Stoics rejected this guilt. They believed responsibility includes knowing when not to engage. They trusted timing. Warnings that matter return when the mind is rested. They do not disappear overnight. Truth does not depend on insomnia to survive. The Stoics also noticed that night warnings are vague. They rarely point to clear action. They suggest danger without direction. This vagueness is a sign of anxiety, not insight. Real guidance is specific, calm, actionable. Nighttime thoughts are often none of these. They trained themselves to treat night thoughts as noise until proven otherwise by daylight. This did not mean dismissing everything. It meant postponing belief. Belief could wait. Sleep could not. Another reason night thoughts masquerade as warnings is fear of uncertainty. The mind wants certainty before rest. When it cannot find it, it creates threats. What if becomes watch out. The Stoics accepted uncertainty instead of trying to eliminate it through fear. They also understood that the mind is not designed to solve problems while the body rests. When the mind tries anyway, it produces alarm instead of solutions. These alarms feel convincing because they are loud, not because they are correct. The Stoics practiced neutral observation. A thought could appear without being labeled as a warning or a message. It was simply a mental event. Without interpretation, its emotional charge faded. Over time, this practice retrained the mind. Nighttime thoughts stopped dressing themselves as emergencies. They lost their authority. The nervous system stopped reacting as strongly. The Stoics did not silence their intuition, they refined it. They learned the difference between calm insight and anxious noise. Nighttime thoughts rarely passed that test. When the illusion that night thoughts are warnings falls away, the mind stops treating the dark as dangerous. Thoughts no longer need to be investigated. They can appear and fade without consequence. And in that neutrality, the night regains its original purpose, not to alert, not to warn, but to rest. And when nighttime thoughts stop sounding like warnings, another skill quietly becomes possible. Not the removal of emotion, but the softening of its grip, a way of feeling without being pulled. This is what the Stoics practiced as emotional neutralization. Emotional neutralization is often misunderstood. It is not suppression. It is not pretending you feel nothing. It is the ability to experience emotion without letting it steer the mind or body. At night, this skill becomes especially important because emotions feel stronger when energy is low. During the day, emotions are balanced by action. You speak, move, respond. At night, action disappears. Emotion remains. Without an outlet, it can swell. Fear feels sharper. Sadness feels heavier. Irritation feels louder. Many people assume this intensity means the emotion is more meaningful. The Stoics did not. They understood that emotional intensity increases when the nervous system is tired. This does not make the emotion more accurate. It makes it more raw. Neutralization begins by recognizing this difference. The Stoics allowed emotions to arise fully in the body. They did not fight sensation. Tightness in the chest, heaviness in the stomach, warmth in the face. These were allowed. What they did not allow was interpretation to attach itself immediately. No story, no judgment, no conclusion. Emotion without story settles faster. Most nighttime suffering comes not from emotion itself, but from the meaning added to it. This feeling means something is wrong. This feeling means I failed. This feeling means danger. These interpretations activate the nervous system. The Stoics removed interpretation and kept sensation. This creates neutrality. The emotion exists, but it does not escalate. Neutralization also requires detachment from outcome. Many people feel emotions at night and immediately want them to end. They push for relief. This creates resistance. Resistance strengthens emotion. The Stoics accepted the presence of emotion without demanding change. This acceptance allowed the emotion to run its course naturally. They also understood that emotions are temporary states, not truths. Fear does not mean danger. Sadness does not mean loss. Anxiety does not mean failure. At night, the mind confuses feeling with fact. Neutralization breaks this link. Another part of this skill is not rehearsing emotion. Rehearsal happens when you replay the cause of the feeling. You revisit the event. You replay the words. This refreshes the emotion. The Stoics allowed emotion to exist without revisiting its source, feeling without replay. They trusted the body to process emotion when left alone. The body has its own intelligence. When the mind stops interfering, emotions move through more easily. This trust was essential. Neutralization also involved softening language. Instead of saying, "I am anxious," they thought, "Anxiety is present." This subtle shift removes identity from emotion. You are no longer the emotion. You are the awareness noticing it. This reduces intensity. At night, identity-based emotion is especially strong. When the world is quiet, feelings feel personal. The Stoics countered this by seeing emotions as natural responses, not personal flaws. This removed shame, which often amplifies nighttime emotion. They also avoided emotional forecasting. When an emotion appeared, they did not assume it would last. "I will feel like this all night." This thought creates despair. The Stoics knew emotions change constantly. Predicting permanence is another distortion of fatigue. Emotional neutralization does not numb joy or reduce humanity. It increases stability. You feel without drowning. You notice without reacting. This stability is what allows the nervous system to relax. Another reason this skill works is because the body mirrors the mind's posture. When the mind stops labeling emotion as a problem, the body stops preparing to defend. Muscles loosen, breathing deepens, sleep becomes possible. The Stoics practiced this skill through repetition. Each night an emotion appeared, they responded the same way. Allow sensation, remove story, withhold judgment. Over time, the nervous system learned that emotions at night were not emergencies. Neutralization also reduced fear of emotion itself. Many people stay awake because they fear how they feel. Fear of fear. Sadness about sadness. The Stoics broke this loop. Emotion became safe to experience. This safety is crucial. The nervous system rests only when it feels safe. Emotional neutrality creates safety because nothing is being threatened or resisted. The Stoics did not aim to feel good at night. They aimed to feel untroubled. These are different. Feeling good requires conditions. Feeling untroubled requires acceptance. They allowed emotion to exist without consequence. No action needed, no solution required, just presence. Over time, emotions stopped escalating. They still appeared, but they passed quietly. The mind no longer chased relief. It trusted the process. Emotional neutralization does not silence feeling. It removes struggle. And when struggle ends, the mind no longer has a reason to stay awake. And when emotions are no longer treated as emergencies, another pattern becomes easier to notice. The moment everything goes quiet, the mind suddenly grows loud. Not because something new appeared, but because something familiar was removed. Silence. Silence is not empty. It is revealing. During the day, sound, movement, and interaction act like insulation. They absorb excess mental energy. They keep attention spread out. When silence arrives at night, that insulation disappears. The mind turns inward, and whatever has been held back begins to surface all at once. This sudden release feels like a storm, but it is more like pressure equalizing. The Stoics understood that silence does not create thoughts. It exposes them. Many people assume silence should be calming. When it is not, they believe something is wrong. The Stoics saw it differently. They knew that a noisy mind meeting silence for the first time will react strongly. Not because silence is dangerous, but because the mind has been conditioned to constant stimulation. When stimulation drops, the brain does not immediately rest. It discharges. Thoughts rush in to fill the gap. This is not failure. It is transition. Silence triggers thought storms because the mind is used to being occupied. It does not know how to downshift smoothly, so it releases everything it has been carrying. Unfinished thoughts, suppressed feelings, random associations. The result feels chaotic, but it is temporary. The Stoics did not fear this phase. They expected it. They knew that silence comes in layers. The first layer is noisy. The second is restless. Only later does quiet arrive. Most people panic in the first layer and escape back into distraction. The Stoics stayed. Another reason silence triggers storms is identity loss. During the day, noise reinforces who you are. Conversations, roles, tasks, all remind you of your place. Silence removes these cues. The ego reacts by talking more. It fills the quiet with commentary to maintain a sense of self. The Stoics reduced dependence on external identity. They did not need constant affirmation of who they were. This made silence less threatening. When identity is not fragile, silence does not need to be filled. Silence also exposes bodily sensations. Breathing becomes noticeable. Heartbeat becomes audible. Small tensions come into awareness. The mind interprets this sudden awareness as danger. Thoughts rush in to distract. The Stoics practiced staying with sensation without interpretation. This reduced the need for mental noise. Another overlooked reason silence triggers thought storms is emotional backlog. Emotions ignored during the day do not disappear. They wait. Silence gives them space. The mind reacts by explaining them instead of allowing them. Explanation fuels thought. Allowance calms it. The Stoics understood that silence is not meant to be filled immediately. It is meant to be tolerated. Tolerance comes before comfort. Each moment you stay with silence without reacting retrains the nervous system. They also recognize that silence removes time markers. Without sound or activity, the mind loses track of time. This can feel disorienting. Thoughts rush in to re-establish orientation. The Stoics anchored themselves in the body. The body exists outside of clocks. This grounding reduced mental urgency. Modern minds often fear silence because it feels unproductive. Nothing is being done. The Stoics rejected this value system at night. They believed rest has its own productivity. Silence allows integration. The mind reorganizes without conscious effort. Trying to use silence to force calm backfires. Silence is not a tool, it is a condition. The Stoics did not demand anything from it. They allowed it to be what it was. Silence also removes escape. During the day, you can avoid discomfort by staying busy. Silence removes that option. The mind reacts with intensity because avoidance is no longer available. The Stoics saw this as an opportunity, not a threat. Staying present allowed discomfort to pass instead of being carried forward. They also understood that thought storms are often short-lived, if not fed. The mind produces a surge, then settles. But if you react with fear or analysis, the storm sustains itself. Neutral observation lets it burn out. Another factor is expectation. If you expect silence to be peaceful, you judge it when it is not. Judgment adds tension. The Stoics removed expectation. Silence did not need to feel any particular way. This removed disappointment. Over time, silence stops triggering storms. The mind learns that quiet does not require performance. Nothing needs to happen. Nothing needs to be solved. Silence becomes familiar. The Stoics did not chase silence. They allowed it to arrive after the noise passed. This patience mattered. Silence forced is fragile. Silence allowed is stable. They trusted that beneath the noise, the mind naturally settles. Always has, always will, but only when not interrupted. When silence is no longer treated as a demand for peace, thought storms lose their power. They become transitional weather, not threats. And the night, once filled with noise, begins to open into something steady. And as silence becomes less threatening, another demand quietly reveals itself. The demand for certainty. The need to know, before sleep, that everything will be okay. That nothing unexpected will happen. that the future is settled enough to allow rest. This desire feels reasonable. Certainty feels safe. When things are clear, the body relaxes. When things are unclear, the mind stays alert. At night, with no action available, the need for certainty becomes intense. The mind starts searching for guarantees it cannot find. The Stoics understood that certainty is rare, and demanding it at night comes at a cost. Life does not offer full assurance, and the night is the worst time to look for it. The mind is tired. Perspective is narrow. Information is incomplete. Yet this is when many people insist on answers. Will this work out? Did I make the right choice? What if something goes wrong? These questions feel necessary, but they are unanswerable in that moment. Wanting certainty before sleep turns the mind into an interrogator. It keeps asking questions that have no immediate answers. Each unanswered question increases tension. The body senses unresolved threat and stays awake. The Stoics accepted uncertainty as a constant companion. They did not wait for certainty to act, and they did not require certainty to rest. They believed that insisting on certainty is a misunderstanding of how life works. Most things unfold without guarantees. Demanding them only creates anxiety. At night, the cost of this demand becomes clear. The mind loops endlessly. It rechecks decisions. It imagines outcomes. It searches for reassurance in thought. But thought cannot provide certainty about the future. It can only create more scenarios. The Stoics recognize that the mind confuses certainty with control. If you can be sure, you feel in charge. But certainty is not control. It is comfort, and comfort cannot be forced when conditions do not support it. They focused instead on readiness, not readiness for specific outcomes, but readiness of character. Could they respond with reason? Could they act with integrity? Could they adapt? This kind of readiness does not require knowing what will happen. It only requires trusting how you will meet it. At night, this shift is powerful. When you stop needing certainty about events, the mind relaxes. The future no longer needs to be solved before rest. Possibility can remain open without being explored. Another reason wanting certainty keeps you awake is fear of regret. The mind believes that uncertainty leads to mistakes, that if you do not resolve doubts now, you will suffer later. The Stoics understood that regret comes not from uncertainty, but from acting against one's values. Certainty does not prevent regret. Clarity of character does. They also knew that certainty is often an illusion. Many things that feel certain change quickly, and many things that feel uncertain resolve themselves without intervention. Chasing certainty wastes energy that could be used for rest. At night, the mind also treats certainty as a condition for safety. I can sleep once I know. But safety does not come from knowing everything. It comes from accepting not knowing. When you stop requiring answers, the nervous system stands down. The Stoics practiced releasing questions without answering them, not dismissing them, but setting them aside. A question could exist without resolution. This was not avoidance. It was timing. Questions answered by fatigue are rarely answered well. They trusted that tomorrow brings more information, more context, more energy. What cannot be known now may become clearer later. Insisting on knowing now is impatience, not wisdom. Another hidden cost of wanting certainty is mental contraction. The mind narrows, it fixates. Everything revolves around the unknown. This contraction creates anxiety. The Stoics expanded awareness instead. They returned attention to what was certain. the body resting, the breath moving, the present moment existing. This grounding does not eliminate uncertainty. It removes its dominance. The Stoics also understood that certainty-seeking often masks fear of vulnerability. Not knowing feels exposed. Sleep itself is a vulnerable state. Wanting certainty before sleep is a way to armor against that vulnerability. But armor keeps the body tense. Tension prevents rest. They chose trust over armor. Trust in life's flow. Trust in their ability to respond. Trust that uncertainty does not equal danger. This trust does not come from optimism. It comes from experience. The Stoics had lived through uncertainty again and again. They knew that most feared outcomes never happened, and those that did were survived. At night, remembering this softened the demand for certainty. The mind no longer needed to guarantee safety. It allowed the body to do what it was designed to do. Wanting certainty before sleep turns the night into a negotiation. Sleep becomes conditional only after answers arrive. But answers rarely arrive in the dark. Letting go of this demand removes the condition. The Stoics rested without knowing how tomorrow would unfold. They accepted that life continues without full clarity. They did not see this as risky. They saw it as honest. When the need for certainty fades, the mind stops scanning. Questions lose urgency. The nervous system relaxes because it is no longer waiting for permission to rest. Sleep returns not because the future is secure, but because the mind no longer insists that it must be. And in that release, the night becomes what it was always meant to be. A pause, a surrender, a moment where not knowing is allowed. And when the demand for certainty finally loosens, the mind meets a deeper challenge. The habit of asking for permission to rest. Permission from circumstances. Permission from thoughts. Permission from the feeling that everything must be settled first. Most people do not rest freely. They rest conditionally. They tell themselves, "I'll sleep once this makes sense. I'll relax once I feel calmer. I'll rest after I fix this in my head." Sleep becomes a reward, something earned after mental labor. And as long as permission is delayed, the mind stays active, waiting for a signal that never arrives. The Stoics did not live this way. They believed rest was not something granted by the mind, but something chosen despite the mind. The body does not need permission to sleep. The mind invents that requirement. At night, this habit becomes obvious. You lie down, tired, but the mind keeps checking conditions. Is it okay to stop? Is everything handled? Is this feeling acceptable? Each question delays rest. The nervous system stays alert because it believes something is still required. The Stoics trained themselves out of this pattern by removing the requirement entirely. Rest did not need justification. It did not need completion. It did not need emotional readiness. It happened because it was time. This training begins with a difficult realization. The mind will rarely say, "Yes, you may rest now." The mind's job is to think, not to grant permission. Waiting for mental approval means waiting forever. The Stoics understood that discipline is not always effort. Sometimes it is refusal to negotiate with inner demands that cannot be satisfied. At night, the discipline was to stop asking. They also recognized that permission-seeking comes from fear. Fear that resting too soon is irresponsible. Fear that letting go means losing control. Fear that something important will be missed. These fears feel moral, but they are rooted in anxiety, not wisdom. Resting without permission feels uncomfortable at first because it challenges identity. Many people tie worth to vigilance. If you are not mentally active, you feel negligent. The Stoics separated worth from effort. You do not become careless by resting, you become capable. Training the mind to rest without permission also means allowing discomfort to exist alongside rest. Many people believe they must feel relaxed before they can sleep. The Stoics did not require this. Tension could be present, uncertainty could be present, emotion could be present. None of these blocked rest unless the mind insisted they must go first. This is a critical shift. The body knows how to rest even when the mind is unsettled. Animals sleep under imperfect conditions. Humans interfere with this instinct by imposing rules. The Stoics removed the rules. They also understood that the habit of permission-seeking strengthens itself. Each night you wait for the right mental state, you reinforce the belief that rest is conditional. Each night you rest anyway, the belief weakens. This practice is not forceful. You do not command yourself to sleep. You simply stop delaying rest. You lie down. You allow the body to settle. You let the mind protest without obeying it. The Stoics trusted that the body has priority at night. The body has been working all day. It does not need approval from thought to recover. When you give the body precedence, the nervous system responds with relief. Another layer of this training involves letting go of mental rituals. Many people have habits they believe must happen before sleep. Final thoughts, final checks, final reassurances. These rituals signal that rest requires preparation. The Stoics simplified. Preparation was minimal. Rest was not something to be staged. They also rejected the idea that sleep must be perfect. Some nights are light, some are broken, some are restless. Permissionless rest accepts this variation. You rest because it is night, not because conditions are ideal. This acceptance reduces pressure. Pressure keeps the system alert. Removing pressure allows the body to drop into rest naturally. Training the mind this way also builds trust. Trust that nothing bad happens when you stop monitoring. Trust that life continues. Trust that tomorrow does not require tonight's vigilance. Each night you rest without permission, this trust grows. The Stoics believed that waiting for the right mental moment is a form of avoidance. The right moment rarely comes. Action must sometimes precede feeling. Rest precedes calm, more often than calm precedes rest. They allowed themselves to rest even when the mind objected, not harshly, not angrily, simply without debate. The debate itself was the problem. Over time, the mind learned. It learned that rest does not require readiness. It learned that nothing collapses when permission is skipped. It learned that the body can be trusted. This learning is quiet but powerful. The mind stops holding the night hostage. It no longer demands conditions that cannot be met. It steps aside. Rest becomes simpler. Not easier at first, but simpler. Less negotiation, less checking, less waiting. The Stoics did not earn their rest by thinking well enough. They claimed it by living in accordance with nature. Night comes, the body rests. No approval required. And when rest no longer needs permission, sleep stops feeling like an achievement and returns to what it has always been. A natural transition, a release, a quiet act of trust. And when the mind no longer waits for permission to rest, another habit quietly loses its grip. The habit of judging yourself when the lights go out, measuring the day, measuring your reactions, measuring who you were against who you think you should be. Nighttime self-evaluation feels automatic. The world slows down, and the mind turns inward with a checklist. Did I do enough? Did I say the right thing? Did I fail in some way? These questions arrive without invitation, and once they begin, sleep drifts further away. The Stoics understood that self-evaluation at night is one of the most damaging mental habits. Not because reflection is bad, but because timing matters. Judgment without energy, context, or the ability to act becomes self-punishment. During the day, self-assessment can guide improvement. At night, it only creates tension. The mind evaluates harshly when it is tired. Compassion weakens, nuance disappears. Small mistakes feel large. Good actions fade into the background. The inner judge becomes strict, impatient, and unfair. The Stoics did not trust this judge. They knew that a tired mind is not an honest evaluator. Nighttime self-evaluation also feeds the ego in a subtle way. It keeps the self at the center of attention. Every thought revolves around me. What I did, how I looked, how I was perceived. This constant self-focus keeps the nervous system alert. The mind cannot rest while it is being examined. The Stoics practiced stepping out of this spotlight. They believed that a human life does not need to be graded daily. Growth happens over time, not through nightly verdicts. A single day does not define character. A single reaction does not define worth. They refused to put themselves on trial when no correction was possible. Another reason nighttime self-evaluation persists is the belief that self-criticism leads to improvement. Many people believe that being hard on themselves proves responsibility. The Stoics rejected this. They believed improvement comes from clarity, not cruelty. And clarity requires rest. Self-evaluation at night often disguises itself as preparation. I'm just reviewing so I can do better tomorrow. But this review rarely leads to insight. It leads to rumination. The same moments replay without resolution. The mind stays active. The body stays tense. The Stoics trusted learning to emerge naturally after rest. Many insights arrive in the morning without effort. Forcing evaluation at night blocks this process. They also understood that nighttime self-evaluation strengthens identity attachment. You become overly invested in how you see yourself. Any flaw feels threatening. This creates anxiety. Anxiety keeps the mind awake. The Stoics loosened identity at night. They allowed themselves to simply be human, not a project to improve. This softened the inner environment and made rest possible. Breaking this habit requires recognizing when evaluation turns into attack. Thoughts like, "I should have known better," or "Why am I like this?" are not constructive. They are emotional responses to fatigue. The Stoics did not entertain them.
They practiced postponement again here. Self-evaluation could wait. If something truly required reflection, it would still matter in daylight. Wisdom does not expire overnight.
Another layer of this habit is moral exaggeration. At night, the mind frames ordinary mistakes as moral failures. You feel guilty for being tired, distracted, imperfect. The Stoics rejected this framing. They believed morality is measured by intention and effort, not by flawless performance. They also understood that self-evaluation keeps the nervous system in a state of alertness. Judgment signals threat. Threat prevents sleep. By removing judgment, they removed the signal. The Stoics practiced ending the day without verdict. Not positive verdict, not negative verdict. No verdict at all. The day was allowed to be what it was, finished but not judged. This is difficult because the mind is conditioned to assess constantly. Breaking this habit feels like losing control, but control here is an illusion. Self-evaluation at night does not improve control, it drains it. They trusted that life itself provides feedback. Consequences teach. Experience teaches. There is no need to rehearse lessons in the dark. They also separated reflection from rest physically. Reflection belonged to walking, writing, conversation. Rest belonged to stillness. Mixing the two confused the nervous system. Over time, as this habit weakens, bedtime becomes quieter. The mind no longer scans for faults. The inner critic stops working overtime. The body senses safety because it is no longer being judged. The Stoics did not strive to feel good about themselves before sleep. They simply stopped evaluating themselves. This neutrality created relief. Breaking nighttime self-evaluation does not make you careless. It makes you rested. And a rested mind learns faster, chooses better, and treats itself with fairness. The night was never meant to be a mirror held up to your worth. It was meant to be a pause. When you stop grading yourself in the dark, the mind finally understands that it is allowed to rest without defending who you are. And in that understanding, sleep no longer feels like something to earn, but something to accept. And when self-evaluation finally loosens, another fear rises quietly in its place. A fear that does not shout, but tightens. The fear that if you let go, something will fall apart. That if you stop monitoring your thoughts, stop holding on, stop staying alert, you will lose control. For many people, control feels like safety. Thinking feels like holding the wheel. Letting go feels like stepping into the dark without a map. At night, when visibility is already low, this fear becomes stronger. The mind tells you that staying engaged is responsible, that relaxing is risky, that vigilance is necessary. The Stoics understood this fear deeply. They knew that the mind often mistakes tension for control, and it mistakes control for survival. Letting go feels like losing control because control has been defined incorrectly. Control is not constant mental supervision. It is the ability to choose how you respond. At night, there is nothing to respond to. No action required. No decision demanded. Holding on in these moments is not control. It is habit. The mind resists letting go because it believes something bad will happen if it does. This belief is rarely tested. Most people never fully let go, so the fear remains unchallenged. The Stoics challenged it through experience. They allowed themselves to release attention even when it felt unsafe. Not recklessly, but deliberately. And they noticed something important. Nothing collapsed. The world continued. The body stayed alive. The feared loss of control never arrived. This taught them that control was never where they thought it was. At night, the fear of letting go is often tied to identity. If I'm not thinking, who am I? If I stop worrying, am I careless? The Stoics separated being from doing. You do not disappear when you stop thinking. You simply stop interfering. The body knows how to breathe without instruction. The heart knows how to beat. Sleep is part of this same intelligence. When the mind insists on controlling it, it interrupts the process. Letting go feels dangerous because it exposes uncertainty. You are no longer managing every possibility. You are no longer rehearsing responses. You are trusting life to unfold without your supervision. This trust feels unfamiliar, especially for minds trained to anticipate problems. The Stoics believed that true control includes knowing when not to act. They compared it to sailing. You cannot control the wind, but you can control how tightly you grip the sail. At night, gripping harder does not change direction. It only exhausts you. Another reason letting go feels like losing control is fear of emotion. When you let go of thinking, feelings become more noticeable. Sadness, fear, or vulnerability may surface. The mind tightens to avoid this exposure. The Stoics allowed emotion to exist without trying to manage it. They trusted that feeling does not equal danger. Control also becomes addictive. Each night you stay alert, the mind learns that vigilance is necessary. Letting go feels like breaking a rule. The Stoics broke this rule gently. They let go for short moments, then longer ones. Each time, the nervous system learned that rest was safe. Letting go does not mean abandoning responsibility. Responsibility belongs to moments of action. Night is not such a moment. Carrying responsibility into sleep is unnecessary weight. The Stoics also understood that control is often an illusion created by repetition. Thinking about a problem repeatedly does not control it. It familiarizes it. Familiarity feels like mastery, but nothing has changed. By letting go, they broke the illusion. They stopped mistaking mental activity for effectiveness. Another layer of this fear is fear of vulnerability. Sleep itself is a vulnerable state. You are unconscious. You are not monitoring. The mind tries to protect against this by staying awake. But this protection costs health, clarity, and peace. The Stoics accepted vulnerability as part of being human. You cannot be fully protected and fully alive at the same time. Rest requires surrender. Not surrender to danger, but surrender to reality. They trusted that the same force that carried them through the day would carry them through the night. This trust was not blind. It was built through repetition, night after night of letting go and discovering safety. Letting go feels like losing control only when control is misunderstood. When you see that control is choice, not tension, the fear softens. You realize that choosing to rest is not losing control. It is exercising it. The Stoics did not force themselves to relax. They allowed themselves to stop, and stopping was enough. In that stopping, the mind learned that nothing needed to be held so tightly, that life does not require constant supervision, that rest is not a threat. And slowly, letting go stopped feeling like loss and started feeling like relief. And as letting go begins to feel safer, another pattern quietly shows itself. The mind does not simply want activity, it wants meaning. When the body is asking for rest, the brain often does the opposite. It starts searching for purpose, explanations, and significance, as if sleep requires understanding first. The brain is a meaning-making machine. This is one of its greatest strengths during the day. It connects events, learns patterns, and builds understanding. But at night, this same strength becomes a burden. With no tasks to solve and no movement to guide it, the brain turns inward and begins asking questions that have no answers in the dark. Why did this happen? What does this say about me? Where is this all going? These questions feel deep. They feel important. But at night, they are mistimed. The Stoics understood that meaning is not always helpful, especially when the system is depleted. They believed that the search for meaning has a proper hour, and night is not it. When the brain is tired, meaning-seeking turns into rumination. At night, the brain seeks meaning because it confuses stillness with absence. When nothing external is happening, it assumes something internal must be happening instead. Silence feels like a gap that needs to be filled. The brain fills it with interpretation. This is why, at night, ordinary events suddenly feel symbolic. A small mistake becomes a sign of failure. A passing emotion becomes a message. A random thought becomes a question about your entire life. The brain is not uncovering truth. It is compensating for inactivity. The Stoics did not indulge this impulse. They believed that meaning should arise naturally from lived experience, not be forced out of fatigue. When the brain seeks meaning without energy, it produces distorted conclusions. It connects things that do not belong together. It creates narratives that feel heavy but lead nowhere. Another reason the brain seeks meaning at night is discomfort with rest. Rest feels unproductive. Many people were conditioned to believe that worth comes from usefulness. When you lie still, the brain tries to justify existence by producing insight. At least I'm thinking. But thinking at night rarely serves growth. It serves anxiety. The Stoics rejected the idea that every moment must be meaningful. They believed that rest has value even when it produces nothing, especially then. Night is not a test. It is a pause. Demanding meaning from it is like demanding answers from sleep itself. The brain also seeks meaning at night because it fears emptiness. Emptiness feels like loss of direction. The mind rushes to fill it with stories. But emptiness is not absence. It is space. Space allows recovery. The Stoics trusted space more than stories. Meaning-seeking also intensifies emotion. When you try to explain a feeling, you amplify it. The brain assumes that strong emotion must have a strong cause. At night, this assumption creates false depth. A wave of sadness becomes a life problem. A moment of anxiety becomes a warning. The Stoics separated meaning from sensation. A feeling could exist without being explained. Sensation did not need interpretation to be valid. This separation reduced the mind's need to search. They also understood that meaning is contextual. A thought that feels profound at night often feels ordinary in the morning. This does not mean the thought was wrong. It means the timing was. Meaning discovered in exhaustion lacks balance. Another hidden reason the brain seeks meaning at night is control. If you can explain something, you feel less vulnerable to it. Meaning becomes armor. But armor keeps the body tense. The Stoics preferred openness over protection. They accepted that not everything needs to be understood immediately. They trusted that meaning emerges over time, through action, through repetition, through life unfolding. Night is not where meaning is built. It is where capacity is restored. The brain also confuses quiet with opportunity. Now I can finally think. But thinking is not always beneficial. The Stoics knew when to stop thinking. Wisdom includes knowing when the tool should be set down. They practiced redirecting attention away from interpretation and toward presence, not as a technique, but as a choice. The body resting was enough. Breath moving was enough. Existence did not need explanation. This reduced cognitive load. The mind stopped trying to extract lessons from fatigue. It stopped turning rest into philosophy. Meaning-seeking at night also pulls the mind into abstraction. Abstraction disconnects you from the body. The body is where sleep happens. The Stoics stayed close to the physical. Weight, warmth, stillness. These required no meaning to be real. They also understood that meaning is not lost by resting. You do not miss insight by sleeping. Many insights arrive because of sleep, not despite it. The brain reorganizes quietly when allowed to shut down. When the brain stops seeking meaning at night, it does not become empty. It becomes quiet. Quiet is not absence. It is readiness. The Stoics allowed the night to be meaningless in the best sense. No lessons, no conclusions, no answers, just restoration. And when the brain no longer demands significance from the dark, it finally aligns with what the body has been asking for all along: rest. And when the mind stops searching for meaning in the dark, another habit quietly becomes possible: the habit of stopping the mental accounting, the endless tallying of gains and losses, wins and failures, effort given and effort wasted. This tally often runs unnoticed, but it keeps the mind awake long after the body is ready to rest. Many people go to bed with an invisible ledger open in their minds. They review what they did right and what they did wrong, what they gave and what they did not receive, who treated them fairly and who did not. This accounting feels rational, it feels responsible, but at night it becomes heavy. The Stoics believed that keeping this ledger open after the day ends is a mistake. During the day, assessment can guide action. At night, assessment turns into rumination. The mind counts and recounts, but nothing changes. No correction is possible. No balance is restored. The numbers simply keep adding weight. The Stoics practiced closing the ledger before rest, not by forcing positive thoughts or rewriting the day, but by ending the accounting altogether. The day was not a transaction to be settled before sleep. It was an experience to be released. Mental ledgers often focus on fairness. I did more than I got back. That wasn't right. I deserved better. These thoughts keep the nervous system alert because injustice feels unresolved. The Stoics understood that life does not balance itself daily. Expecting it to creates frustration. They accepted that some days end unevenly. Some efforts go unnoticed. Some kindnesses are not returned. Carrying this imbalance into the night only deepens resentment. Closing the ledger protects peace. Another part of the ledger is self-judgment. You count your mistakes, you subtract confidence, you question your worth. This internal accounting is exhausting. The Stoics refused to treat the self as a balance sheet. A human being is not a sum of daily performance. They believed character is shaped over time, not evaluated nightly. Closing the ledger meant refusing to calculate worth based on a single day. Mental accounting also fuels comparison. You measure yourself against others. Who did more? Who progressed faster? Who seemed more confident? At night, comparison intensifies because there is no reality check. The Stoics avoided comparison because they saw it as meaningless. Everyone lives within different conditions. They measured life internally, not socially. Did they act with intention? Did they try to live reasonably? If so, the day was enough. No ledger required. Closing the ledger also means stopping emotional bookkeeping, counting slights, remembering tone, storing resentment. The Stoics believed holding on to emotional debt poisons rest. Forgiveness to them was not about excusing behavior. It was about refusing to carry unnecessary weight. They understood that emotional debts do not collect interest in your favor. They collect against you. Letting them go before sleep was an act of self-respect. Another reason the mental ledger stays open is fear of forgetting. The mind believes that if it stops counting, something important will be lost. The Stoics trusted memory and time. What truly matters does not disappear when you rest. What disappears was not essential. They also recognized that the ledger is a form of control. As long as you are counting, you feel involved. You feel vigilant. Closing it feels like surrender. The Stoics accepted this surrender because they understood that rest requires release. Closing the mental ledger does not mean denying reality. It means refusing to relive it unnecessarily. The day has already been lived. Counting it again does not improve it. The Stoics practiced a simple internal gesture, setting the day down. No review, no tally, no correction. Just an acknowledgement that the day has ended. This gesture reduces mental load. The mind no longer needs to hold numbers, comparisons, or judgments. The nervous system relaxes because nothing is being tracked. They believe that rest is not compatible with accounting. Sleep requires neutrality. When the mind is neutral, it can settle. Over time, closing the ledger becomes easier. The habit weakens. Bedtime no longer triggers evaluation. The mind does not reach for numbers. It reaches for stillness. The Stoics did not need the day to be profitable to rest. They did not need balance to be restored. They allowed imbalance to exist without carrying it forward. Closing the mental ledger is not about forgetting. It is about choosing not to calculate when calculation serves no purpose. And when the counting stops, the mind becomes lighter, not because the day was perfect, but because it no longer needs to be weighed. And when the mental ledger is finally closed, another quiet relief becomes possible. The realization that a thought appearing in the mind does not create a duty, that noticing something does not mean you must respond to it. That awareness is not a contract. Many people live as if every thought is a task. If it appears, it must be handled. If it repeats, it must be solved. If it feels uncomfortable, it must be fixed. This belief keeps the mind working non-stop, especially at night when thoughts arrive freely and without structure. The Stoics did not live this way. They understood that thoughts are events, not commands. A thought can arise without requiring action, agreement, or continuation. It can exist without becoming your responsibility. This distinction changes everything. At night, the mind produces thoughts the way the lungs produce breath, automatically, constantly, without asking permission. Treating each of these thoughts as an obligation turns rest into labor. The Stoics refused this burden. They noticed that many thoughts arrive with the tone of duty. You need to remember this. You should think this through. Don't forget. The language feels authoritative, but authority is assumed, not real. The mind speaks in imperatives even when nothing is required. Understanding that thoughts are not obligations breaks this spell. The Stoics believed obligation comes from values and action, not from mental noise. Just because a thought suggests something does not mean it aligns with reason. Just because it sounds urgent does not mean it matters. At night, the mind loses discernment. Fatigue gives thoughts a false sense of importance. The Stoics did not take tired thoughts seriously. They did not reject them aggressively. They simply did not obey them. This practice requires trust. Trust that ignoring a thought will not lead to disaster. Trust that what truly matters will return when you are able to address it properly. The Stoics built this trust through experience. They ignored countless night thoughts and noticed that nothing essential was lost. Another reason people treat thoughts as obligations is fear of negligence. If I don't think about this now, I'm being irresponsible. The Stoics challenged this belief. Responsibility applies to action, not to endless mental engagement. At night, there is no action to take. Thinking more does not increase responsibility, it increases fatigue. They also understood that thoughts often mimic moral language. They accuse, they warn, they pressure. This makes them feel obligatory. The The Stoics separated morality from mental chatter. Moral duty involved how one acts toward others and oneself, not how many thoughts one entertains. Thoughts also feel obligatory because they often carry emotion. A thought paired with anxiety feels like a call to action. The Stoics did not equate emotional intensity with duty. A strong feeling did not create an obligation to think. They practiced allowing thoughts to pass unanswered, not dismissing them as bad, not labeling them as wrong, simply not responding. This non-response weakened the habit of obedience. Understanding that thoughts are not obligations also reduces guilt. Many people feel guilty for not resolving thoughts before sleep. They believe they are avoiding something. The Stoics rejected this guilt. Avoidance implies action was required. If no action is possible, there is nothing to avoid. This clarity frees the mind. Another important insight the Stoics held is that obligations are chosen, not imposed by thought. You decide what matters based on values, not on mental volume. Nighttime thoughts are loud, but loudness does not equal importance. They also understood that thoughts often exaggerate consequences. If you don't think about this now, you'll regret it. This is rarely true. Regret comes from action misaligned with values, not from choosing rest. The Stoics valued alignment over vigilance. They trusted that a rested mind aligns more easily with values than an exhausted one. At night, treating thoughts as optional creates space. Space between awareness and reaction. In that space, the nervous system relaxes. There is no demand to perform mentally, no checklist to complete. This practice also changes identity. When you stop treating thoughts as obligations, you stop seeing yourself as a manager of the mind. You become an observer. The pressure to supervise every mental movement fades. The Stoics believed that freedom begins with recognizing what you do not have to do. You do not have to follow every thought. You do not have to finish every mental sentence. You do not have to answer every internal question. This freedom is especially powerful at night, when the mind produces more content than it can possibly handle. Choosing not to handle it all is not failure. It is wisdom. Over time, the mind adapts. When thoughts are not automatically obeyed, fewer demand attention. The mind learns that urgency does not guarantee response. This reduces mental noise. Understanding that thoughts are not obligations also restores trust in the body. The body knows how to sleep without solving anything. When the mind stops interfering with demands, the body resumes its natural rhythm. The Stoics did not need to silence the mind to rest. They needed to stop working for it. Thoughts could speak without being answered. Questions could exist without solutions. Suggestions could appear without acceptance. This relationship with thought is not passive. It is selective. You engage when engagement serves life. You disengage when it does not. At night, disengagement serves life. And when you no longer feel compelled to respond to every thought, the mind finally understands that it is allowed to rest without explanation.
Tonight, you've seen something important.
Your sleep was never taken by thoughts themselves. It was taken by the way you were taught to listen to them, by believing every thought was urgent, by treating every feeling as a problem, by carrying the past, rehearsing the future, and demanding certainty in the dark. By thinking rest had to be earned. The Stoics showed a different way. They did not silence the mind. They stopped obeying it. They learned when to step back, when to stop judging, when to let questions remain unanswered, when to trust the morning mind instead of the midnight one, and when to rest without permission.
Inner calm was never about control, it was about release.
If something in this spoke to you, leave a comment with the words, "I choose calm," not for us, but as a quiet promise to yourself. And if you want more reflections like this, grounded in Stoic wisdom and real inner peace, subscribe to the channel and turn on notifications. Because learning how to rest the mind changes everything. Sleep well. Stoic philosophers once wrote, "When you arise in the morning, think of what a privilege it is to be alive, to breathe, to think, to enjoy, to love." That right there is the baseline. Gratitude isn't just a feel-good attitude, it's a weapon against entitlement and anxiety. It brings you out of your head and into the moment. See, most people roll out of bed and fall straight into autopilot. Notifications, noise, mental clutter. They're reacting before they've even returned to themselves. And the truth is, if you don't direct your attention first thing in the morning, the world will do it for you. Carl Jung once said, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life, and you will call it fate." If you wake up and let your mind run wild, stressing about work, people, problems, you're not living, you're just surviving. Gratitude interrupts that pattern. It anchors you before the storm begins. And let's be honest, most of us forget how rare and fragile this thing called life really is. We complain, we compare, we coast. But one unexpected event, a diagnosis, an accident, a loss, can flip your entire world. When you truly understand that nothing is guaranteed, gratitude becomes less of a morning ritual and more of a mindset for survival. When you wake up, take 3 deep breaths. That's all. Slow, steady, present. Place your hand on your heart if you need to reconnect with your body, and say it. I'm grateful to be here, not to perform, not to impress, just to be. Socrates once said, "The unexamined life is not worth living." But maybe part of that examination isn't just about asking deep questions. Maybe it's about practicing deep presence. You don't need a fancy journal or some perfect meditation routine. You need one clean thought. This is enough. This moment is enough. And from that seed of enoughness, you grow into a person who doesn't need chaos to feel alive. You start approaching your day with a quieter kind of strength, the kind rooted in stillness, not speed. There's a big difference between starting the day from pressure and starting it from purpose. One feels like drowning, the other feels like clarity. And that shift begins with intention. When you wake up with gratitude, you stop chasing peace all day, because you've already started with it. Think of it like tuning your inner frequency. When you're tuned into appreciation, the things that usually irritate you, traffic, interruptions, delays, they lose their grip. Because you're not reacting from lack, you're responding from wholeness. Even Aristotle spoke to this when he said, "Happiness depends upon ourselves." Not in a selfish, egotistical way, but in the, have you ever noticed how the first few moments after you wake up set the mood for your entire day? Most people reach for their phones, check messages, or start worrying about tasks before they've even taken a breath. But the way you speak to yourself each morning is powerful. It shapes your energy, your mindset, and how you face the world. Today, I want to share something that might just shift the way you start every single day of your life. Most people don't realize this, but those quiet seconds between sleep and action are where your mind is most open and most vulnerable. What you feed it in that moment either strengthens your core or lets chaos in. And if you're constantly waking up stressed, overwhelmed, or just plain lost in the noise, you're not alone. But you do have a choice. And that's where Stoicism enters the chat, not as a dusty philosophy, but as a daily tool. The Stoics believed that how you begin your day is how you train your soul, that if you don't anchor your mind, the world will do it for you. And trust me, the world has its own agenda. So if you're tired of starting your mornings already behind, if you're ready to stop letting yesterday's problems or tomorrow's anxiety own today, I've got 5 simple phrases, daily truths, you can speak to yourself that will change everything. They don't take more than a minute, but the shift they cause, it's deep, it's personal, it's power. If what we're building here resonates with you, if it helps you pause, reflect, and move through life with a little more clarity, consider being part of it. A subscription is more than support. It's a signal to yourself and to others that you value growth that lasts. 1. I'm grateful to be here. You know what's wild? We're always chasing something: success, clarity, love, money, answers. But we rarely pause long enough to appreciate the one thing we already have, right now. And not just the now you scroll past on a motivational quote. I'm talking about the quiet, overlooked miracle of simply waking up, breathing, opening your eyes to a brand new, unwritten day. You didn't earn that. You weren't promised it, but you got it. That's power. That's grace. And that's where your strength actually begins. Not in what you achieve, but in how deeply you recognize the gift of being alive. Before anything, before texts, to-do lists, or even coffee, pause and say this to yourself: I'm grateful to be here. Not because life is polished or perfect, but because it's present. You're still in the game. You still have time to evolve, to make amends, to take risks, to speak truth, to live honestly. Marcus Aurelius, one of the most respected, says that you don't need to wait for circumstances to be ideal to feel fulfilled. Gratitude puts you back in control. It tells your brain, I don't need to have it all figured out to be okay. I don't need external proof to feel internally aligned. And that right there, that's emotional resilience. That's maturity. That's you becoming someone the world can't easily shake. Let's take it even deeper. Psychology has shown that gratitude practices rewire the brain for more long-term well-being. Studies from institutions like Harvard and Berkeley confirm that people who practice daily gratitude consistently report higher levels of optimism, better sleep, and even stronger immune systems. Not because life is easier for them, but because their focus is different. Where others see problems, they see chances. Where others rush, they pause. And it all begins with this internal reset button you press every single morning. Plato said, "A grateful mind is a great mind which eventually attracts to itself great things." That's not some mystical promise. It's basic cause and effect. When you're centered, your decisions are better. When you're appreciative, you attract people who operate from that same energy. When you're grounded, you're less likely to be manipulated, distracted, or derailed. You don't just show up differently, you attract differently. So before your day gets hijacked by obligations and overwhelm, own those first few seconds. Not with pressure, not with a plan, but with presence. I'm grateful to be here. Say it. Feel it. Let it soften your breath and widen your perspective. That phrase may seem small, but it holds the power to recalibrate your entire system. Because gratitude isn't passive, it's powerful. It's how you take control before the world gets a chance to. It's how you stop existing and start living. And the more you practice it, the more you realize this moment right now is the foundation for everything else. Not your goals, not your schedule, not even your coffee. Just this breath, this awareness, this life. Say it with me now, not just once, every morning, before the noise, before the rush. I'm grateful to be here. That's your real reset, and that's where your transformation begins. 2. Yesterday doesn't own me. You ever notice how some people wake up already tired? Not because they didn't sleep, but because they never really let go of yesterday? Their bodies rested, but their minds still spinning, replaying everything that didn't go right. That one thing they wish they said differently, that moment they wish didn't happen. It just loops in their head like a song stuck on repeat. And whether they know it or not, they're dragging all of that into a brand new day. It's like trying to run a race while carrying yesterday's suitcase. Eventually, you're going to trip. Let's be real. We carry way too much weight from the day before. The awkward conversation, the missed deadline, the dumb mistake. And sometimes it's not even just our own stuff. We carry other people's moods, judgments, and expectations too. We let that shadow of what was follow us straight into what could be. But here's something most people forget. You're not meant to relive yesterday. You're meant to learn from it, then leave it where it belongs. That's the real test. Not perfection, but release. So start here. Remind yourself every morning, yesterday doesn't own me. Say it like you mean it. Say it like your peace depends on it. Because it does. That one sentence might not erase the past, but it separates you from it. It draws a boundary between what happened and what you're choosing now. And that boundary, that's freedom. That's your reset. Carl Jung once said, "I am not what happened to me. I am what I choose to become." That line is gold, because what happened yesterday might explain your pain, but it doesn't get to define your path. You get to decide what story you're telling yourself today. You get to decide whether you carry shame or strength. And that's the part too many people give away. They replay the worst parts of their life like it's homework that was never finished. But at some point, you've got to close the book and write the next chapter. The Stoics had a powerful view on this. They believed that what matters most isn't the event itself, but how you respond to it. Epictetus said, "It's not what happens to you, but how you react to it that matters." Yesterday might have been a mess. You may have said the wrong thing, lost your cool, missed the opportunity. Okay, but now what? Are you going to live there forever, or are you going to take what you learned and move forward? Stronger, sharper, clearer? Think about it like this. Every day is like a fresh journal page. But if you keep scribbling yesterday's story on today's page, you never get to write anything new. That's why letting go isn't weakness. It's wisdom. It's emotional discipline. It's the decision to say, I won't waste today fighting battles I've already lost or trying to fix things that no longer exist. That's strength most people overlook. The strength to stop picking the same wound. Socrates believed that an examined life was essential, but that doesn't mean you keep poking at the past until it bleeds again. Examining doesn't mean reliving. It means observing, understanding, and then releasing. Take the lesson, leave the weight. And if that sounds too simple, ask yourself, what has holding on to yesterday really done for you? Has it healed you, helped you, or has it just made your present heavier than it needs to be? Now here's something practical. Picture the thoughts you're holding, regret, guilt, embarrassment, as stones in a backpack. Every morning, before you get out of bed, close your eyes and imagine taking that backpack off. Literally visualize it, sliding off your shoulders and hitting the floor. Feel your body relax. Let that visual become a ritual. Because when you let go physically and mentally, your nervous system gets the message. We're safe, we're free, we're starting clean. Aristotle taught that habit is what forms character. So what if you made this letting go process a habit? Not a one-time thing, but a muscle you flex every day. The more you practice release, the easier it gets to separate your identity from your old wounds. You stop being the person who's always messing up or always behind, and you start being the person who recovers fast, forgives quicker, and chooses peace on purpose. And it's not just about big moments either. Sometimes we carry tiny things we didn't even realize were weighing us down. The tone in someone's text, the thing we overheard, the passive-aggressive comment that got under our skin. Little stuff that builds up until we don't even know why we're so tense. That's why this practice matters daily. Not just when you've had a meltdown, but every morning. Check in, clear out. There's a quote often attributed to Plato: "The beginning is the most important part of the work." And it's true. If you begin your day carrying the past, your actions, your words, your choices, they're all filtered through that residue. But if you begin with presence and release, you get clarity, you get power. You don't bring the noise of yesterday into today's silence. So here's the move. Stop treating every day like it's a continuation of your worst memory. That's not fair to you. That's not fair to your growth. Yesterday had its shot. Today is yours. And you owe it to yourself to show up fully, not halfway, not haunted, not on autopilot. Say it again with me. Yesterday doesn't own me. That's not denial. That's direction. That's you choosing healing over hurt. That's you remembering that your future isn't built on the debris of your past. It's built on the choices you make now. So choose presence, choose peace, choose to drop the weight, and then go live like you mean it. 3. I control my mind, not the other way around. It's easy to feel like life is spinning out of control these days. One moment you're sipping coffee, the next you're drowning in texts, news updates, messages, meetings, and then come the thoughts, fast, noisy, demanding your attention. It's like your mind opens its own app and starts launching tabs you never clicked on. Before you know it, you're not thinking, you're being thought, you're reacting, you're chasing every feeling, every worry, every what if. It's exhausting, and it's a trap. The Stoics saw this coming centuries ago. They knew that the chaos outside isn't nearly as dangerous as the chaos inside. That's why they trained daily to master their minds before the world could. Marcus Aurelius said, "You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength." That right there is the core of all personal power. Not in controlling others, not in controlling every outcome, but in controlling the only thing you ever really could, your response. And that's where your morning comes in. Before the world wakes up and starts screaming, there's this tiny window of silence, a pause. And what you do in that pause sets the tone for everything. So here's your anchor. Say this to yourself. I control my mind. Say it before your phone, before your tasks, before your thoughts start spinning. Say it with your whole chest. Because when you claim that truth early, you build a shield that lasts all day. Carl Jung once wrote, "Who looks outside dreams, who looks inside awakes." That's not just poetry, it's a blueprint. Most people go through their day completely outward focused, pulled by noise, comparison, ego, status. But the moment you shift your gaze inward, even for 60 seconds, you start to wake up. You realize that not every emotion is true. Not every thought deserves your attention. Your mind might be busy, but you don't have to be. Here's something simple you can try. First thing in the morning, just sit still. 1 minute, nothing fancy, no music, no scrolling, just you and your breath. Inhale slowly, exhale slower, and as the thoughts come, and they will, let them pass like clouds. Don't grab onto them, don't judge them, just breathe. That space between stimulus and response, that's where your power lives. That's where you remember, I am not my thoughts, I'm the one watching them. Plato believed that the first and greatest victory is to conquer yourself, not your job, not your schedule, not your inbox, yourself. And that victory starts in your head. Every time you catch yourself spiraling, overthinking, reacting, you've got a choice. Will you let your mind drag you, or will you direct it? Will you be the driver or just the passenger? And look, this isn't about becoming some monk on a mountain. It's about practical control in a loud world. It's about choosing your mood instead of being hijacked by it. You don't have to answer every call. You don't have to feed every fear. You don't have to let every little inconvenience ruin your peace. Peace isn't passive. It's a decision. And the more you decide to claim it, the more natural it becomes. Socrates once said, "The secret of change is to focus all of your energy, not on fighting the old, but on building the new." And the new starts with you saying, "This is the direction I'm moving in. This is the tone I'm setting. This is the mindset I choose." Because your mindset isn't something you inherit, it's something you train. And psychology backs this up. Neuroscience tells us that your brain isn't fixed, it's plastic. It rewires itself based on what you focus on. If you spend all morning reacting, doom scrolling, comparing, complaining, your brain gets better at stress. But if you spend your mornings anchoring, breathing, choosing, observing, your brain gets better at calm. You literally train yourself for peace. Even Aristotle pointed out that we are what we repeatedly do. Excellence, then, is not an act, but a habit. Think about that. You don't become mentally strong overnight. You become it by choosing the same intention every morning. I control my mind. That's your rep. That's your discipline. And like lifting a weight, it gets easier with time. So the next time your mind starts pulling you toward doubt, toward anger, toward distraction, pause, breathe, and remember, just because the thought showed up doesn't mean you have to follow it. Just because something's loud doesn't mean it's true. Your inner voice, when trained, is stronger than all the outer noise combined. But you have to choose it. And yeah, you're gonna mess up. You'll have days where your mind runs the show and you forget all of this. That's okay. Don't judge it. Just return. The Stoics weren't about being perfect. They were about being aware. The real growth isn't in never slipping. It's in noticing sooner when you do and returning faster to who you really are. So tomorrow morning, before the emails, before the headlines, before the world reaches for your attention, sit with yourself. Close your eyes, inhale calm, exhale chaos, and speak it out loud or in your heart. I control my mind. Let that be your compass. Let that be your center. Because the world might be loud, but you're louder when you choose to be. And that's how you take your power back every single day. 4. Kindness is my superpower. There's something magnetic about people who walk into a room and bring calm with them. They don't have to speak loudly or dominate the space. Their presence just feels grounded. You feel safe around them, like their energy isn't looking to prove anything. And you wonder, how do they do that? The answer isn't fame, money, or some fancy self-help routine. It's something much simpler and much more powerful. It's kindness, real kindness, the kind that isn't performative, the kind that's rooted in inner strength, not weakness. You ever meet someone whose energy just feels peaceful? That's not random, that's intentional. It starts with this daily decision. Kindness is my superpower, not in a soft, airy Instagram quote way, but in a grounded, practical, stoic way. Because being kind doesn't mean being passive. It doesn't mean you let people walk all over you or avoid difficult truths. In fact, it's the opposite. True kindness takes self-control. It requires discipline. Marcus Aurelius once said, "Kindness is invincible if it's sincere, not fawning or pretending." What can even the most malicious person do if you keep treating them with kindness and remain firm. That's the balance. Gentle but not fragile. Soft-spoken but not silent. In the modern world, we often mistake harshness for strength, as if being cold or detached somehow proves you're in control. But here's what Stoicism teaches us. The strongest person isn't the one who controls others. It's the one who controls themselves. Kindness is a form of self-mastery. It means you've developed enough awareness to pause before reacting, enough humility to listen before judging, and enough courage to extend grace even when it's not deserved. Carl Jung said, "Knowing your own darkness is the best method for dealing with the darkness of other people." That hits hard, doesn't it? Because we all have that inner storm, the insecurities, the pain, the fear, and when we see it in others, we often forget they're battling their own version of what we're dealing with. Kindness bridges that gap. It's not about being overly positive or pretending everything's okay. It's about choosing to see the humanity in people, even when it's buried under layers of defensiveness or anger. Start your day with that mindset, and you'll feel the shift. You'll speak softer, not because you're weak, but because you don't need to shout to be heard. You'll react slower, not because you're indifferent, but because you value peace more than being right. And you'll lead with patience, not because you don't care, but because you understand that transformation takes time, yours and everyone else's. Socrates once said, "Be kind, for everyone you meet is fighting a hard battle." And he wasn't being poetic, he was being real. Most of the pain people project has nothing to do with you. It's their own stuff, their own wounds, their own unresolved stories. When you operate from that awareness, you don't take things so personally. You start to see beyond the surface, that rude comment, fear, that passive aggression, insecurity, that silence, probably pain. Kindness doesn't mean excusing bad behavior, but it does mean responding with clarity instead of ego. And here's where it gets even more practical. Visualize one kind thing you'll do today. Seriously, pick something right now. Maybe it's complimenting someone who seems down. Maybe it's pausing to really listen when someone speaks. Maybe it's texting a friend just to say you're thinking of them. Doesn't matter how small it is, it adds up. That one act might be the only good thing someone experiences today. And the wild part, it will probably do more for you than it does for them. Because every kind action reinforces your identity as someone who leads with intention, not impulse. Plato believed that excellence is not an act, but a habit. So is kindness. It's not about waiting until you're in a perfect mood or until someone deserves it. It's about choosing who you want to be on purpose, making it a practice, repeating it until it becomes your nature. And when it becomes your nature, your presence shifts. You no longer enter rooms trying to get something. You show up to offer something. That's a different kind of power, a deeper kind. And yes, people might misunderstand you. They might mistake your patience for passivity, your calm for disinterest. But here's the key. You're not doing it for them. You're doing it because it aligns with your values. You're doing it because it reflects the person you're building. And the truth is, nothing builds long-term influence like consistent kindness. Not charm, not intellect, not hustle, kindness. The Stoics weren't soft. They were warriors of the mind. They faced hardship, betrayal, loss, and still believed in leading with virtue. To them, kindness wasn't an accessory. It was core. It was the foundation of a life well lived. And when you understand that, you stop looking for applause. You stop trying to prove your worth. You just live it, quietly, consistently, completely. So tomorrow morning, before you get swept into the day, pause, center yourself, and remind your mind, kindness is my superpower. Not because you need people to like you, but because it's who you choose to be. Then go out there and live like someone who's not afraid to be good, not fake good, strong good. That's what leaves a mark. That's what rewrites the energy of a room. And more often than not, that's what ends up changing people, starting with you. 5. This moment is all I have, so I'm gonna enjoy it. Have you ever blinked and realized an entire week just flew by? Not in a poetic life is beautiful kind of way, but in a slightly disorienting, where did the time go kind of way. 1 minute you're sipping your morning coffee, and the next you're buried under a mountain of notifications, meetings and responsibilities you barely remember agreeing to. It's like the day ran away without asking permission, and you're stuck trying to catch up. That's modern life for most of us. Fast, loud, demanding. But here's something that cuts through all that noise like a blade. Everything is temporary. And that truth isn't meant to scare you, it's meant to wake you up. The stress? Temporary. The pressure? Temporary. Even the joy, the peace, the good stuff. It too is passing. That's what makes it precious. The Stoics understood this better than anyone. They practiced what's called memento mori, a daily reminder of mortality, not to be dark or depressing, but to be aware. Because when you realize nothing is guaranteed, not tomorrow, not even the next hour, you start treating the present moment with more respect. Plato once said, "Time is the moving image of eternity." That hits differently when you think about how little of it we actually use well. So much of our time is spent either regretting the past or worrying about the future. We rarely just are. But presence is a skill, a discipline, something you have to train, just like your body, your mind, or your patience. Carl Jung believed that the ability to be in the present moment is a major component of mental wellness. And it makes sense, doesn't it? Most of our anxiety lives in the future. Most of our sorrow lives in the past. The present? That's where your feet actually are. That's where the breath lives. That's where power exists. But we're so distracted, we miss it. We miss the sunlight streaming through the window, the taste of our breakfast, the way the air feels right before a rainstorm. These small moments, overlooked by many, are everything. So here's your reminder. Say it to yourself like you mean it. This moment is all I have, so I'm gonna enjoy it. Not tomorrow, not later. Now this cup of coffee, this quiet space before the kids wake up. This conversation you're having with a friend where, for once, nobody's checking their phone. Life isn't waiting to start. It's happening right now. And if you're not fully in it, you're not just missing time, you're missing your life. Aristotle talked about eudaimonia, the idea of flourishing, of living a good and meaningful life. He didn't tie that to some distant goal or external success. He tied it to virtue in action, how you live each moment, how you show up with integrity, awareness and intention. Enjoying the present doesn't mean ignoring your responsibilities. It means learning how to fully experience whatever moment you're in, even the messy ones. Let's be honest though, presence is hard. It's much easier to distract yourself, to stay busy, to always think about what's next. Because sitting still with yourself, that's where the real work begins. The Stoics called this inner stillness ataraxia, a kind of serene calm that isn't shaken by the outside world. And one of the fastest ways to tap into that calm is to slow down and notice the moment you're in. Whether it's brushing your teeth or watching the wind move through the trees, let yourself be there. And look, this isn't about pretending life isn't stressful. It absolutely is. The world will continue to move fast. People will continue to pull at your time and energy. But when you practice presence, you stop giving your power away. You stop being ruled by urgency, and instead you choose clarity. Seneca wrote, "True happiness is to enjoy the present without anxious dependence upon the future." That's it. Not just surviving, but enjoying. And enjoyment doesn't have to be loud or dramatic. It can be found in stillness, in quiet appreciation, in the pause between things. So tomorrow, or even right now as you're reading this, pause. Take one deep breath. Feel it travel through your chest. Notice where your feet are. Notice what you hear, smell, taste, touch. Be where you are, not where you think you need to be. Presence is power because it brings you back to yourself. Not the version of you that's performing, not the version that's planning or regretting, just you here. Socrates, the master of questioning everything, once asked, "How can you wander your travels do you no good when you carry yourself around with you?" The truth is, it doesn't matter where you are or what you're doing. If you can't be present, nothing will satisfy you. Not success, not status, not escape. That's why presence isn't optional, it's essential. You want more fulfillment, more connection, more peace? It doesn't come from doing more, it comes from noticing more, it comes from paying attention, it comes from choosing to enjoy the little things while they're happening instead of missing them and wishing you'd paid attention. This moment, this one, is already slipping away. Not in a dramatic way, just quietly, like it always does. So hold it a little longer, appreciate it a little deeper, and remind yourself often, everything is temporary, so I will enjoy this moment. That mindset doesn't just slow down time, it stretches it, makes it richer, more meaningful, and over time, you begin to realize this moment was never small. It was everything. You just needed to notice. So as you move through today, whatever it holds, carry this truth with you. Peace isn't found in the next moment. It's found in this one, right here, right now. If this spoke to something in you, there's another video waiting for you on screen that dives even deeper into building a life rooted in stillness, clarity, and inner strength. I think you'll find it powerful. Thank you for being here and for being a part of Stoic Journal. What if I told you that most people today are living in quiet defeat, not because they lack talent, but because they lack mental strength? We scroll, we compare, we envy, and then we wonder why we feel stuck, weak, or lost. We chase comfort, yet feel exhausted. We avoid pain, yet suffer daily. The truth is hard. Comfort is killing us slowly, while struggle, though harsh, holds the seed of real power. But here's the twist. The ancient Stoics knew this long before smartphones, social media, or self-help books. Marcus Aurelius, a Roman emperor and one of the greatest Stoic philosophers, once said, "You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength." That's not just a quote. That's a weapon, a mindset, a way to live in chaos and remain unshaken. Stoicism doesn't make life easy. It makes you unstoppable. In this video, we're diving deep into 8 brutal Stoic laws that will force you to level up, mentally, emotionally, and spiritually. Not inspirational fluff. Real talk, real change. Each of these laws is drawn from raw Stoic truth, battle-tested in ancient Rome, and still painfully relevant today. Before we begin, I need you to do one thing. If you're serious about growth, don't just sit back and watch this like another motivational clip. This isn't background noise. This is your wake-up call. Like this video right now. Drop a comment as we go through, especially when a point hits hard. Share it with someone who needs this. And most importantly, don't skip any part, because even one missed law could cost you clarity or courage in a moment that matters most. Let's begin. Number 1. Embrace discomfort like a friend. We've been taught to run from pain, but the Stoics taught the opposite. Run toward it, eyes open. Think about your greatest growth moment. Did it happen when you were comfortable, relaxed, and everything was easy? Or did it happen when life punched you in the face and you had to choose, rise or stay broken? Marcus Aurelius faced wars, betrayal, illness, and still led with calm. He didn't avoid discomfort. He invited it to shape him. The impediment to action advances action. What stands in the way becomes the way. Marcus Aurelius. That's not poetic fluff. That's law. Every obstacle, a chance to sharpen your will. Every delay, a test of patience. Every rejection, a teacher of resilience. Modern life tells us, avoid pain. Stoicism whispers back, train for it. That cold shower, a test. That hard conversation, a path. That gym session when you're exhausted, that's where your character is being carved. The Stoics believed that by choosing controlled discomfort, you prepare for the chaos of life. So, when the storm hits, you're already built for it. Seneca, another Stoic, practiced sleeping on the floor, eating plain food, wearing old clothes, not out of self-hate, but self-training. Why? Because then, when life strips away your comfort, you're not shocked. You're ready. And here's the truth. Discomfort is not your enemy. It's your mirror. It shows you who you really are, and more importantly, who you're becoming. We avoid small pain today, only to suffer bigger pain tomorrow. But if you lean in, walk through that fire with awareness, something wild happens. You stop fearing the pain, and that's the beginning of freedom. From now on, see discomfort like a sparring partner. It might bruise you, but it's building you. Choose one small discomfort today and do it. No debate, cold shower, deep talk, sit with boredom. Remind yourself, this is how warriors are forged, because the only way to become unstoppable is to stop running. I want you to drop this affirmation in the comments. Discomfort is my training ground. Number 2, stop being owned by your emotions. How often do your emotions control your day? Someone says something rude, and you snap. Plans change, and your whole mood shifts. You feel lazy, so you skip the gym, the work, the discipline. It's not just you, it's all of us. But the brutal truth, if you are ruled by your emotions, you are a slave to them. And the Stoics believed that slavery to emotion is worse than chains on your wrists. Epictetus, a former slave turned Stoic teacher, said, "Any person capable of angering you becomes your master. They can anger you only when you permit yourself to be disturbed by them." Let that sink in. That person who cut you off in traffic, you just handed them your peace. That breakup, you handed it your identity. That one rude comment online, you gave it your joy. You see, Stoicism doesn't ask you to ignore emotions. It teaches you to observe them, understand them, and respond instead of react. The difference between a child and a Stoic: the child throws a tantrum. The Stoic sits in the storm and thinks. Marcus Aurelius, the most powerful man of his time, wrote in his private journal, which became Meditations. If you are distressed by anything external, the pain is not due to the thing itself, but to your estimate of it. And this you have the power to revoke at any moment. That's the kind of control we rarely talk about. The power to not be shaken by what doesn't deserve our energy. And yes, it's brutal, because it means you can't blame others anymore. You can't say, "He made me mad," or "She ruined my day." You realize it's all you. The reaction, that was your choice. But here's the empowering part. You can choose again. You don't have to be a slave to your feelings. You can feel anger without acting in anger. You can feel fear and still move forward. You can feel sadness without drowning in it. That's emotional strength. That's Stoic freedom. Try this next time you feel triggered. Pause, don't act. Breathe. Ask, is this feeling useful right now? Respond with intention. This isn't being robotic, it's being in control. When you stop being owned by your emotions, you become clear, calm, powerful. You show up steady, and people notice. You don't get pushed around by every little thing anymore. You're grounded. And in today's emotionally chaotic world, that kind of stability, it's rare, it's magnetic, it's unstoppable. Real growth begins when you stop being a puppet and start being the master. Number 3, stop expecting fairness. Life owes you nothing. One of the fastest ways to suffer is to expect life to be fair. Let that settle for a second. You work hard, and someone lazier gets the promotion. You love deeply, and they walk away. You do the right thing, and still get punished. And then the anger comes. This isn't fair. But here's the Stoic truth. Fairness is a myth we create, not a rule of the universe. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "You can commit injustice by doing nothing." Even he, Emperor of Rome, saw injustice every day. But instead of whining, blaming, or spiraling into despair, he grounded himself in one unshakable idea. Life is not about fairness. Life is about strength. The Stoics never expected life to treat them kindly. They expected pain, loss, betrayal, change. And because they expected it, they were ready for it. Let's get brutally honest. Fairness is a beautiful idea, but it can also make you weak if you cling to it too tightly. When we say, "This isn't fair," what we're often saying is, "I don't like how this feels, and I don't want to deal with it." But here's the law. You don't grow by expecting fairness. You grow by facing reality and moving forward anyway. Look around. Bad things happen to good people. Evil people sometimes win. Effort doesn't always equal reward. That's not negativity. That's life. Now here's what separates the average from the unstoppable. The average person waits for fairness. The Stoic, they build power within so strong that nothing external can break them. This doesn't mean you become cold or heartless. It means you stop waiting for the world to treat you right and start treating yourself right, regardless of how the world behaves. Seneca once said, "Sometimes even to live is an act of courage, especially when life seems unfair." Here's what you do instead of complaining. You use the pain as fuel. You build skills so strong they can't be ignored. You love deeply without expectation. You face betrayal and walk forward with dignity. The Stoic approach is radical responsibility. Not because it's always your fault, but because it's always your move. You don't get to control how life hits, but you always get to control how you respond. And that response, that grounded, calm, warrior-like response, that's what makes you unstoppable. Fairness is not promised, but freedom is earned, one powerful choice at a time. Number 4, focus on what you can control. Let go of the rest. The Stoics believed that your power lies in a very small, specific place, inside your control. Everything outside of that, let it go. Epictetus said it simply, "Make the best use of what is in your power and take the rest as it happens." Here's the trap most people fall into. They try to control other people. They try to predict the future. They obsess over outcomes, and then they wonder why they feel anxious, powerless, angry. But let's break it down. What is truly under your control? Your thoughts, your choices, your actions, your response. Everything else? Opinion, chance, uncertainty. You can't control the weather, but you can control how you dress. You can't control whether people like you, but you can control how you treat them. You can't control the economy, but you can control how much you learn, how you spend, how you prepare. That shift in focus is massive. It gives you back your power. Instead of being pulled in 100 directions by things you can't affect, you stand strong, centered in your own actions. Imagine you're in a storm at sea. The Stoic doesn't scream at the wind. He grabs the wheel and navigates the ship. That's what makes you calm when others panic, focused when others complain, disciplined when others drift. It's not about pretending the outside world doesn't matter. It's about deciding what gets your attention. And 90% of what people worry about, completely outside their control. Here's a simple practice. Every time you feel stressed, ask yourself, is this within my control? If yes, act. If no, let go. Simple, yes. Easy, nah. Powerful, absolutely. Marcus Aurelius reminds us, you have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength. And when you live this, people notice. You become unshakable, not because you control everything, but because you control yourself, no matter what happens. Number 5. Practice voluntary hardship to build unbreakable will. In a world addicted to comfort, discipline becomes a superpower. The Stoics didn't wait for life to challenge them. They challenged themselves first. Not to suffer, but to strengthen. Not to punish, but to prepare. Seneca once wrote, "Set aside a certain number of days, during which you shall be content with the scantiest and cheapest fare, with coarse and rough dress, saying to yourself the while, 'Is this the condition I feared?'" This was voluntary hardship, a chosen moment of discomfort in order to build a mind that wouldn't crack under pressure. Now think about this. Most people today avoid discomfort at all costs. They never skip a meal. They never sit in silence. They never go without convenience. But what happens when life does get hard? They break. They panic. They blame. The Stoic. They've already trained for the hard days. They've already practiced hunger, fatigue, rejection, boredom, struggle. That doesn't make them invincible. It makes them adaptable. You don't build willpower by watching motivational videos. You build it by doing the thing you don't want to do, on purpose. Voluntary hardship could look like this. Fasting for 24 hours to remind yourself that you control your urges. Taking a cold shower when your mind screams no. Saying no to a luxury you can afford, just to sharpen your self-restraint. Waking up early to train when your body craves the bed. These small choices, they stack, and over time, you become dangerous. Not because you're cruel to yourself, but because you realize the truth. Comfort doesn't make you stronger, challenge does. And when hardship comes, as it always does, you don't run. You smile, because you've already walked the fire by choice. Marcus Aurelius ruled during plagues, wars, and betrayals, yet he wrote with calm and clarity. Why? Because hardship wasn't a shock to him, it was expected. And when hardship is expected, it loses its power to paralyze you. So instead of asking, how can I make life easier? Ask, how can I become stronger? Practice being hungry, practice being alone, practice being cold, tired, rejected, bored, and remaining focused through all of it. Because one day, life will throw more at you than you think you can handle, and when it does, you'll rise. Number 6, detach from outcomes. Fall in love with the process. We've been taught to obsess over results. Get the job, win the deal, hit the goal, earn the money, be admired. But Stoicism flips the script. Detach from the outcome and master your process. Why? Because the result is never guaranteed, but your effort is always within your control. Epictetus said, "Freedom is the only worthy goal in life. It is won by disregarding things that lie beyond our control." When you cling to results, you set yourself up for suffering. You hit the gym for a week, don't see abs, you quit. You launch a project, it flops. You feel worthless. You love someone, they leave. You collapse. But what if instead you fell in love with the work itself? The showing up, the writing, the building, the thinking, the learning, the effort. That's the Stoic path, because when you focus on the process, you always win, even if the result isn't what you imagined. And here's the kicker. Ironically, when you let go of needing the outcome, you start to achieve more, because you're not desperate, you're not emotional, you're not driven by validation, you're grounded in action. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "Never let the future disturb you. You will meet it if you have to, with the same weapons of reason which today arm you against the present." Meaning, stop obsessing over what might happen. Just work your process with courage, right now. If you're a writer, write, not to go viral, but to sharpen your mind. If you're an athlete, train, not just to win, but to master your body. If you're building something, build, not for applause, but for pride in the effort. The moment you tie your worth to outcomes, you become fragile. The moment you tie your worth to discipline, intention, and focus, you become unstoppable. Here's a Stoic mindset shift. Show up like the result is already done, and you're just enjoying the craft. Whether you fail or succeed, bonus. You've already won because you did the work. Number 7. Embrace death. Live with urgency and purpose. Most people live like they're going to live forever. They waste time, delay dreams, stay stuck in bad habits and worse relationships. But the Stoics meditated on death, not to be dark, but to wake up. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "You could leave life right now. Let that determine what you do, say, and think." That's not fear, that's freedom. It's the realization that life is short, and we don't get to choose when it ends. So every moment wasted is a moment we never get back. Let that hit you. You don't get to wait for someday. You don't get to keep telling yourself, "I'll do it later." You don't get to assume that tomorrow is guaranteed. The Stoics practiced something called memento mori. Remember you will die. They didn't say it to be grim. They said it to stay focused, present, and intentional. Because when you truly realize that your time is limited, you stop wasting it. You stop scrolling for hours. You stop arguing over meaningless things. You stop tolerating mediocrity, and you start creating, loving, moving. Now, not later. Seneca once said, "It is not that we have a short time to live, but that we waste a lot of it." You might not control how long you live, but you do control how deeply you live. And the most dangerous lie is this: there's plenty of time. Nah, there isn't. That risk you keep avoiding, that business you keep postponing, that person you keep meaning to forgive, that change you keep saying you'll make next year. This is your moment. This is your time. The Stoic doesn't ignore death. He stares it in the face and says, "You will not catch me sleeping on my life." This awareness doesn't make you anxious. It makes you alive, because the person who truly remembers death speaks truthfully, loves openly, works with urgency, lets go of ego, stops fearing failure, because the ultimate failure is a wasted life. Live like you're on borrowed time, because you are. And when you do, you become magnetic, focused, powerful. You don't chase cheap validation. You move with purpose. People feel it. You feel it. Number 8. Be a warrior for virtue, not approval. Let's be honest, most people live for likes, praise, attention, applause. But the Stoic doesn't move for the crowd. The Stoic moves for virtue. Marcus Aurelius said, "Just that you do the right thing, the rest doesn't matter." In other words, live with honor, even if no one sees it. Speak the truth, even if no one claps. Keep your word, even if it costs you. Train hard, even when nobody's watching. That's virtue. That's what builds a soul that can't be bought. And it's not about being perfect, it's about being principled. Now, here's the hard part. Doing the right thing is often the hard thing. It's easier to lie. It's easier to impress than to be authentic. It's easier to chase approval than to stand alone. But every time you choose what's right over what's easy, you sharpen your edge. You become someone your future self can admire. You build an identity that no one can take from you. Seneca reminds us, "I will govern my life and thoughts as if the whole world were to see the one and read the other." That's power. That's a life that doesn't crumble under pressure because it's built on integrity. In a world of image, the Stoic is real. In a world of noise, the Stoic is still. In a world of performance, the Stoic is genuine. You want to be unstoppable? Don't live for praise. Live for your values. Live in a way that, even if stripped of status, money, followers, you'd still stand tall. Because the moment you stop needing the crowd, you become the kind of person they follow anyway. Be the warrior for what's right, not what's popular. And even if you walk alone, walk like it's the only path that matters. If you've made it this far, it means something deep inside you is ready to evolve, to leave behind the distractions, the weakness, the emotional chaos, and step into something greater. Not perfection, but power. Not domination over others, but mastery over yourself. That's the Stoic path. It doesn't offer you comfort. It offers you clarity. It offers you direction. It offers you a life of meaning, even when the world around you is crumbling. Marcus Aurelius, Seneca, Epictetus. They didn't write for a world that was easy. They wrote to survive storms, battles, betrayals, and death, with dignity. They taught us that true strength isn't in muscles or money. It's in the man who keeps his word, the woman who faces fear without flinching, the soul who does the right thing, especially when it's the hard thing. You don't need to wait for motivation. You don't need the perfect moment. You just need to begin right now. Train your mind. Expect struggle. Detach from outcomes. Hold your principles. Live like your time is running out, because it is. And the beautiful part, you don't need applause. You don't need praise. You don't need anyone to understand you. Because when you walk the Stoic path, you become unshakable from within. And that kind of strength, it's rare, it's real, and it's yours. I want you to drop this affirmation in the comments. I am becoming unshakable day by day. Now, if this message resonated with you, if something inside you lit up, if you felt a spark of truth, do not keep it to yourself. Like the video, comment your favorite law, share this with someone who's on their journey, and make sure to subscribe to the channel. We are building a community of thinkers, warriors, and real ones who want more than noise, who want to live with purpose. And remember, do not skip any parts of your life. It's all training. It's all transformation. Keep showing up. Keep choosing strength. And don't stop until you become unstoppable. Hey warrior, we live in a world that tells us to hustle harder, push faster, and fight relentlessly for everything we want. Society screams that success belongs only to those who burn themselves out in pursuit of their dreams. But what if I told you that the ancient Stoics discovered something completely different? What if the secret to manifesting everything you desire isn't found in frantic action, but in the profound peace of letting go? Marcus Aurelius, the most powerful man in the Roman Empire, wrote in his personal journal, "Confine yourself to the present." He understood that when we stop fighting the current of life and start flowing with it, miracles begin to happen. The Stoics weren't passive dreamers. They were warriors who conquered through wisdom, not force. Think about water for a moment. It doesn't struggle against the rocks in its path. Instead, it flows around them, over them, through them, and eventually it shapes the entire landscape. This is the power of relaxed intention, the ability to hold your desires lightly while trusting the natural order of things to bring them to fruition. When you're constantly stressed about your goals, when you're gripping so tightly to outcomes that your knuckles turn white, you're actually pushing away the very things you want most. Anxiety creates resistance, and resistance blocks the flow of abundance into your life. The Stoics understood that our desperation often becomes the biggest obstacle between us and our dreams. But here's where it gets beautiful. When you truly relax into your desires, when you align with the natural rhythm of existence, you become magnetic to opportunities. You start noticing doors that were always open but invisible to your stressed mind. You begin attracting the right people, circumstances, and resources, not through force, but through a calm confidence that tells the universe you're ready to receive. This isn't about becoming lazy or giving up on your dreams. It's about discovering the difference between effortless action and exhausting struggle. It's about learning to plant seeds with intention and then trusting the soil, the rain, and the sun to do their work. The Stoics called this amor fati, love of fate, the deep acceptance that everything unfolds exactly as it should. Today, I'm going to share with you 10 profound Stoic principles that will transform how you approach manifestation. These aren't just theories, they're practical wisdom that has been tested by thousands of years of human experience. Each principle will show you how to release the tension that's been blocking your blessings and step into the flow state where miracles become natural. Before we dive deep into this life-changing wisdom, I need you to do something. Hit that like button right now. It tells me you're ready for transformation. If that speaks to you, type this in the comments to anchor it in your heart. When I relax, life flows to me. Share this video with someone who needs to hear this message. Subscribe to this channel because we're just getting started on this journey together. And please, don't skip any part of this video. Number 1. The art of detached desire. Here's the paradox that drives most people crazy. The more desperately you want something, the more it seems to slip away from you. But the Stoics discovered something revolutionary about human desire that modern psychology is only beginning to understand. Epictetus, who went from slave to one of history's greatest philosophers, taught, "Wealth consists in not having great possessions, but in having few wants." This isn't about giving up your dreams. It's about understanding the difference between wanting something and needing it. When you need something, you create desperation. When you want something while being completely okay without it, you create magnetism. Think about the people in your life who seem to effortlessly attract what they want. They're not the ones constantly talking about what they lack or posting desperate affirmations on social media. They're the ones who hold their desires lightly, like a butterfly resting on their palm. They want beautiful things to happen, but they don't define their worth by whether those things arrive on their timeline. This is what the Stoics called preferred indifference. Yes, you prefer to have success, love, and abundance, but your inner peace doesn't depend on them. Your happiness isn't held hostage by external circumstances. This creates a powerful energy that actually draws opportunities toward you, because people and the universe itself are attracted to those who aren't needy. When you practice detached desire, you stop sending out desperate energy that repels what you want. Instead, you begin operating from a place of abundance, even before the physical manifestations arrive. You start making decisions from confidence rather than fear, and confident decisions almost always lead to better outcomes. The magic happens when you can say, "I would love for this to happen, and I'm taking inspired action toward it." but I'm genuinely okay if it doesn't happen exactly as I imagine. This isn't giving up. This is growing up. This is understanding that the universe often has something even better in mind than what your limited perspective can see. Practice this today. Hold your biggest desire in your mind, then take a deep breath and say, "This or something better." Feel how that releases the pressure and opens up infinite possibilities. Let this one sink into your soul and drop it in the comments if it resonates. I desire with peace, not desperation. Number 2. Present moment magnetism. Your mind is probably living everywhere except where your power actually exists, right here, right now. Most people spend their days mentally living in a future that hasn't happened yet, or replaying a past that can't be changed. But the Stoics understood something profound. All manifestation happens in the present moment, and when you're not here, you miss the magic. Seneca wrote, "True happiness is to enjoy the present without anxious dependence upon the future." This isn't just beautiful philosophy, it's practical magic. When your consciousness is fully present, you notice opportunities that your scattered mind would completely miss. You hear the casual comment that leads to your next big break. You feel the intuitive nudge to take a different route home where you bump into exactly the right person. But here's what most people don't understand about presence. It's not just about awareness, it's about energy. When you're truly present, you're operating at your highest vibration. You're not carrying the heavy energy of past regrets or future anxieties. You're pure potential, and that energy is incredibly attractive to both people and circumstances. Think about the most magnetic people you know. They're not the ones constantly checking their phones or talking about what they're going to do someday. They're the ones who look you in the eye when you speak, who seem to have all the time in the world, who make you feel like you're the only person in the room. That's presence, and it's magnetic. The beautiful irony is that when you stop living for the future, you create a better future. When you stop trying to escape this moment becomes the launching pad for everything you've been dreaming of. Opportunities don't exist in tomorrow. They exist in the awareness you bring to today. Your breath is your anchor to the present. Every time you notice your mind wandering into what if or if only, come back to your breathing. Feel your feet on the ground. Notice 3 things you can see, hear, or feel right now. This isn't meditation, this is manifestation practice. The present moment isn't just where you exist, it's where you create. Stop living in the waiting room of your life and step into the reality where miracles are happening right now. Number 3. The wisdom of accepted resistance. Life is going to give you obstacles. That's not a possibility, that's a guarantee. But here's what separates those who manifest their dreams from those who stay stuck. How you relate to resistance determines whether it becomes your enemy or your teacher. Marcus Aurelius faced plagues, wars, and betrayals, yet he wrote, "The impediment to action advances action. What stands in the way becomes the way." This isn't just poetic language. This is the secret to turning every setback into a setup for something greater. When you stop fighting reality and start dancing with it, resistance becomes your greatest ally. Most people encounter an obstacle and immediately think the universe is working against them. They take it personally, get discouraged, and often give up entirely. But what if every obstacle is actually the universe's way of making you stronger, wiser, and more ready for what you're asking for? Consider the oyster and the pearl. The irritation of sand doesn't destroy the oyster. It creates something beautiful and valuable. Your obstacles aren't punishments. They're invitations to grow into the person who can handle the level of success you're requesting. When you accept resistance instead of resenting it, something magical happens. You stop wasting energy fighting what is. and you start using that energy to navigate through what is. You become like water again, flexible, persistent, and ultimately unstoppable. This doesn't mean you become passive or that you don't take action. It means you take inspired action instead of desperate action. You respond instead of react. You look for the lesson in every challenge and the opportunity in every obstacle. The next time something doesn't go according to your plan, pause and ask, how is this actually serving my highest good? What is this experience trying to teach me? How is this making me stronger for what's coming? Sometimes the delay is protection. Sometimes the detour leads to something better than your original destination. Sometimes the no you receive is clearing the way for a much bigger yes. Trust the process, even when you can't see the bigger picture. The universe has a perspective you don't have access to, and it's always working in your favor, even when it doesn't feel that way. Comment this if you're ready to grow through the hard moments. I grow stronger through resistance, not weaker. Number 4, the power of inner authority. Here's a truth that will set you free. You've been giving your power away to everyone and everything around you, and that's exactly why your manifestations feel so out of reach. The Stoics discovered that true manifestation begins the moment you reclaim your inner authority and stop making external circumstances the boss of your internal state. Epictetus taught, "No one can hurt you without your permission." This goes deeper than just emotional resilience. This is about understanding where your real power lives. Every time you say, "I can't be happy until," or "I'll feel successful when," you're essentially handing the keys to your kingdom to someone or something outside of yourself. Think about how exhausting it is to live this way. Your mood depends on other people's opinions. Your confidence rises and falls with your bank account. Your sense of worth fluctuates with external validation. You've turned yourself into a puppet, and circumstances are pulling all your strings. But when you reclaim your inner authority, everything changes. You realize that your peace, your joy, and your sense of abundance are internal decisions, not external conditions. This doesn't mean you become indifferent to outcomes. It means you stop making outcomes responsible for your well-being. This shift creates incredible manifesting power because you're no longer operating from lack or neediness. When you know you can be happy regardless of circumstances, you make better decisions. When you know your worth isn't determined by external validation, you show up more authentically. When you know your security comes from within, you take bigger, bolder risks. People can sense this inner authority, and they're drawn to it. Opportunities flow toward those who aren't desperately chasing them. Success gravitates toward those who don't need it to feel valuable. Start practicing this today. Before you check social media, before you look at your bank account, before you seek validation from others, check in with yourself. Ask, how do I choose to feel right now, regardless of my circumstances? Then honor that choice. Your external world will always be a reflection of your internal world. Change the inside, and the outside has no choice but to follow. Feel that power rising in you. Share it in the comments. I am the author of my own experience. Number 5. The art of strategic non-action. This might sound contradictory, but sometimes the most powerful thing you can do is absolutely nothing. The Stoics understood something that our action-obsessed culture has forgotten. There's a profound difference between being busy and being effective, between motion and progress, between forced action and aligned action. Lao Tzu, whose philosophy deeply influenced Stoic thought, taught, "The sage does not attempt anything very big, and thus achieves greatness." Sometimes your biggest breakthrough comes not from doing more, but from having the wisdom to do less. We live in a culture that equates action with progress, but much of what we call taking action is actually anxiety in disguise. We stay busy because stillness makes us uncomfortable. We keep pushing because we're afraid that if we stop, everything will fall apart. But this frantic energy often pushes away the very things we're trying to attract. Strategic non-action doesn't mean being lazy or giving up on your dreams. It means having the confidence to step back when you've done your part and trust the process to unfold. It means knowing when to plant seeds and when to let them germinate in darkness. It means understanding that some things simply cannot be rushed, no matter how badly you want them. Think about a master chess player. They don't make moves just to be moving pieces. They wait for the right opportunity, even if it means sitting in apparent inaction while their opponent makes hasty moves. Their patience becomes their power, and their restraint becomes their strategy. When you learn the art of strategic non-action, you stop exhausting yourself with busy work that doesn't actually move you forward. You begin to trust your intuition about when to act and when to wait. You discover that sometimes the universe needs space to work its magic, and your job is simply to get out of the way. This week, practice saying, "I don't know" when you don't know, and "I'll wait" when waiting feels right. Notice how this creates space for solutions and opportunities that your forced action was actually blocking. The universe rewards those who can be still enough to receive what it's trying to give them. Number 6. Gratitude as a manifesting force. Most people think gratitude is just about being polite or positive, but the Stoics understood something much deeper. Gratitude is actually one of the most powerful manifesting forces in the universe. When you truly appreciate what you already have, you create a magnetic field that draws more abundance into your life. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "When you wake up in the morning, tell yourself, 'The people I deal with today will be meddling, ungrateful, arrogant, dishonest, jealous, and surly. They are like this because they can't tell good from evil. But I have seen the beauty of good and the ugliness of evil, and have recognized that the wrongdoer has a nature related to my own.'" Even in acknowledging human flaws, he found reasons for gratitude and understanding. Here's what happens energetically when you practice real gratitude. You shift from operating from a mindset of scarcity to operating from a mindset of abundance. Instead of focusing on what's missing, you're acknowledging what's present. Instead of sending out lack energy, you're radiating fullness energy. But this isn't about fake positivity or pretending everything is perfect. True Stoic gratitude acknowledges reality while choosing to focus on what's working rather than what's broken. It's about finding genuine appreciation for your challenges because they're making you stronger, for your struggles because they're teaching you wisdom, for your setbacks because they're redirecting you towards something better. When you wake up grateful, you start your day in a high vibration state that attracts high vibration experiences. When you go to bed grateful, you program your subconscious mind to look for more things to appreciate. This creates an upward spiral where gratitude leads to more experiences worth being grateful for. The magic isn't just in feeling grateful, it's in expressing gratitude. Tell people how much they mean to you. Write thank you notes for small kindnesses. Acknowledge the beauty in ordinary moments. Appreciate your body for carrying you through life, your breath for sustaining you, your heart for continuing to beat. Gratitude turns what you have into enough, and enough is always the foundation for more. When the universe sees you appreciating what you've already been given, it trusts you with greater gifts. Number 7. The strength of emotional sovereignty. Your emotions are not happening to you, they're being created by you. This single realization contains enough power to transform your entire life. Yet most people spend years giving their emotional state away to circumstances, other people, and random events beyond their control. Seneca taught, "Every new thing excites the mind, but a mind that seeks the truth turns from the new and unknown to the eternal and divine." Your emotional reactions are choices, not inevitable responses. When you understand this, you reclaim the throne of your own experience. Think about two people experiencing the same rejection, the same financial setback, or the same disappointment. One person crumbles and stays stuck for months. The other person feels the emotion fully, learns from it, and uses it as fuel to create something better. The difference isn't in their circumstances, it's in their emotional sovereignty. Emotional sovereignty doesn't mean suppressing your feelings or pretending negative emotions don't exist. It means you feel your emotions fully without letting them drive the car of your life. You acknowledge anger without becoming destructive. You honor sadness without drowning in it. You feel fear without letting it paralyze you. This creates incredible manifesting power because your emotions are literally your creative energy. When you're in control of your emotional state, you're in control of what you're creating. When you can choose peace in the middle of chaos, you become a powerful attractor of peaceful circumstances. When you can find joy regardless of your current situation, you magnetize joyful experiences. The practice is simple, but not easy. When you feel a strong emotion, pause and ask yourself, what is this emotion trying to tell me? What can I learn from this? How can I use this energy constructively? Then make a conscious choice about how long you'll stay in that emotional state and what you'll do with the energy it provides. Your emotions are meant to be messengers, not masters. They're designed to give you information and energy, not to control your decisions or determine your destiny. When you master your emotional world, you master your manifesting power. Say it with confidence in the comments if you're stepping into your emotional power. My emotions exist, but they do not control me. Number 8. The philosophy of enough. In a world that constantly tells you that you need more to be happy, the Stoics discovered a revolutionary secret. The feeling of enough is not about how much you have, it's about how you relate to what you have. When you master the philosophy of enough, you unlock a level of contentment and power that no external acquisition can provide. Seneca, one of the wealthiest men in Rome, wrote, "It is not the man who has too little, but the man who craves more, who is poor." This wasn't coming from someone who didn't understand material success. This was coming from someone who had everything the world said should make him happy, yet found his deepest fulfillment in something entirely different. The philosophy of enough doesn't mean settling for less or giving up on your dreams. It means recognizing that your happiness and sense of abundance aren't dependent on getting more stuff, more recognition, or more validation. It means understanding that the feeling you think you'll get from achieving your goals is actually available to you right now, in this moment, with what you already have. Here's the paradox that changes everything. When you genuinely feel like you have enough, you stop operating from desperation and start operating from abundance. And abundance energy attracts abundant experiences. When you're not grasping for more, more comes to you naturally. Think about the most attractive people in your life. Not physically attractive, but energetically attractive. They're not the ones constantly complaining about what they lack or obsessing over what they want. They're the ones who seem genuinely content with their lives while still being excited about growth and new experiences. This contentment isn't complacency, it's confidence. It's the deep knowing that you're already whole, already valuable, already enough, regardless of what you achieve or acquire. From this foundation, you can pursue your dreams from love rather than fear, from excitement rather than desperation. Practice this. Before you go to sleep tonight, mentally inventory everything you have to be grateful for: your health, your relationships, your opportunities, your experiences. Feel, really feel, how rich your life already is. This is the energy that creates miracles. Let's flood the comments with this truth if you're done chasing and ready to receive. I am enough, and I attract from that place. Number 9, the courage of authentic expression. One of the biggest blocks to manifestation is living a life that isn't authentically yours. When you're constantly trying to be who others expect you to be, when you're hiding your true thoughts and feelings, when you're playing roles that don't fit your soul, you create internal resistance that blocks the flow of your desires into reality. Marcus Aurelius reminded himself how much trouble he avoids who does not look to see what his neighbor says or does. The courage to be authentically yourself, regardless of others' opinions, isn't just about personal freedom. It's about manifestation power. When you're not being authentic, you're essentially lying to the universe about who you are and what you want. How can life give you what's truly meant for you if you're not showing up as who you truly are? How can the right opportunities find you if you're hiding behind a mask? Authentic expression doesn't mean being rude or inconsiderate. It means having the courage to speak your truth with kindness, to pursue what genuinely excites you rather than what you think should excite you, to make decisions based on your values rather than others' expectations. The beautiful thing about authenticity is that it naturally attracts what's meant for you and repels what isn't. When you stop trying to please everyone, you start attracting people who genuinely appreciate the real you. When you stop chasing goals that aren't truly yours, you start manifesting experiences that actually fulfill you. This takes courage, because authentic living means some people won't understand you, some opportunities might not be for you, and some paths you thought you wanted might not actually align with who you're becoming. But this isn't loss. This is liberation. Your authentic self is your most powerful self, because it's the only self that can create a life that truly satisfies your soul. Everything you're meant to have is attracted to the real you, not the version of you that's trying to fit in or meet others' expectations. Start today. In one conversation, tell the truth about how you really feel. In one decision, choose what you actually want, rather than what you think you should want. Notice how this shifts your energy and opens up new possibilities. Number 10. Trust in divine timing. The final and perhaps most profound Stoic principle for manifestation is learning to trust in divine timing. The understanding that everything unfolds exactly when it's meant to, not when you think it should. This isn't passive waiting. This is active faith in the intelligence of the universe. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "Accept the things to which fate binds you, and love the people with whom fate brings you together." The Stoics believed in a rational, purposeful universe where everything happens for a reason, even when that reason isn't immediately clear to our limited human perspective. Your impatience is often your biggest enemy in manifestation. When you demand that things happen on your timeline, you create resistance against the natural flow of events. You miss opportunities because you're so focused on forcing one particular outcome. You reject good things because they don't look exactly like what you ordered. But when you trust divine timing, you relax into a rhythm that's much larger and wiser than your personal agenda. You understand that delays aren't denials. They're often divine protection or preparation. Sometimes you need to grow into the person who can handle what you're asking for. Sometimes the world needs to shift to create the perfect conditions for your manifestation. Think about the best things that have happened in your life. How many of them occurred exactly when you expected them to? Probably very few. Most of your greatest blessings likely came as surprises through unexpected paths, at times when you weren't even looking for them. This doesn't mean you stop taking action or setting goals. It means you hold your goals lightly while trusting that life has a bigger plan than what you can see from your current vantage point. It means you do your part with dedication while surrendering the outcome with grace. When you trust divine timing, you stop exhausting yourself, trying to control everything. You stop missing the beauty of the present moment because you're so anxious about the future. You start noticing the magic that's happening right now, instead of waiting for the magic you think should happen tomorrow. The universe is always working in your favor, even when it doesn't feel that way. Your job is to align with this truth and let it carry you toward your highest good. The ancient Stoics didn't have vision boards or manifestation journals, but they understood something that modern self-help often misses. True manifestation isn't about getting what you want. It's about becoming who you need to be to receive what's meant for you. When you relax into these 10 principles, detached desire, present moment awareness, accepted resistance, inner authority, strategic non-action, gratitude, emotional sovereignty, the philosophy of enough, authentic expression, and divine timing, you stop fighting against life and start flowing with it. This isn't about giving up your dreams or lowering your standards. This is about raising your consciousness to a level where miracles become natural, where synchronicities become common, where what you need finds you instead of you chasing what you want. The Stoics knew that peace isn't the absence of challenges, it's the presence of wisdom, and wisdom, applied consistently, creates the conditions for everything good to flow into your life. Your manifestations are already on their way. Your job is simply to relax, trust, and become ready to receive them. Remember to like this video, share it with someone who needs this message. To seal this message and call peace into your life, comment, "I relax, I trust, and I receive." And subscribe to this channel for more life-changing wisdom. Until next time, stay stoic, stay strong, and stay open to miracles.